doop, doop, doop. Okay, and then we put this here. There we go. Ugh, why does it do this? Okay, so I grab this. Whoop. There we go. Alright. Let's see how. Okay. Got that. Okay. Go here. Okay. Now, what's the next thing we need to do? Let's. Am I missing something? Alright, so the sound, need to go here. Okay, that's there. Game sound. Where's caster? I don't got that there? That's weird. What the hell? Oh. Okay, that's there in the corner. Got that. Okay. Okay. And okay, there. Game sound. I guess I'll do the caster right now. There you go. Gotcha. Alright, that's taken care of. Okay, loud enough there. Got it. Okay. Let's see here. And okay. Cool.
Elated said hello.
Okay. Okay.
Elated asks, are you well?
Yeah, well. All right. Let's do some quick drafting and then we will do the animatic. So today, I was about to finish some animatics today, but I got too busy with some stuff. So, all right. So, I'm not doing a full-fledged artwork or anything. We're just gonna do some sketching. Just get the muscles moving. Some good muscles. All about the muscles. That was not too loud. Probably very loud. Okay. Bunny hindsight. Okay.
Power Inside said my channel.
Stop. You can let me see those eyes. Okay.
Power Inside said thanks you.
My channel? What about that? Nutrition.
Botrick said Botrix has correctly joined the channel.
I don't know about it, but maybe I didn't.
Lord DJ just followed. Very funny hindsight. Understand? I don't know why you can't so let me see those hands. Yeah, that. You want to get better. Oh, no. I got better, but maybe I didn't. The baseline, and I like Prada. Details, all the feeling gets to work so well. Life. The 2020 hindsight. Understand. I like the way you care, so when you see those hands. I love attrition. Look at the serious ones. I'm gonna be a day again.
Okay. Let's play.
This is the first chapter of a new manga. It's insanity that this is a weekly manga series, and it's also insanity that this is in Weekly Shonen Jump. I am just absolutely in shock with just how godly this artwork looks. And this isn't like the only panel. There is multiple shots throughout like this entire first chapter where the art quality is just speaks for itself. It is crazy detailed, and I'm just like, dude.
Boy.
Yuki has really been cooking for these last few years ever since his previous work Red Hood was axed. And yes, you heard me right. The last series that this author did, from what I'm aware of, Yuki, that is the author of this, they did Red Hood. And that series holds a very special and sore place in my heart because it was something that had so much vast potential. There was just so much uniqueness about Red Hood, and the West loved Red Hood. However, Japan, that, actively reads Shonen Jump in Japan, did not like it, and the series
Why?
got axed, sadly.
That's
And the
weird.
thing is that it's been a while since Yuki sat down and gave us a new manga series, and finally they're back in Weekly Shonen Jump with Ort of the Flame, and my goodness, they really spent these last few years since, Red Hood came out to really perfect their art style, their craft, and create a story that honestly I think will be very unique for the magazine, but engaging enough to catch those that really like shonen, and those that don't typically like shonen as well. It has a very nice middle ground. I can see this series really causing a lot of people that might like Vinland Saga, for instance, to go out of their way to actually read it, but I also could see those that like fairy tales or mythology also reading this, and those that like typical battle shonen as well also enjoying this too. It has a nice blend of different elements that really just catches everybody that actually just likes good manga. At least that's what I get from the first chapter. Now, let's get right into this, okay? Let's get right into what Ort of the Flame is, and if this is something that legitimately will interest you. If the artwork hasn't already won you over, which I've already showcased in this video already, I'm just gonna say the story definitely has some unique stuff going on. One thing in particular that really stood out to me with this first chapter, and it might not be a big thing or a big deal for a lot of people, but as a fan of Norse mythology, or just Vikings in general, or mythology in general, I really like the incorporation of like, Vikings and Norse within this story. Obviously, Norse mythology is used a lot in writing, and it's definitely been used a lot in anime and manga. It's not necessarily anything brand new or groundbreaking, but it does typically go on with, like, how do you utilize it? It's like isekai, how do you utilize the format of reincarnated or transported to another world? Obviously, you can be very generic, or you can do something incredibly unique and make something that really just stands the test of time. ReZero, Mushoku Tensei, Overlord, etc. Very good examples of this. But what I'm trying to say is that the story so far is utilizing things that you don't typically see often in Norse-like stories, or Viking stories. And what I mean by this is the actual spirit-like character that we're introduced to at the end of the chapter, the first chapter. Her name is, I'm probably gonna butcher this, please forgive me on that, but Phlegia, or whatever how you pronounce it, but basically, I know the term of this. And the reason how I know the term of this is because this is actually a Norse guardian spirit, which I love. I absolutely love that little detail, because those that love, like, Norse mythology or Vikings and stuff, you're gonna instantly recognize this name and be like, yo, that's a unique name. I wonder what the meaning behind that is. And you know what? I did enough research for you guys so you can kind of see it for yourself. But basically, if you type in the exact same name as this character that's introduced at the end of the first chapter, there's a lot of references to, like, Norse mythology here and parts of the soul, which ties perfectly in with the first chapter's message and theme, but also the name in general represents a guardian spirit, and there is a whole wiki page dedicated to this, to where, like, this type of creature, which is called a Phlegia or whatever, can actually either be an animal-like form, or actually become a, female spirit. And that's exactly what we got with the first chapter, is a female spirit or a spirit guardian watching over our main male character,
Why does
Ort.
that sound familiar?
Really good stuff. You can definitely tell that there is a lot of research that was poured into this series already from the writer, and I think it makes a lot of sense when you factor in what Yuki wrote previously. For instance, with Red Hood. For those that don't know what Red Hood is about, it was basically like Brothers Grimm. It was mythology, or not mythology, it was folk tales, fairy tales, dark fairy tales, like Red Riding Hood, for instance. That's why it was called Red Hood. There was a lot of references to very infamous and famous fairy tales and folk tales, and I think it's become very obvious at this point that the author of Ort and Red Hood is a massive fan of just fantasy, myths, and stuff like that, because to incorporate something like this that isn't necessarily normally seen in Norse stories showcases that they are definitely well versed and well read within this type of stuff and can definitely tell a very unique story. The question is how does Japan take it? Will Japan like this? I don't know. That's the big question mark out of all of this, is because typically if it does well in the West, it can survive. It depends, but it really does come down to the Japanese audience and how they view it, and I don't know necessarily if Japan is going to like this or not. I mean, it does play it safe with the whole Norse theme, obviously, because I think if there is any myth that you could definitely play with in manga for Japan, it would definitely be Norse theme. I mean, Vinland Saga is a very good example of that. It's gotten very popular, it's been popular, and I think that people will instantly be able to be like, okay, even if you don't understand Norse mythology, the whole Viking aesthetic and shields and helmets and stuff is going to instantly win people over. You factor in that the art style kind of looks reminiscent of Horikoshi's art style from, My Hero Academia, and obviously with My Hero Academia being out of the magazine for a while now, there's definitely a niche that needs to be filled with that type of artwork, so it also fills in that. It might gather a lot of readers that are, used to be My Hero Academia readers. That's a good and a bad thing, depending on how you view it. But, overall, I do think that there is a lot going for this first chapter. There is enough essence to really gather that the plot is there. There is a good story being told. For instance, the plot seems very basic and standard at the moment, but there is a lot of little details here and there, for instance, like I already showed with the Guardian Spirit, that will show that there is going to be a complicated story here. It's going to be a story of maturity, a story of, a warrior, a story of someone that wants to die a valiant death, all that different type of stuff. And I think that one of the main things, which is very typical of a battle shonen, is to have something that is very basic and simple, but it depends on how you achieve it. And that is, our main character's objective is to become a warrior. But at the end of the chapter, it's already given to him that he is a warrior. It's already stated that he has become a warrior. Even the Guardian Spirit basically says you are a warrior and all that, and selected him because he has a warm heart on the battlefield. It kind of goes along with all the standard shonen cliches, while also doing stuff a little bit differently. I feel like there's a lot of depth that can be applied to this character, because at first he might seem very naive and fit the mold of this very goody-goody two-shoes character, but there's obviously some growth here to where he might actually become a savage warrior, because obviously this is in the Viking Norse times and stuff like that, and we also have creatures that are obviously frost giants and devils or demons or whatever that are appearing, so we can definitely see maybe some darker tones to the story as well, besides obviously just very uplifting and happy. And so with all that being said about Ort of the Flame, I will say I truly hope that this series does well in Japan. I like what I've read. It's been a while since I sat down and read a new manga and actually gave some time to it. And when I mean new manga, I mean a new manga in Weekly Shonen Jump. Because I'm going to keep it real with you guys, okay? I fear starting new manga in Shonen Jump because too often I have started a new series, I've talked about it on the channel, or not even on the channel, and then Shonen Jump axes it like 8 to 10 weeks later, and it makes me very sad, because it's like there's just so much potential that was just instantly snuffed out and lost in that moment, and I really hope that is not the case with this, and I feel like it's very symbolic as well if this series survives, because obviously the story is about a flame that, never goes out, and then the character at the end of the chapter was literally about to have his flame snuffed out, aka like life, and he breathed life into it, and obviously it sparked back up, and he was able to win. I hope that it's symbolic, and that that message within the manga also applies to the author, and that the author is able to have a series survive and not get axed in Weekly Shonen Jump. I am definitely going to be following this manga as it progresses. I might cover it weekly, depending on where it goes. But I will say, if you are interested in reading this, I highly recommend it. Great first chapter, great art, insane art, honestly. I understand that the first chapter might be better than most chapters going forward for at least a while, because obviously there was a lot more time to craft and cook on this chapter for the author instead of a weekly format, but even then, the art is very impressive for a first chapter. Not a lot of manga, even with their first chapters, even come close to some of the good quality artwork that this has, so I do think that there is so much potential here, just even in the art department as well. But okay, thank you so much for watching. May all of you have a fantastic day or night wherever you live. Be safe, stay healthy. Chibi out.
That was kind of interesting. I was interested because I saw the art and I was like, this looks reminiscent of Red Hood. And I was like, oh snap, it's the same person who made Red Hood made this. And then Chibi talked about it. I was like, that's crazy. Let's go. I'm actually kind of happy I clicked on it now. That's kind of awesome, not gonna lie. Could be like, I wish there was a little bit more content on that, but like, yeah, it is what it is though. What if it was in Shibuya's? What if he was in the incident? Would he have stopped it? Maybe.
What if Yuta had been present for the Shibuya incident? How might things have changed? Shout out to Angel for asking me about this, and let's talk about it. Alright, this is a really fun hypothetical that I've enjoyed toying around with, and I even was speaking in the Discord with some of you guys about this and what your ideas would be for if Yuta was there. And shout out to the Discord, by the way. If you're not already a part of it, come join us there, hang out, talk nerdy stuff. But the point is, there's a million different ways Yuta being in Shibuya could go, depending on who we're going to place him with, which encounter he's going to run into, because Shibuya has so many different pockets of things happening all at once that, you know, even if Yuta's there, he can't be everywhere at once, right? So it really depends on which path we want to put him on. So all that to say is that there's a ton of different ways this could go, but I'm going to hypothetically talk about what I think would realistically happen. Okay, first of all, I think all of the Gojo stuff plays out exactly the same, regardless of if Yuta is there or not. Even if we want to say that Yuta was on high alert and really worried for Gojo because of the fact that he was specifically called for, you know, like they said, bring Gojo, and the barrier would only let him in, right? So even if Yuta was like, I don't trust this, something's wrong, he's still Gojo, he's gonna go by himself. He fights best alone, and again, the barrier was designed that way, right? So I still think Gojo goes alone down to that basement, which means he ends up getting sealed just like he did. So really from here is where things could go a million different ways, because it's at this point that, you know, Jogo, Mahito, and Choso leave the basement to go look for Yuji, and all of the different groups of sorcerers are investigating around Shibuya. So how does Yuta fit into this, and who is he going to run into? Well, personally, I don't think it makes sense to place Yuta in any one of those sorcerer teams because he's just so strong. So I feel like it would be too lopsided of a power thing. And really, I think they would probably just send Yuta on his own because he is special grade, right? So I feel like him and Rika would be a group in and of themselves, and they could cover more ground that way.
That makes sense.
So realistically, I think Yuta by himself is wandering around Shibuya just looking for something, trying to figure out what's going on here. And who we want to have him run into is really just a matter of preference. But personally, I think things would go down like this. Up until the moment where Gojo gets sealed, nothing really monumental happens with the other people. It's all like small fry stuff because Kinjaku and the Disaster Curses are all dealing with Gojo, right? So Yuji is then the one that actually finds out Gojo has been sealed, thanks to Mekamaru, right? It's at this point that he goes up to the roof and screams for Nanami and that Gojo has been sealed. I would assume that Yuta would have heard this scream as well, because pretty much everyone in the vicinity did. And as soon as Yuta hears that, I think he tries to make a beeline for whoever this is to find out more. So that means we would now have Nanami, Megami, Ino, and Yuta all converging onto Yuji's location, at which point he would fill them all in on what Mekamaru had told him about Gojo being sealed and about Geto being back. And Geto being back, in particular, would incense Yuta even further, right? Yuta's main objective is going to be Gojo because he cares about him, but now it would doubly be so, right? Because you would want to figure out just what was going on there. And in this scene, we know that Nanami, as the high-ranking grade 1 sorcerer, was like, there are some things that only I can request. Now, obviously, Yuta is special grade, but I still think Nanami has like more seniority and as the adult would be the one to split off to go try and take care of things, just like he did in the original timeline, where he left Ino in command of Yuji and Megami, with their job being to find a way to take down this barrier so that they could go try and help Gojo. So I think Yuta would now be a part of this squad as well, and he would honestly be the one in charge as special grade. So now we've got these 4 roaming off to go deal with this barrier, which means that all 4 of them will now be there for this rooftop battle against Granny, Grandson, and
Oh, that would have been
Inverse
interesting.
Mustache Guy.
No, that would have been interesting because if that happened, then we would actually see the actual interaction more between Megami's father.
And Yuta being here drastically changes this fight. They
Yes.
destroy these two easily, to the point where I don't think the Granny ever even gets the opportunity to summon Toji, which vastly changes things down the line. So I think they deal
Yeah.
with these two,
That might happen.
destroy the barrier, and Ino never gets messed up from Toji, which means that Megami doesn't have to take Ino to go get help, which originally left Yuji by himself to go to the train station to try and help Gojo. Now we still have all 4 of them going down there together. However, unfortunately, I think that means that Naobito, Maki, and Nanami all get killed by Dagon, because in this timeline there is no Megami that's going to show up and try to help interfere,
and there's no
domain
Toji
expansion, turning off the sure hit. But even if we want to say these 3 could somehow survive Dagon's full domain expansion,
Brightroclose says good afternoon,
oh,
everyone.
You came at the right time, my friend. Okay, let me pull it back for you, just for you, because this will be interesting. I know you. I don't know if you was watching the entire time. Were you watching the entire time, Bri, or you just came in? This is something I think you would enjoy listening to, because this is an interesting topic.
Brightroclose says I just got here.
All right, so we're gonna pull it back.
Had been present for the Shibuya incident, how might things have changed? Shout out to Angel for asking me about this, and let's talk about it. All right, this is a really fun hypothetical that I've enjoyed toying around with, and I even was speaking in the Discord with some of you guys about this and what your ideas would be for if Yuta was there. And shout out to the Discord, by the way. If you're not already a part of it, come join us there, hang out, talk nerdy stuff. But the point is, there's a million different ways Yuta being in Shibuya could go, depending on who we're going to place him with, which encounter he's going to run into, because Shibuya has so many different pockets of things happening all at once that, you know, even if Yuta's there, he can't be everywhere at once, right? So it really depends on which path we want to put him on. So all that to say is that there's a ton of different ways this could go, but I'm going to hypothetically talk about what I think would realistically happen. Okay, first of all, I think all of the Gojo stuff plays out exactly the same, regardless of if Yuta is there or not. Even if we want to say that Yuta was on high alert and really worried for Gojo because of the fact that he was specifically called for, you know, like they said, bring Gojo, and the barrier would only let him in, right? So even if Yuta was like, I don't trust this, something's wrong, he's still Gojo, he's gonna go by himself. He fights best alone, and again, the barrier was designed that way, right? So I still think Gojo goes alone down to that basement, which means he ends up getting sealed just like he did. So really from here is where things could go a million different ways, because it's at this point that, you know, Jogo, Mahito, and Choso leave the basement to go look for Yuji, and all of the different groups of sorcerers are investigating around Shibuya. So how does Yuta fit into this, and who is he going to run into? Well, personally, I don't think it makes sense to place Yuta in any one of those sorcerer teams, because he's just so strong. So I feel like it would be
best be by himself.
Too lopsided of a power thing. And really, I think they would probably just send Yuta on his own, because he is special grade, right? So I feel like him and Rika would be a group in and of themselves, and they could cover more ground that way. So realistically, I think Yuta by himself is wandering around Shibuya just looking for something, trying to figure out what's going on here. And who we want to have him run into is really just a matter of preference. But personally, I think things would go down like this. Up until the moment where Gojo gets sealed, nothing really monumental happens with the other people. It's all like small fry stuff, because Kinjaku and the disaster curses are all dealing with Gojo, right? So Yuji is then the one that actually finds out Gojo has been sealed, thanks to Mekamaru, right? It's at this point that he goes up to the roof and screams for Nanami and that Gojo has been sealed. I would assume that Yuta would have heard this scream as well, because pretty much everyone in the vicinity did. And as soon as Yuta hears that, I think he tries to make a beeline for whoever this is to find out more. So that means we would now have Nanami, Megami, Ino, and Yuta all converging onto Yuji's location, at which point he would fill them all in on what Mekamaru had told him about Gojo being sealed and about Geto being back. And Geto being back in particular would incense Yuta even further, right? Yuta's main objective is going to be Gojo because he cares about him, but now it would doubly be so, right? Because he would want to figure out just what was going on there. And in this scene, we know that Nanami, as the high-ranking grade 1 sorcerer, was like, there are some things that only I can request. Now, obviously, Yuta is special grade, but I still think Nanami has like more seniority and as the adult would be the one to split off to go try and take care of things, just like he did in the original timeline, where he left Ino in command of Yuji and Megami, with their job being to find a way to take down this barrier so that they could go try and help Gojo. So I think Yuta would now be a part of this squad as well, and he would honestly be the one in charge as special grade. So now we've got these 4 roaming off to go deal with this barrier, which means that all 4 of them will now be there for this rooftop battle against Granny, Grandson, and Inverse Mustache Guy. And Yuta being here drastically changes this fight. They destroy these two easily, to the point where I don't think the Granny ever even gets the opportunity to summon Toji, which vastly changes things down the line. So
I think so,
they
yeah.
deal with these two, destroy the barrier, and Ino never gets messed up from Toji, which means that Megami doesn't have to take Ino to go get help, which originally left Yuji by himself to go to the train station to try and help Gojo. Now, we still have all 4 of them going down there together. However, unfortunately, I think that means that Naobito, Maki, and Nanami all get killed by Dagon, because in this timeline, there is no Megami that's going to show up.
And there's no Toji that pops in to go and take out this fish man
and try to help interfere with his domain expansion, turning off the sure hit. But even if we want to say these 3 could somehow survive Dagon's full domain expansion, there's no Toji showing up to help them kill Dagon. So I think all 3 of them are cooked. And then because we know Jogo ends up in that part of town as well, I think we can safely assume that the group of Yuta, Yuji, Megami, and Ino will not cross paths with him. Which means that our next big encounter is going to be against Choso, because we know that he was down there in the train station, and as soon as he sees Yuji come down, it's going to be on site, just like it was in the original timeline. Except now, it's 4v1, right? Because
Okay,
Megami, Ino,
he's
and
not
Yuta
making
are
out of
also
this.
there.
There's no way he's making out of this. I'll be surprised if he does, unless he figured out that they're his little brother within that time of that fight, which I doubt he will. I doubt that, unless he gets some flashbacks instantly within the fight before that happens, or at least within the fight, and then he somehow at the last second says, "I'm your brother."
Retroclose says easy win.
Yeah, it's an easy win, yeah. But like, if you think about it, if he stops and says, "You know what? I'm having some flashbacks. Let's not do this. I think you're my brother." I think that would change everything from that point. That would be 5e against whoever curses they come across.
However, the mission isn't to deal with Choso, nor is it to get distracted. So I think once they pick up on the fact that Choso, like, in particular, has it out for Yuji, Yuji is going to say, like, Yuta, like, you keep going, like, we can deal with this. And maybe they would split 2 and 2, because, you know, Yuta still is going to want to focus on Gojo. I mean, everyone's focus is Gojo. They realize how important he is. But also, Yuta hearing about Geto being back, like, that's going to be his main focus. So when Yuji tells him that, especially Yuji, a guy he doesn't really know at this point, I think Yuta will go on ahead. So probably Yuta and Megami will continue on, while Yuji and Ino stay back and try to deal with Choso. So now here's where things start to get interesting, because Yuji put up a pretty good fight against Choso by himself, but he did lose. So how much does Ino change this, right? Because Ino might just get taken off the board immediately, because Ino is not as fast or as durable as Yuji. So Choso might just be able to piercing blood him, like, instantly. And if nothing else, the toxicity of Choso's blood is going to put both Ino and Yuji on a ticking clock, right? So even if we want to say that Yuji and Ino win, they're still going to be looking in pretty rough shape afterwards, I think. And what do we know is that Jogo eventually comes on down here because he's the one to find Yuji's unconscious body. So that means even if Ino and Yuji win, they now have to face down Jogo, somebody who they have no shot against. So unfortunately, I think this is where Ino dies if he hasn't already. And
maybe it's just me.
Will Frawl asks, is that you on the corner?
No, maybe it's just me, but when I think about
Will
it,
Frawl said, why is there another video?
I'm just reacting to it. The thing is, like, if it, like, this guy brought up this conversation, I wanted to hear it, and it's really interesting. The thing is now, if that's the case, I don't know, it's just me, but, like, it feels like, I think the way the show was written makes me feel like, in a weird way, that that Jogo comes off as weak, but maybe because we saw him go against Gojo at the time. So it gave you a weird sense of like he's strong, but he's not like he's a threat, but he's not a threat. You know what I'm saying? Compared to the other curses, right? So the fight between like Gojo and Jogo, it just felt very like one sided. So like when
Silver Comet said, tell me thought process art.
to a degree, like seeing Jogo fight like Yuta, you kind of feel like that Yuta's gonna win to a degree, even though he said that he had no chance. I don't feel like he wouldn't have no chance, though. He might still get roughed
Mike
up.
has said, hi Silver.
Yeah, pretty bad matchup. Do you think so? You think so? Do you think Yuta will lose? I don't know. I think he would win, but it depends on
Silver
how
Comet
roughed
said,
up he
Gojo
is.
makes him seem weak. Against
Yeah.
anyone else, he is a genuine threat.
Really? Okay. So, like, do you think he would defeat Yuta though? Because I don't know. That's
Silver
weird
Comet
one.
said, hi Mike.
Because given that he has hey Mike, the way that he has like his special grade powers and how his powers work, so like it just makes me think that he might have a chance to at least hold his own against Jogo. But then again, I don't know. It's weird because the way
Brightro
they
Close says, no, I'm saying that Jago had bad matchups.
yeah,
Silver
because
Comet said, gotta think about Jogo and Yuta.
like maybe it's just me. Maybe it's the way they presented it to a degree because like he fought Gojo, who was way stronger than him. Then he fought Sukuna too. So it just felt like what Bryce said, bad matchups. Like it just makes him feel like he's weak, but he's really not at the same time. I don't know, it's weird.
Jogo's not going to kill Yuji because they need him for Sukuna. So I think Jogo just finishes off Yuji.
Brightro Close says Yuta with everyone else definitely.
Just like he did
Silver
in
Comet
the
said, in a
original
battle of
timeline,
domains, Jogo
awakening
domain
Sukuna.
could beat Yuta's.
Meanwhile, Yuta and Megami are going
Makes
to run
sense.
into Mahito. And this fight is just crazy because I don't know how this would go, honestly. There are so many moving parts and variables to this, like whose domain is more refined, if we even want to say that Yuta at this point in the story has his domain, because if we insert him into Shibuya,
Silver
that
Comet
means he's
said,
not
so in
off
this case,
training,
it might
right?
depend
And
on
that
who can
training might have
regenerate the
been
most.
where he developed.
He said, wait, hold on. Let me see. He said, so in this case, it might depend on who can regenerate the most. The
domain. But let's just say he has one, right? I would imagine that Mahito's is likely more refined given his experience in the way he emulated Gojo's 0.2-second domain expansion. But he did that because he hit some black flashes, right? Which he really only did because Yuji was there motivating him. So like what all happens in this version of the fight? Is the domain used?
Silver Comet
And
said his
honestly, I
unlimited
think
blade
Yuta
works
would
as
be
mine
doing his
for the
absolute
taking.
best to hold on to his domain and his 5-minute timer with Rika, knowing that he might have to fight Geto, somebody who has presumably just come back and conquered Gojo to some extent, right? So Yuta probably wants to have that weapon in his back pocket. But even everything else aside, they can't really damage Mahito, right? The only way they're going to have even potentially would be Yuta's RCT. But I don't think that's a reliable way to deal with him because I think he will just idle transfigure to negate that as well. So really their only win con against him is to completely deplete him of cursed energy, which is an incredibly tall order. So I think this fight goes very, very badly for Yuta and Megami, especially a Yuta that's not wanting to activate full Rika, right? So I think ultimately what happens here is Megami realizes what's up. He knows who Mahito is based on what Yuji told him, and knows that they don't really have a way to hurt this guy. Meaning Maharaga is going to be their only chance here. And I think Megami probably lies to Yuta, because I don't think Yuta is going to know what Maharaga is or the full nuance of the 10 Shadows.
Uriel Flores Jr. said draw Oswald, the lucky rabbit as Felix the cat, please.
Let's see. But, like, that's weird. That's weird. That's weird. I think he would. I don't think he's lying. I think that's true. I think Megami would do that. He would bring Magaraga out, because didn't he use it against Didn't he use it against that that SpongeBob looking character? I think that was stabbing him up, if I remember right. The one with the knife.
Brightroclose says yes.
So if he would use it on someone like that, and he was not like that of a threat, but he had luck, he had the same power of like Domino from like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, or the Marvel Universe. He had like the power of luck or something, or fortune. So if Megami would use it on him, then most likely he would use it on someone like Akito. That would make sense. At least that would make more sense, given that the situation within that. Yeah.
So Megami is gonna be like, hey, like I got this. Do not worry. Like you keep going. Go free Gojo. I got this. I promise. And he's gonna summon Maharaga, and he's sending Yuta away because he does want Yuta to go help Gojo, but he also doesn't want to kill Yuta because Megami is just sacrificing himself, just like he did against Haruta in the original timeline. Meanwhile, Sukuna will have now awakened and taken over Yuji's body, and I think that he will make that same deal with Jogo, meaning the Jogo and Sukuna fight is going to take place just like it did in the original timeline. However, to make things a bit spicier this time around, I think Dagon will have met up with them at this point as well, after Dagon killed Naobito, Nanami, and...
We got raid. Raid. Let's go.
Just followed.
Hey,
official said be a
thank you for the raid.
Today by using commands like /donation. Stream
Thank
Elements
you.
said thank you for following Inappropriate Drew Smile.
Thank you.
Brightroclose says let's
go.
Said sorry for the TTS spam.
Oh
Didn't know
no,
about
no,
that.
no, no.
Confident
Sorry, you're
said
fine. I didn't think I don't have a lot of people come and watch me on Twitch anymore like that. I don't. So for you to even do that, that was really nice. Thank you. I was like, wait, where is that coming from? I was like, wait, that's away from Twitch. Thank you. I appreciate it, Drew. I do. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you had an awesome stream. Aw, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it.
Kafim Sedu, of course, Kafim Heart.
Aw, thank you. I hope you had an awesome stream. What did you stream today? Thank you. Because we're streaming on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch.
Karma Chameleon said hi raiders and welcome to the stream.
Thank you. It means a lot. Thank you.
Kafim said thank you. It was good. I was working on a commission.
Ooh, what was the commission about? Was it something original? Or was it like fan art?
Maki. So now it will be a 2v1 with Jogo and Dagon versus Sukuna, but he's still going to make really short work of them. And then, just like in the original timeline, Sukuna is going to sense Maharaga being summoned. And I think this largely plays out the exact same way it did in the original, with Sukuna swooping in order to save...
Yeah, I'm just doing some quick, like, sketching.
Kafim said a client sock with a so it's half original, half fan art.
Client OC. Oh, okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I love to hear that. Oh, I gotta get more work in when it comes to my commissions with the VTubers, but like.
Kafim said read Povianapog.
So like right now we're just doing quick sketches, and then I'm gonna jump on doing some Rebo animatics. But I was doing some studies and stuff and teaching my students and stuff like that. And earlier we was working. Well, not today, but I was working on this PNG tuber for a Transformers client. They wanted me to make a PNG of this. Yeah.
Kafim said that's nice.
Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty good. So yeah, we're just working on I'm just trying to get the muscles in, and then we'll get into doing the animatics. But I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm just doing some quick sketching, and we're just having conversation about this dude here on YouTube we found, and he was giving a synopsis of what will happen if Yuta from JJK was in the Shibuya incident, if you're familiar with JJK. If you're not, then that's perfectly fine, but that's just the gif of it, so.
Megami, except now instead of saving Haruta, he's saving Mahito so that Maharaga can't kill him and in the ritual, right? And I do think their fight would have like exploded out of the train station so they could have had the massive destruction out in Shibuya, like in the original timeline.
Oh yeah, gotta give it a try.
And Sukuna will obviously destroy Maharaga.
Yeah.
And the question here then becomes, does Sukuna kill Mahito the same way he did Haruta? And I think that he won't, because he does kind of have, on some level, some respect for Mahito's mindset and his strength. So I think he will spare Mahito for now. Meanwhile, Yuta will make his way down to the basement where he finds Kenjaku still waiting with the prison realm. And Kenjaku would have presumably just had forced Mei and Wee to teleport out to Malaysia. And here we would get an incredible encounter, like a true, like narrative full circle moment with this spiritual rematch between Yuta and Geto, except Kenjaku, right? Like Yuta and Rika versus a full power Kenjaku with all of his cursed spirits. Like, I think this would be such an
I'll give you a follow.
fight,
No, can I give you a follow?
I think it spells doom for Yuta. I don't think he has
gotta give you a follow
against Kenjaku. At this point in the story, he doesn't have his towing game experience. He doesn't have his hypothetical training in Africa with Miguel.
Just
here. He also obviously doesn't have swap training. Like,
thank you.
This
I will follow you back. I
promise.
No, I'll do it now. Let me get my phone.
Against Kenjaku, I think
I don't want
he just loses the domain clash straight up due to refinement. But even in the most charitable of worlds, where we want to say they're equal, and so they continue to fight within the domains, Yuta just doesn't have that many good techniques in his roster at this point in the story. So I think Kenjaku, after a great fight, if we want to call it that, ultimately kills Yuta. And from here, I think the broad strokes would play out the same in order to set up the rest of Jujutsu Kaisen. I think Yuji would retake over Sukuna, still in the presence of Mahito, which would basically launch them immediately into their fight, with Mahito kind of like laughing at Yuji, trying to wrestle with what the hell he had just done, basically kicking him at his lowest, just like had happened in the original. Hopefully Toto would still find him wherever they happen to be, and then that fight would play out largely the same, with Mahito then running into Kenjaku, coming off of killing Yuta, absorbing Mahito, and then using him to set off the actual culling games. I'm sitting here laughing because, like, I didn't intend for this to be so dark. Like, I didn't have this all plotted out before making this video. I was just like developing it in the moment as we went along with the hypothetical. And here we are at the end with Yuta in Shibuya ending up far worse for everybody, because things still ultimately kind of ended up at the same status quo.
Oh no ideas. These are sketches for just getting the hands all warmed up so we can do some animatics. I don't know if it's going to be repo focused, but if it is, then it is. But if it's not, then I have some ideas of some One Piece stuff, or some Dragon Ball stuff, or some Demon Slayer stuff. I haven't done that in a while.
12 additional people died. So yeah, I didn't intend to do that, but I feel like with the pieces set up in this way, this could be a likely outcome. But, you know, just one guy's opinion. I'm sure we could cook up a million scenarios where Yuta being there would save everyone. But this was a fun little exercise. Y'all be sure to let me know your thoughts on this what if scenario. But while we're still here today, I've gotten a few other questions about Yuta and Rika, so I want to tackle those really quick. And first up, I got a couple of fun theories from Kraft about Yuta. And the first is that he thinks that Yuta always had Rika, and that basically he previously had a Shikigami that was tied to his innate technique, but when the whole Rika thing happened, he basically, as part of cursing her or whatever, combined her soul with that Shikigami, which then created the Rika as we understand her, which is also why when Rika passed on at the end of Jujutsu Kaisen 0, we have this Rika that persisted. And I think this is a cool kind of like headcanon way to kind of make it make sense that Yuta still has Rika, but I would say I doubt that this is like the actual canon of what Gege had intended, because largely I don't think there was an actual intention from Gege. Just because Jujutsu Kaisen 0 was written first as a one-shot, I don't think he ever planned on like needing to have a way to bring Rika back into the story, which is why, you know, we just kind of got this weird pseudo Shikigami version of her. But again, I think this is a cool way to kind of like fix that loophole and make it make sense. And then along this exact same line of trying to kind of fix these pseudo plot holes from JJK Zero, Kraft also says that he thinks Geto might have had a domain and RCT back in Zero, but we didn't see him use it because he was worried the domain would have killed Rika. And obviously Geto's entire goal was to capture Rika to add her to his army, right? So again, I think you've found an interesting way to kind of...
Did Geto always had a domain expansion? I mean, did he always have that? I thought it was incomplete.
Cover up this pseudo plot hole, but I don't think this was the actual intention. I think just because, again, JJK Zero was written first, as a one-shot, and it was written before Gege even came up with the idea for domain expansions. So I don't think Geto had one, and I don't think he had...
Brightroclose says no.
Kraft says that maybe he was just out of cursed energy.
You too!
Talk more eventually, Kafim Heart.
No problem.
Brightroclose said no.
You can always find me on Instagram and TikTok and all that stuff, but I appreciate it. Thank you. It really means a lot for you to actually send a raid. I really appreciate it. I will repay you for that.
Lily
That's
said
awesome.
I only watched the first 21 episodes, lol.
Okay, but thank you, Cal. I appreciate it very much. So
he like needed to heal himself and couldn't, just because I think that RCT, especially back then, was an insanely rare feat. So I think Geto is just a victim of the power scaling of JJK blowing up after JJK Zero. I don't think he had a domain or RCT
said, of course.
Ultimately.
But
hug. Again, this is an interesting way to kind of like retroactively fix the canon, because I do think Geto, as a special grade sorcerer, probably should have had a domain expansion and would have had Gege had the idea.
Jernay says hello.
Finally, on Yuta, I got this question from Ness, but this question does contain spoilers, so for any anime onlys, head on out. But Ness...
Oh no, I'm jumping out. I'm jumping out. I'm sorry, guys. Gotta stop this one. I don't want to ruin it for myself. No, it's not the far end. There's only like literally a minute.
Brightroclose says lol.
There's only 30 seconds left. I'm not even gonna ruin it for myself. Hell no.
Brightroclose says it mono. Mono, hi mono.
Okay, one of you to listen to Shibuya.
Mono / said it Brightroclose.
Jernay says it Brightroclose hi Bri.
Let me see this one.
Jernay says hi Teach.
Hey Mono, what's going on, bro?
Why is everyone saying this is the next Gojo? This is Discaris, the strongest character in Shonen Jump's new big manga Ichi the Witch. She recently showed off a bunch of busted abilities against the big bad of the series, to which everyone jumped on Twitter to declare her status as the next Gojo. Which is funny because I completely missed it. Like, they're both the strongest character, but Gojo is straight up broken, whereas Discaris is really strong, but not like infinity strong. Plus, there's a lot more to Discaris that you don't really see in Gojo. But clearly this shows there is a lot more to the strongest trope than being OP. If that's the case, then obviously there must be something about this trope that makes it a lot smarter than people give it credit for. I mean, it produces some of the best characters in every anime, so clearly there's a lot more to this trope under the surface. That's why in this video, I'd like to examine some of the best examples of the strongest trope, discuss the 3 things that
Jernay says sketching
have in common, and explain why this brainless trope always hits. Now, before I get to some examples, I want to make sure we're clear on who does and who doesn't fit into this trope. Because this trope has a few different names, like the strongest character or the broken character. So when everyone likes to label any character with
Jernay says cool.
It tends to inflate the meaning. Obviously, there's no official definition, but the best definition goes something like this. The strongest is a trope, where you have a character that is objectively the strongest character in the story and is not the main character or the villain. So obviously Gojo is a great example of this because he is the strongest character in Jujutsu Kaisen. Sukuna is probably stronger without getting into spoilers, but he's the villain. Another example would be Benimaru. Benimaru is objectively the strongest member of the Fire Force, but he's not the main character. I'm gonna say say more on this later in the video because it might seem like an arbitrary limit, but the reason we have these modifiers is pretty simple. Main characters need goals, so if they start out as the strongest, then that kinda kills the point of having goals.
Jernay says strongest and still getting broke in half like a Snicker bar.
So they occupy a narrative role that is clearly different than that of the actual strongest character. Sort of like Aizen versus Yamamoto. Anyway, there's a bunch of variations, but the idea is that this is a character that is absurdly strong at the start of the story and almost always catches W's. Obviously, it's a fun trope because, you know, big characters go bold. Now, one problem you run into with this trope is that it's very easy for it to be brainless. In fact, it's usually just plain stupid to have a character like this. Because if you have a character that is so absurdly strong, stronger than the villain, then odds are this character kind of breaks the entire story and its power system. Actually, this is exactly what happened with Gojo. Akutami wanted to make a fun character, but he ended up making Gojo so strong that every arc had to deal with his power. So the question is, why do we like this trope when it's kind of dumb to use it and will probably ruin the story? The simple answer is because it's fun. Having a character like Gojo creates a power fantasy that lets us shut off our brains. Now, real quick before I say anything else, make sure to join the channel if you're enjoying the video. You get custom badges and emojis to show off in our weekly live streams, and you can pick which series I talk about next. But like I was saying, with a character like Gojo, it does seem dumb to have a character that essentially breaks the story, but that's kind of the point. Part of the fun of having a character like Gojo is that we can
Jernay says it's late so I will go, just came to say hello.
Alright,
The best example is when he fights Toji. Normally, Toji should be the hero of the fight. He's got no powers and he fights people with preparation, like Batman. Well, that's not entirely true, he's still really strong, but you know what I mean. But Gojo is the hero of that fight. He starts out
Brightroclo says
strong,
it mono, mono GN mono.
but then lets go of his hesitations and goes full god mode, which leads to his iconic scene where he declares that he alone is the honored one, and then proceeds to
Jernay
completely
says GN
outlast
everyone.
Toji. By all means, Toji should have won because he was the smarter character, and it was a classic David versus Goliath moment. But you root for Gojo because he just gets stronger and beats Toji with raw power. It's a power fantasy because we can root for a character with insane power that drops quotes so hard that they become instant memes. Which is exactly why his whole "nah, I'd win" moment went even more viral. So sure, Gojo probably breaks Jujutsu Kaisen, but we don't care. It's kind of dumb to have him in the story, but you're essentially trading normal logic for pure hype and aura. Does it make perfect sense? Not really. But these characters are always fun. So clearly it's worth the trade-off, and that's the genius of having a character like Gojo. But like I mentioned before, Gojo isn't necessarily the strongest character in Jujutsu Kaisen. For example, someone like Takaba could arguably beat Gojo in a one-on-one fight. In that case, doesn't that render everything I just said about Gojo completely pointless? Well, no. Gojo might not be completely invincible, but the characters that fall under the strongest trope are so beyond busted that it's almost guaranteed that they'll win every time. The reason Takaba isn't considered the strongest like Gojo is because he's what you might call a gimmick character. He has one ability that is really strong under very specific conditions. In his case, he only wins if he actually uses his imagination to its full potential. It's the same reason you never really see Elastic Man beat Superman. Gear 5th is kind of a gimmick as well, because it's not so much the power of this transformation that's scary as it is the fact that Luffy just turns everything into a cartoon. Whereas gimmick characters have one weird power that kind of breaks the rules, the strongest characters use a ton of different broken abilities while playing by the same rules as everyone else. For example, let's look at Magic the Gathering. And in case you don't know or don't care about Magic, I'm gonna make this short and sweet. There's a card called Goblin Game that basically makes you hide stuff behind your back, and if the opponent loses this weird mini game, they lose a bunch of life. That is a gimmick. It's weird and it can win you games, but it's not a guarantee. The strongest would be something like Ulamog the Defiler. He makes you get rid of half your cards, is basically impossible to target, gets an instant power boost. and he immediately destroys a bunch of your creatures before he even damages them. That's not a gimmick. That's just broken. But it's still within the rules of the game. Ulamog might be broken, but he has his limits. He costs a ton of mana, and there's still a bunch of fair ways to remove him. But because he's so impossibly strong, he's what you would call a win con. Basically, you play Ulamog, you win the game. It's the same with Gojo. Unless it's Sukuna, if you fight Gojo one-on-one, you're gonna lose. This is why it's so important that the strongest character is never the main character or main villain. In fighting games, you see people throw around the term honest character. So whereas some characters are overpowered to the point of being unfair, and some characters are strong but beat you with tricks, honest characters beat you fair and square. They beat you with straightforward, balanced abilities.
That's actually my first time hearing that term. Of all the times I played fighting games, that is the first time I ever heard that term.
Great example of this is My Hero Academia. Deku has a bunch of abilities, but they're all very straightforward. All for One is broken because he can just steal abilities and use every ability he wants. All Might is a broken character because while One for All is very straightforward in his case, it's so insanely strong that he overpowers every other character. If you put All Might in a fight, then he's going to win. He's a win con. But again, like we talked about, he's not beating you with tricks. He's not cheating. In fact, while All Might is busted, his power comes at a cost. In his case, the more he uses One for All, the more he damages himself and loses that power. He's not completely unfair like a villain, and he's not winning with weird powers like a gimmick character. The fun of watching All Might fights is that he beats his opponent with pure power and speed. He's so strong that every time he shows up, you know he's going to find a way to win. It's why his first fight against the Nomu is so good, and it's why his next fight against One for All is so inspiring. Even when he was backed into a corner, All Might still had the power to beat One for All. It's fun to root for All Might because he finds a way to win like he always does. But to that point, you might argue that it's not actually fun at all. Part of the fun of fights is not knowing who's going to win. It's why a lot of people don't like Luffy at first, because in early One Piece, he kind of wins all the time. With a character like All Might or Gojo that always wins, it shouldn't be fun to watch them if you already know what's going to happen. So the question is, why do we like this trope anyway? Now, I'm not gonna lie, this is why this trope is kinda dumb. Like, you know they're gonna do the same shit and you pretend like it's the first time you've ever seen it. Kinda like how John Cena can wave his hand in front of his face a million times, and I'll always lose my shit whenever he does it. Part of this trope is just, you know, don't fix what ain't broke. If it works, it works. But the other thing about this trope that people like to forget is that these kinds of characters don't always win. Like, they might win a lot of fights, but that doesn't mean they don't have their own problems. All Might be the #1 hero, but a bunch of his friends die. Like, a lot. Gojo goes through the same thing. He might be the strongest character, but he's not strong enough to protect Riko or save Geto. There's a trend where these characters have some sort of survivor's guilt, which influences their motivations. Not for every character, but it is a common trend. The point is that while they might be able to win every fight in the story, they usually have some kind of tragic backstory that keeps them humble. A great example of this in a newer gen manga would be Engine from Gachi Akuta. I don't know if he's like objectively the strongest or anything like that, but the dude feels like a win con. He hasn't lost a fight yet and gives off the kind of aura that he's the strongest. Plus, like Gojo, everyone looks up to him. But Engine isn't an arrogant character. He's probably the most chill character in the story. And while we don't know too much about him, we do get a hint of his motivation early in the story. There's a scene where he gives a motivational speech to Rudo about knowing your weaknesses, and he explains that part of growing up means learning what your limits are. In this scene, we get a hint that Engine might have a tragic
Brightroclose says
backstory where he
EHI
was
won't call
always
him up.
strong, but was humbled in a very painful
I won't
and
call him
depressing
OP?
way.
Okay.
And that's why he's so chill all the time, because he kind of learned his lesson the hard way. Again, still too early, but you can see how Engine might fall into this trope. It's why I've seen a few people call him the next Gojo. But of course, the character everyone is calling the next Gojo is the one, the only, Descaris. Now, there's a solid chance you haven't checked out Ichi the Witch yet, so let me just explain how broken she is. In Ichi, there's the big bad named the World Hater, which is only the sickest title ever. Anyway, he's really strong and can wipe out entire countries in the blink of an eye. After Ichi loses to the World Hater, Discaris shows up and
Brightreclose
fights
says
the World
everyone in
Hater
the
by
manga
herself.
seems about on the
Now,
same
like
level,
Gojo,
some a little stronger
Discaris
than
isn't
others.
afraid
I believe you, Bri. I believe you, bud. Because I know you've been reading the manga, so I believe your
to
judgment.
gloat. She tells the World Hater that she's everyone's favorite, uber-talented badass. And after saving Ichi, she unironically calls herself the greatest, most powerful witch. Clearly not that humble. The World Hater summons an army of magic monsters, but Discaris wipes them out when she summons her magic and rains down a storm of magic swords. Then after she traps the World Hater, she summons this owl dragon thing named Golconda to learn his secret weakness.
I'm
And
doing
when the World
sketches.
Hater asks how many magic monsters
Quick,
or
I'm doing quick
magics she
sketches.
owns, Discaris trolls him by saying, "Oops, were some of them your friends?" Basically, the endgame boss of Ichi showed up to kill everyone, but Discaris is
Brightreclose says I need to
She
catch
showed
up on
and
Ichi the
trolled him
Witch.
the entire fight. That's how broken she is. That being said, it's not like she's perfect. We find out soon after the fight that, like many of the other strongest characters, she has her own painful past. Later in the story, after we learn that Ichi has to sacrifice himself in order to eventually defeat the World Hater, Discaris tells us that she used to have a little brother, but for some unknown reason, her brother died when he was just a kid. Discaris is the greatest witch ever, but she couldn't protect her own brother.
Nope.
And now Ichi is under her protection, and even with all of her power, she can't do anything to stop him from sacrificing himself. So in her moment of self-pity and confusion, Discaris ponders what to do next as she drinks what is a slightly less than healthy amount of wine. The genius of Discaris' character is the irony. She's the strongest character in the story, minus the World Hater, but none of her powers can save the people she cares about. It's incredibly entertaining to watch her troll the big bad, but it's painfully tragic knowing that she has this guilt at the same time. It's because of this guilt that we get one of the best chapters I've seen in a new manga. In the next chapter, Discaris approaches Ichi and proposes that they—
Wait, hold on. I know someone said they want to catch up on this, so I'm going to probably fast forward a little bit on this. I think he's in spoiled territory. I'm going to stop that.
But I said nice drawing, but IGTG.
Alright, thank you.
Harm is that while she loves to gloat, Discaris is humbled by her survivor's guilt, and is motivated by her desire to protect the future for the people she cares about, even at the cost of her own life. And this is why the strongest characters are always fan favorites. They're kinda dumb because they usually break the story, but we don't care because they're the kings and queens of aura farming. They don't use gimmicks to win fights. They show up and overpower everyone every time. But it's something that is always fun to watch because you know it's always going to be hype. And more than anything else, we love these characters because they're secretly tragic. They are the heroes of their stories, but deep down, they feel like the biggest losers. And that's why Discaris is one of the best new characters in manga. She's badass, she trolls villains, she's a win con, but at the end of the day, she's a tragic character that can't save the people that matter the most, even with all of her broken abilities. And what's so great about her character is that this pain motivates her to mentor and guide Ichi and grow alongside him throughout the story. This is why Discaris has become such a popular character in such a short amount of time. But it just goes to show why this trope always makes the absolute best characters. But maybe I'm wrong. What do you think about this trope? How does Discaris compare to other characters? Share your thoughts and see what everyone else has to say down in the comments. I'll pick my favorite and share it as comment of the week on my community tab. And don't forget to become a channel member. You'll get exclusive badges and emojis, you can pick which series I cover next, and you can get credited in future videos. Also check out my other anime and manga discussions, which you can find in the playlist linked right here. Until then, thank you for watching, and I hope to hear from you soon.
Interesting. Let's go on to the next one. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let me see. How a manga about. Wait, what? I don't know. Should I do a video? I don't know. I don't know, boy. That might get me in trouble. I don't know. Let's do it. Like, how bad is it? Like, I wanna like. Everything I'm saying is about this video entertainment purposely, heavily spoilers. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna jump on that. Because it says, it's literally, the video's called
Rytroclose says, wait, what?
It's called How a Manga About Gooning Changed My Life. I don't think this is a good idea. I kind of want to play it, but I'm kind of scared to do it.
Lily said, what video? Loudly crying face emoji, folded hands
I'm scared to play it, but I want to play it. I want to play it, but I don't want to play it. Because I don't know how that's going to go. Oh god, that's going to go left. Why I like anime more than... Okay, that's much better. Let's go with that one. Okay, this is from Soak. Or the Soak? That's his name? The Soak? I don't know how I feel about that. This is from the Soak.
says, funny, I got recommended that video earlier today.
Oh my god, you did! Let's go! I might play it anyway. I don't know. I might hold it off. I might play it next after. I don't know. Shit. Okay, why I like anime more than Hollywood. I think we all know, but let's play why.
So I recently had a rather interesting experience. I went to the live-action Sailor Moon musical show. And as the title suggests, this was a theater performance based on the classic 90s anime.
Rytroclose says, yeah, we know
but
why.
With lots of singing and dancing instead. It was camp, it was over the top, it made very little sense, and it was very, very fun. But it made me realize something. It made me realize what's special about anime to me. Now, I've never seen the original Sailor Moon anime, and I still really enjoyed the show. But equally interesting to me was watching the audience and how much it all meant to them. While I was recording the performance, I inadvertently caught this really sweet human moment that I kind of want to talk to you about. The performers were doing a sort of post-credit celebration, and the actors for the Sailor Guardians were walking through the crowd to greet people. I was in the standing section, so I was a little bit away from them. I want you to take a look at these two women in the back just being so excited to be here. And in particular, I love their reaction when they're greeted by none other than Sailor Moon. You can see them excitedly waving, and then after she passes, they turn to each other to almost squeal in mutual joy like, oh my god, I can't believe it. Now, as you can maybe tell, these are adult women, probably in their 30s, although hopefully that's not offensively wrong. And still, their excitement is so genuine and so childlike. I say childlike because firstly, it feels rare for adults to feel comfortable to just express genuine excitement about things. Just our societal conditioning teaches us to temper most emotions.
That and I'm not gonna lie, I think in Japanese or just Asian society that's frowned upon to be so, like, you know, childlike at a certain age. I think it's even like still is frowned upon even if you're still like a teenager. You're supposed to act a specific way. And I get it, but then again, it's like, especially if it's like a convention or movie or something, you're not supposed to be over the top in what you're into, because you still have to show that decorum. So it's like, yeah, I get what he's talking about.
Especially happiness, and especially in front of others. But childlike also because you can practically see their inner children bursting with joy. And this helped me realize that this is part of what makes anime so special. They are earnest. And in that earnesty, they allow us to be in touch with our emotions in a way that so much other media blocks us from doing. This is not exclusive to anime by any means, but the show was silly, goofy, and didn't have an ounce of cynicism in it. And all too often, when I watch Western TV shows and Hollywood movies, it's like they're afraid of being honest and emotional, so often that I'm left feeling equally emotionally devoid. So if you'll indulge me, I'd like to talk to you about this special quality of anime, of earnestness, and why for me, it makes them so much more appealing than most things I watch in Western media. Now, so that we're clear about what I mean in this video, let me actually define what earnest means, and we can go from there. When you Google the definition, it describes it as the following: resulting from or showing sincere or intense conviction. The Cambridge English Dictionary also adds that there's an element of seriousness to it. Now obviously anime are not serious in the way that a crime drama might be. But to me, anime falls somewhere in the mix of all these words. They are sincere in that they really mean what they say, and serious in that they're not trying to be self-deprecating or meta, but told seriously within the confines of their story world, and very rarely in a meta way that tries to remind you that this is a piece of fiction that you're watching. All the actions and emotions depicted are done so with full belief that these are genuinely what these characters want to do and feel. To better understand what I mean, I want to show you some examples. And the best place to start, I think, is to show you something that I don't think is earnest. An example from a Marvel film. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not here to bash Marvel films, and if you're someone who enjoys them, that's totally valid as much as my enjoyment of anime is. But there's this scene from the latest Captain America film that, to me, encapsulates the difference in ideology behind anime and a lot of Western media. A few admin notes to get out the way: there will be spoilers ahead for anything discussed, including several mainstream anime, and I want to say here that I'm talking in huge generalizations.
Okay, I can't speak for the anime part, but we can definitely, I think most of us here who sits here and knows about Marvel Cinematic Universe and probably DC as well, the DCEU, anything called a spoiler is not a spoiler. It's just a big fucking nothing. Let's just call it for what it is. After Endgame and probably No Way Home, everything's a big fucking nothing.
Bright says lol.
And I guess Deadpool and Wolverine, but then again, it's like that's more of member berries type stuff. But well, I guess No Way Home did that at the far end, but you know what I'm saying. But
yes, I'm Lily.
No one gives a fuck.
Seen a single Marvel thing, lol.
I suggest if you Lily watch Marvel, watch from 2008's Iron Man, the beginning, and then stop at Endgame. You'll be fine. If you watch anything after Endgame, you will want to jump off a roof. I'm just telling you.
Anime is just an art form, so saying anime are like X and Western shows are like Y is just a massive oversimplification that will miss out a lot of nuance. There are of course anime that don't behave in this way that I'm describing, and Western shows that are very earnest, but I'm talking really big picture here, and so I'll be talking about mainstream anime in general, and to that end, I think comparing it to Marvel, which is about as mainstream as Hollywood films get, is a fair comparison. Now, in this scene from Captain America Brave New World, we have Anthony Mackie's character Sam, who has now assumed the role of the new Captain America, having previously been
Captain Black America. Or Captain Black American.
Yes, I'm Lily said no, you don't like new Marvel loudly crying face emoji.
Yeah, I don't. It's horrible.
The Falcon. By the start of the film, he's handed over the responsibility of being the Falcon to his friend Joaquin Torres, and this scene that we're going to discuss takes place after this new Falcon is severely...
See, the thing is, I don't know why they have to call him Captain America. Why don't we just call him Captain Falcon? Still don't understand that.
Bright Close says Captain Clarence.
Captain Clarence. I would just see that. I would call him Captain Falcon. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man.
Really injured in a fight. Sam is in the hospital, watching on as his friend's life is hanging in the balance, and he's not sure if he'll even survive. It's at this moment that Bucky
Bright
Barnes,
Close
the
says
Winter
there's a
Soldier,
Captain
arrives.
Falcon.
And as with all
you're
Marvel
talking about the
things,
DC
you need
one?
to understand
The blue
10
one?
other pieces of media
Oh
worth
wait,
of
no,
context,
Captain Falcon? No, I'm thinking of the Blue Falcon. I'm thinking differently, my bad.
which is that these two had their own TV show together and worked together as begrudging friends in the way that male heroes in Marvel films are. Also, that Bucky is now running for political office, and this will be relevant in a moment. Now, this scene begins earnestly. Sam hugs Bucky and tells him he's glad that he came. The two of them then have a heart-to-heart
says no,
about
the
the thing
racing
that's
one.
been bothering Sam lately, which is that he feels he's not good enough.
You're talking about Smash or F-Zero.
To be Captain America. Since he doesn't have superpowers, he's not sure he can measure up to Steve Rogers, the original super soldier Captain America. It's
Bright
at this point
Close
that Bucky
says yeah.
gives his wise advice to Sam and says that Sam is fit to be the new captain, and while Steve gave people something to look up to, he gives people something to aspire to, which is a nice sentiment, but the problem comes immediately after. And I'm gonna let this clip play out and you'll see what happens.
Let's see.
You give him something to aspire to. Did your speechwriters help you with that?
They did, yeah, the ending a little bit. Did you like it?
It was good. Solid B+.
That right there is the problem. That right there is the problem. That's the problem. Okay, the issue with this scene is that they're having a moment where it has to be pretty serious based on what Cap has put on as a mantle, right? As soon as Bucky said something that seems like very profound or something of wisdom that he said or done, they went to Marvel instantly and started make a joke out of it. Like, bro, that was not fucking serious. Come on, bro. Was that really serious? Oh, come on, man.
Plus emotional.
I had to do that fucking ad-libbing shit.
I felt it, but just enough. Yeah.
Right after something genuinely nice and earnest is said, the writers immediately have to undercut this by having there be a joke.
Yes,
and
what
not
the
just
fuck?
a joke.
That's why I don't like it. That's why.
That explicitly invalidates the earnestness of what was just said. And this approach to emotions is what I hate.
Okay,
Not just
this is equivalent on when, for those who watched the Loki, I think it was season 1 Loki, where throughout the entire Infinity Saga, when we found out that there was a employee at the TVA who had nothing but paperweight Infinity Stones in his desk. That is stupid. Like, bro, that you know what that just literally says to everyone to that point? That everything that every Marvel hero or even villain has sacrificed themselves for those things means absolutely nothing. It's a big nothing burger. Like, fuck you. That's what that is. Like, dude had like 7, 8, 20 of them or something in his desk. Just sitting there, using them as paperweights. And like, I think they even mentioned that like Loki was like, you literally have a bunch of Infinity Stones in your desk? He's like, yeah, I use them for paperweights. And you just look at yourself like, bro.
About Marvel films, but about the Marvelization of Western media in
That
general.
shit's crazy.
It's not just that Sam breaks the sincerity of the moment with a joke,
Disconnected again.
but the joke they make essentially reveals that what Bucky just said wasn't fully genuine. It was
Hold
something
on.
we're told
There we
his
go.
speechwriters wrote for
And it
him.
was played as a joke,
Meaning
too.
that not only was this not a spur-of-the-moment, heartfelt sentiment, but it wasn't even his sentiment. The conclusion we get from this is that someone else basically told Bucky to say this.
Yeah,
There's so
that's
much to
also
unpack about this, so bear with me while we do so. Now let's say you don't believe that we should take this interaction at face value. That Bucky actually didn't have his speechwriters write this, or that he just had to pretend they did so as to avoid being embarrassed by what he said. Even in that scenario, I hate the underlying sentiment behind this joke. Essentially, it boils down to the idea that people, but particularly men, can't express sincere emotion. We have here a guy whose closest friend is possibly gonna die in front of him, and he feels like it was his fault. And his other closest friend comes to comfort him. But even with the severity of that situation, we can't just have these two characters have a genuine moment where they emotionally connect with each other. They have to play it all off as unserious and with a level of disconnect. It's like this really outdated view of emotions, as if to say that having feelings is gay and men being gay is bad.
Hold on. Why is it... Bro, I hate this when this happens. Oh, sorry. That's why.
Bad, therefore feelings are bad. Apparently we can't express feelings. And as we'll talk about in the next part of this video, anime is great at expressing feelings honestly. Especially with their male characters who could not be more different than what we see here. But the speechwriter joke goes one step further. By revealing that Bucky didn't even come up with what he said, it goes one step further to remove the emotions from the people on screen. It's not even that Bucky has to crack a joke to hide that he has emotions, but that he didn't even have emotions in the first place. Someone else gave him the earnest sentiment and he just repeated it, as if he, and men in general, are robots who don't even understand feelings and have to pretend to care about things. Now there's a whole masculinity element that I could discuss about how harmful this is in a world where male isolation and mental health issues are literally the #1 killer of men under 40. But sticking to the theme of earnestness, it just frustrates me on a storytelling level. For me, the viewer watching this, I go to a movie because I want to care. I want to feel invested in the characters, I want to root for them, and I want to feel what they're...
It's funny that 40 is the number. Huh. 40 really? I would probably think of like 60. No, 50. 50 plus. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of men who take their lives after like 40. Because some type of... I don't know.
feeling. If Sam's friend might die and he's worried, I want to feel that pain as the viewer. I want to be sad with him. I want to be given a window into his pain and made to cry by the emotional struggle that he's experiencing. But if Sam himself cannot feel, express, or even have his own emotions, then how am I as the viewer meant to ever care? If all this ends with a joke from the character on screen, why would I, the viewer, view it as anything important at all? That, in as short a way as I know how to explain, is why I feel such an emotional disconnect when I watch things like Marvel movies and Western shows like it. And I think it's fair to say that so many Western shows follow this kind of pattern. We're so obsessed with throwing in references and jokes and satire that we don't actually express human emotions enough. Now I'll elaborate on some of these points in a later section, but for now, let's go...
Well, that depends on who's writing it, actually. I don't even think it's a Western thing to a degree. I think that depends on the person who's writing it.
Back to anime and explain why I resonate with them so much more. I'm going to show you a few similar scenes in anime now and explain why they demonstrate the difference between anime and a lot of Western media. First is this scene in Hunter x Hunter, which is super short but still super moving. In this scene, the protagonist Gon has been badly wounded and is basically as good as dead. His best friend Killua employs the favor of his sister, who has incredible powers, to try and heal Gon. But in this scene, we see Killua seeing the state that Gon is in up close, and just look at his expression. The added thing about this is that Killua is an assassin, and so in the show, he's shown to be one of the coldest, most unflappable characters there is. But seeing his friend in this horrendous state, and I think more importantly, realizing that he might lose him, you can see how absolutely torn up he is about this. It's like he's watching his world fall apart, and in a way he is. Like I said, this scene is short, but I think anyone even vaguely invested in the show would be heartless to not be thoroughly moved by what's happening here. And it's impossible not to feel Killua's pain. This is what I mean. When a character is allowed to feel grief and pain, or any emotion authentically, without the need for caveat, then we as the audience are allowed to feel it too. There's never a sense that this is going to be undercut by some sort of joke or throwaway comment. Here's another equivalent in My Hero Academia. Similar setup, our main character of Deku is grievously wounded, and his childhood best friend slash bully slash rival Bakugo, it's complicated, is just informed of this news after himself waking up from serious injuries. Now perhaps defenders of the Captain America scene would say that humor should be allowed in serious moments. It's not necessary that things have to only display one emotion at a time. People are complex, and so emotions can be complex. And that's absolutely fair. But I think this example shows you how you can add humor without undermining the emotions of the characters. Bakugo is immediately angry and concerned, and tries to bulldoze his way to see Deku, even as his friends warn him that he's in no condition to move. Now we can see the clear comedy here in the way that his friends try to stop him, particularly from the character of Minata, whose small stature is clearly futile in trying to stop Bakugo. On top of that, what Bakugo says is humorous too. He says, "That bastard, if he dies, I'll kill him." Original? No, but funny. The key distinction here is that this joke doesn't undermine what he's feeling, in fact, it adds to it. Bakugo is a particularly angry guy, and viewers of the show My Hero Academia know that he expresses everything via anger, whether that's fear or sadness or concern. So seeing how angry he is and how clearly concerned he is, the joke about killing Deku if he dies only shows us even more that Bakugo is really worried about his friend and can't bear to lose him. Coupled with the shots we see here of a really serious All Might looking distraught sat next to Deku, and we as the viewer ourselves are given the opportunity to be concerned. If a joke undermines the emotion, then we probably just assume, well, if the characters are laughing about it, then there can't be any serious danger here. This character can't die because they're all being too silly about it. Whereas even though we know that a main character of a show surely won't die, we're still more concerned about it when we're watching these anime because the characters around them are genuinely worried about it too, and preparing as if that could be a possibility. The last thing I'll say on these scenes is this. I think the fundamental mistake the Captain America scene makes is that it assumes that if you want characters to be seen as tough and strong, then they can't be open with their emotions. Of course, it's not just visual media that makes this error. This is a mistaken idea among society as a whole. But Bakugo and Killua are both tough, strong guys. In fact, both are seen as some of the coolest and most fearless characters in their respective worlds. But that doesn't mean they're without emotion. Tough guys have feelings, tough guys can be sad, and tough guys can weep uncontrollably for themselves or others. It doesn't make them any less respectable, and in fact for me, and I'd hazard most viewers, it makes them more likable, more human. Because no human being is without these feelings, and so strangely, these animated characters feel more relatable than the characters the real actors are playing. Now it's not just sadness that is genuinely expressed in anime, of course, it's a whole range of emotions. When a character is happy, for example, they are unreservedly happy. They whoop and laugh and jump with joy and share their excitement with their friends. When they're afraid or scared, they're open about that too. And all these emotions are given a chance to just exist. You might rightly argue that anime can be overexpressive, with the exaggerated facial features and constant random noises that characters
I think that's the point. I think that's legitimately the point.
make when they're doing even the most mundane things.
So there's no question of what's going on.
But the emotions are expressed genuinely from the character. They don't have to explain or check themselves, and we're also not constantly reminded that the show is aware of itself. Anime can often be generic and use certain similar tropes, but it almost never feels the need to try and acknowledge that, which I actually like. You can look at the Deadpool franchise as the ultimate culmination of this idea, where half the jokes are about you, the viewer, or something you'd know, rather than about stuff happening in the film. When I watch a film or any piece of media, sure there are times when it being self-referential can be funny or clever, but I don't want the default to be that the film is constantly reminding me that it knows I'm an audience in a cinema or at home, half watching while I'm playing on my phone. Because that only serves to take me out of the experience. That removes my immersion from the story world. And what I like about anime is that in being earnest, it allows me to really sit in the world I'm being shown. And that brings me back to the Sailor Moon musical that I spoke about before. Because when you're allowed to sit in the story world with, for example, a bunch of high school secret superheroes who dress up and fight bad guys with their superpowers, it allows me to indulge in that fantasy too. It's why so many people in the audience were so excited and happy. Beyond just the nostalgia, which was obviously a factor, they were allowed to express their emotions in the same way that the characters on stage could, or on screen. And that's beautiful to me. Maybe I'm just a sentimental, softy fool, but I think human emotions are amazing. I think the purpose of art is to move us, to make us feel something. And I think that's what I feel the earnestness of anime allows for. If I was in Sam's position in the hospital, I would absolutely not be worried about seeming unmasculine in front of someone who is supposed to be my friend. I would be distraught, I would be inconsolable, and I would probably be a lot like Killua if my best friend might die in front of me. For these few moments on screen, I feel real empathy. I feel real sadness. And so when later Gon is okay and back to being his usual goofy self, I feel an equal level of joy with him and for him. It is that earnestness, I think, that was freeing those women at the Sailor Moon show into feeling like they could just be their authentic selves. And I love that. So much Western media tries to reinforce this idea that we shouldn't fully express our emotions, that we should keep guarded, even when in a safe environment surrounded by friends. But that's such a shitty way to live life. We should laugh, we should have a good time, and we should express our sadness, because keeping any of that bottled up is so much worse. That's why I rarely find Western shows these days that touch me. Heartfelt and earnest pieces like Ted Lasso, which I love, are few and far between, and more often than not, I'm just left watching a confusing set of characters who I feel no emotional connection to. And that's why I cover anime so much on this channel. Of course, there are algorithmic concerns too. You have to keep to a certain niche of content if you want to succeed on YouTube and expand slowly, which is what I want and hope to do. This video itself is a wider niche than the Ghibli videos I've done, which I enjoy and am proud of. And I hope someday to build enough trust with you, the viewers of the Soak, that no matter what I put out, you'll feel confident enough to click on the video, knowing that it'll be worth your time, even if you don't know anything about the subject at hand. But right now, I just don't find any Western shows that I'd want to cover. Something that inspires me or genuinely engages me. Which is why I'll be making a lot more videos on anime and animated films and TV shows. But please do let me know in the comments if there is something genuinely good that you'd like me to cover, anime or not. But that's it for this video. Thank you for watching and for listening to my rambles. If you've enjoyed it, then I would be super grateful if you could support me directly via Patreon, even if it's just for a few dollars a month, or drop a one-time payment via PayPal. The links to both are in the video description and pinned comment. As I've mentioned in previous videos, video essay work can be tricky and unreliable due to the nature of copyright flags, which can crop up at any time and threaten to take a video down.
Alright, good enough. Alright, that's fine. I'm sorry, I was trying to find a video. Let's see here. Go with this one.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. How does a manga for teenage boys, published in the same magazine as Dragon Ball, One Piece, and Naruto, end up on display in the same museum as the Mona Lisa? Well, I can tell you this, it wasn't just a fluke. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has had gallery exhibits in Paris, museum displays in London, collaborations with Gucci, and even in Japan it was only the second manga ever to be featured in the country's largest art museum. But if you know JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, this doesn't really fit with its reputation. This is the manga from all the memes, the manga with the farting dog and the rock, paper, scissors fight. I wanted to find out why, out of all the comics produced across the globe, this insane manga is one of the few embraced by the worlds of high art and high fashion.
Well, I was in luck, because while most manga artists don't give many interviews,
not only has JoJo's creator Hirohiko Araki given dozens of interviews,
he recently wrote a book, and, well, let me just read you a passage from it.
Writing this book feels akin to a worker divulging his company's trade secrets, or a magician revealing his illusions, or a chef giving away a secret family recipe.
See, I had read JoJo before, but reading this book and learning more about Araki's personal story has given me an entirely different perspective on it, and I think I can now understand why the worlds of high art and high fashion chose to embrace him.
But to understand this we have to go back, because it wasn't just manga readers who misunderstood Hirohiko Araki. To quote Araki himself, "I wonder if I'm somehow cursed to be forever misunderstood by others." It's the 1960s in Sendai, a small city in northern Japan known as the City of Trees. Young Hirohiko Araki is the victim of twin younger sisters who always gang up on him, who get him blamed for everything, and he begins to feel like an outcast even in his own home. This curse follows him to school, where he always gets blamed for things he didn't do. He becomes the shy kid in the corner, the one who watches as the other kids play. This ostracization leads him to feel further misunderstood by his classmates. But there's one thing that keeps him going: manga. As his sisters monopolize the TV downstairs, young Araki disappears into the safety of his room to read manga. Manga, and later movies, help Araki to get through his difficult childhood, but as he grows older, he begins to worry about his future. How will he find a job when it's so hard for him to just fit in with other people? And then, one day, a classmate brings something into school that will change his life. The very first issue of a new manga magazine, Shonen Jump. In it is a manga by the legendary Ikki Kajiwara, which tells the story of an aspiring manga artist.
And he realizes in this moment, this could be the path for him.
A solitary profession, but one that allows him to express himself the way he can't around other people. But this is the late 60s, and working in manga is not a respectable career, so he doesn't even tell his parents of his ambition. But he does draw. From a young age, he starts making his own manga. He takes local art classes and studies by redrawing his favorite series. Babel 2, Kamui Den, and the works of Ikki Kajiwara become his textbooks. Now, Shonen Jump is always on the lookout for new talent, and they regularly run contests for readers to submit their own work. Araki submits his manga time and time again, but his work never gets noticed. He's stuck. He lives too far from Tokyo to get a job as an assistant to a manga artist, and he doesn't know what to do. And then, inspiration strikes from an unexpected place, but one that in retrospect makes sense. He discovers the world of fine art, specifically the French painter Paul Gauguin. Araki falls in love with Gauguin's work and receives a great shock when he learns about Gauguin's life. Gauguin had left France and moved to Tahiti with the singular focus of improving his paintings. Araki is so moved by Gauguin's dedication to his craft that he decides he will pursue becoming a full-time manga artist with the same single-minded focus. He redoubles his effort practicing drawing, and he keeps submitting to Shonen Jump, and then one day, his submission is selected for an honorable mention. His name is printed in tiny letters in the corner of one page, but he would later describe this as the happiest day of my life. Soon, Araki's in for another shock, because he opens Shonen Jump to find that the writer-artist team Yuta Tamago have just made their professional debut, and they're 16 years old, the same age as Araki. While his honorable mention may have been nice, Araki is falling behind. Despite his honorable mention, the editors at Shonen Jump had criticized him for his lack of artistic ability. So, after high school, he enrolls in a design school in his hometown. While in college, he hones his skills. He continues to submit work after work to Shonen Jump. And while during this period he gets more honorable mentions, once again he's stuck and not getting the detailed feedback he needs from the editors to grow.
But it's in this difficult period that a trait that makes Araki so special begins to emerge, one that we'll see time and time again. Araki is incredibly analytical.
And so he begins to study. He scrutinizes the first pages of popular manga. He realizes that the best first pages convey a lot of information, equivalent to the first few pages of a novel. He also notices that each of them do something unique, something that helps them stand out from the crowd. Armed with the results of his study, he prepares his next work. He chooses to make a western because there are very few westerns in manga, and instead of making his hero look cool, he opens with him falling backwards out of a chair. He creates a setting and a mystery by opening with this man drinking wine against a western backdrop. He cuts and refines so that every page serves a purpose, that every single panel helps fulfill what will become his lifelong mantra: make them turn the page. He titles this work Poker Under Arms.
And he won't settle for another honorable mention with a one-sentence review. He wants direct feedback.
So he tucks the manuscript under his arm and takes the train to Tokyo 5 hours away and goes directly to Shonen Jump's headquarters. He eventually gets a meeting with an editor and lays the manuscript on his desk. Before even turning the first page, the editor points at the opening panel, the one Araki had spent so much time and thought on. Even a grade schooler would have erased that. You see, Araki had no idea you were supposed to white out the lines that extended beyond the panel borders. In fact, he didn't even know about whiteout. The editor keeps turning the pages, furious, with scathing critiques on every one, saying things like, "This part is no good," or criticizing the inconsistencies and flaws in his drawings.
Suffice to say, Araki doesn't win any awards that day. While most people might feel dejected after this, Araki doesn't. He's finally gotten feedback on his work.
So when he gets home from Tokyo, he sets out to redraw the entire book, because of course, he still doesn't know about whiteout, so he's just redrawing every page until it's perfect. To finish the 30-page Poker Under Arms, he draws over 100 pages. It takes him months of working nights and weekends to finish it, but
damn, that's a lot of extra practice that he got in. That's crazy. I don't know.
Finally, his new version is ready. He resubmits this new version to Shonen Jump, and they accept it. Poker Under Arms runs as a one-shot in Shonen Jump in 1981. Finally, at 20 years old, Hirohiko Araki had made his manga debut.
But having a one-shot manga published is still a long way away from his real goal, becoming a full-time manga artist.
Going full-time means getting a work serialized, but the standards for serials are even higher than for one-shots. Despite his success with Poker Under Arms, Araki still has a lot of work ahead of him.
Look, if you haven't figured it out by now, one of my goals with this channel is to inspire you to pursue your dreams, whether that's in comics or in whatever else you hope to achieve. And that's the reason I've once again partnered with Shopify to help you guys turn your art, your ideas, your dreams into businesses. Whether it's selling a product you created or opening an online comic shop, Shopify is the commerce platform for you. And I'd like to help you guys out. So I'm going to pin a comment down below, and if you have a Shopify store, please reply to that comment with a link and a description of what you do, so I and hopefully everyone else watching this video can check it out. And if you don't already have a Shopify store, consider starting one, because Shopify makes it ridiculously easy to start your own store. With their drag and drop store editor, you can put together a custom store that fits your vision incredibly quickly and get back to making your product and building your business. And if you already have a social media following, even better, because Shopify has easy integration. Even open your own brick and mortar comic shop someday.
It's the point.
To continue his single-minded pursuit of manga, instead of getting a job after college, he moves back in with his parents. He works around the clock on his manga, and regularly takes the 5-hour train ride to Tokyo to get feedback directly from the Shonen Jump editors. But the editors are still just brutal. Sometimes they would take his manuscript out, look at the first page, say, "I don't want to read this," and hand it back to him. He would sleep on the train ride home and go right back to work as soon as he arrived. He does get a few more one-shots published, but he can't make a living off one-shots. He has to crack the code of serialization if he wants to continue.
Again, without the means to move to Tokyo and become an assistant, he turns to self-study.
The problem with his work, he realizes, is the genres that he's chosen to work in. Araki loves mysteries, thrillers, and horror movies. He prefers Carrie to Star Wars. But the problems with these works is that they don't have the potential to go beyond their original plot. He realizes that the best serialized works are dependent not on plot, but on characters. In fact, some of his favorite manga series have no plot at all, so Araki needs to figure out how to create compelling characters. And once again, he finds his answer in a surprising place. This time, it's Hollywood. As I've mentioned, Araki is a lover of movies. He says his main guidebook to creating manga is Hitchcock Truffaut, and it's by reading about filmmaking that he makes his next big breakthrough. Araki learns that some Hollywood actors, in preparing for their roles, would create extensive histories for their characters, things that don't make it onto the screen but inform their performances. Based on that technique, Araki develops this sheet, which he fills out for every character he creates. In typical Araki fashion, it's both brilliant and insane. It's got 60 items on there, ranging from formative experiences as a child to pets to blood type. He uses this approach to come up with an original character, BT, a bad boy with the genius of Sherlock Holmes. Shonen Jump doesn't like how different BT is from their usual heroes, but Araki believes in the concept, and after 2 years of persistence in reworking it, he finally finds an assistant editor who will give him a shot, who agrees to publish Cool Shock BT as a serial. And so, it runs in Shonen Jump, and right away it's not embraced by readers. Shonen Jump depends on reader surveys, and the readers were clear that they do not like it. It's quickly cancelled. But that wasn't the end, because after the cancellation, when the final chapter is finally published, it gets a great response.
The manga may be over, but Araki and his editor could study that final chapter and unpack what had worked about it.
It turns out that in that chapter, Araki had introduced a compelling antagonist, and so compelling antagonists become the next ingredient in his formula.
BT may be dead, but Araki had succeeded in becoming a serial manga author, even if it only lasted 10 weeks. But armed with this new knowledge, he gets...
So technically, BT had to die. BT had to die for JoJo to live.
Right back to work on his next pitch.
See, Cool Shock BT has had another significant effect on Araki's life. He's made enough money to finally move to Tokyo, bringing him one step closer to his dream of being a full-time manga artist. The next year he gets another manga serialized, Bao the Visitor, but it too only lasts a handful of months before getting cancelled. He blames that on his failure to create a believable setting, but he knows there's something else holding him back. His art is still lacking compared to his storytelling. He's frustrated because he's studied his craft relentlessly for years. He's built up his technical skills, but artists with much less technical abilities are finding success in manga. What's going on? He returns once more to his diligent study of popular manga and makes another important discovery. All the hit series have personal, recognizable styles. The kind of manga you could see from across a train and know immediately who drew it. But being good isn't enough. Araki needs to develop his own recognizable style. He had learned to draw manga by studying manga, but now he needs to broaden his influences. Well, thankfully, now that he's living in Tokyo, he can begin immersing himself in all sorts of new things. Here were books on sale by painters and designers I had never seen before. I really admired the painters Frank Frazetta, Enki Bilal, and Antonio Lopez. I was surprised by the beauty and fashion sense of designer stores like Missoni and Versace. I also watched MTV shows late at night, and I got to see performances of Madonna and African-American rap music for the first time. Araki takes these influences into his work, but he's still falling short of creating a recognizable style. To take a break from it all, he decides to use the money he had made on Bao the Visitor to go abroad for the first time. His travels take him to Italy, and in Rome he decides to visit the Galleria Borghese. And it is here where he discovers the work that will change his life, Gian Lorenzo Bernini's Apollo and Daphne. The sculpture twists and curves, the bodies are bent to the limit to express a sensuous pose. Araki is struck and studies it from every angle. Araki would become obsessed with the posing and gesture of classical sculpture. And this idea, the elaborate...
Is this where the idea of the poses comes in?
Evocative, memorable posing of bodies is the key that finally unlocks his signature style. And now he would combine everything. His drawing fundamentals, his study of popular manga, his love of MTV, fine art, high fashion, Western comics to create a work that anyone could recognize from across the train. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Shonen Jump begins serializing JoJo's Bizarre Adventure in 1986. Here is another shot at Araki's dream of becoming a full-time serialized manga artist. Inspired by John Steinbeck's East of Eden, he envisions it as a multi-generational epic in which each part would have a different protagonist. But right away, there's a problem. Despite his new, grabbing art style, his unique setting, his chilling antagonist, and everything else he had learned, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is still getting poor survey results. Once again, he might not make it off the starting line.
So, the analytical Araki confronts his own shortcomings and studies the work of others to figure it out before it's too late. And, once again, his analysis will lead him to create one of his golden rules of manga.
He realizes that in shonen manga, the protagonist must always be rising, always improving his situation. But he had spent the first few chapters of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure really beating up his protagonist, and he was leaving his readers feeling depressed after each chapter. Well, just as he had mastered every other aspect of manga, so too does he master story structure and keeps JoJo's alive. And so, when he starts on JoJo's Part 3, he bases the story structure on one of his own passions, travel. Inspired by board games and the movie Around the World in 80 Days, he sets his heroes off on a globe-trotting adventure. And it's in this period where I think that JoJo's really begins to become truly magnificent. Some people say Part 3 is where it gets good because that's where he introduces Stans, the iconic fighting power, but for me it's because Araki's confidence finally begins to shine through as you watch him becoming more and more himself with every chapter. To me, this is the magic trick at the heart of JoJo's. Araki had spent so many years studying and perfecting every element of his craft that he could have easily become a cold technician, producing technically perfect comics that are lifeless. But his mastery of craft is so high that it allows him to open up, allows him to pour his personality onto every page. Through his work, you get to know this passionate weirdo with his love of travel, board games, horror movies, and prog rock. He's described JoJo as like a diary to him, and that totally fits. Like, by part 4, there's a page explaining how this guy's guitar works, with the heading, "This isn't relevant to the story." But Araki wants to draw a guitar and tell you how it works, and I'm here for it. When people look at JoJo, it's easy to see the weirdness and miss all the craft hiding just under the surface. But I dare you to find one other piece of media that is this downright odd and can also make you cry. Now, before we move on, I should mention that, unlike when I read it, Viz has published these beautiful hardcover editions that restore Araki's Gogan-inspired color pages, and I'll put a reading guide and links for everything down below. But something was still wrong. Even though Araki had achieved his childhood dream of becoming a serialized manga artist, he hadn't scratched that deeper itch, the one that drove him to want to be a manga artist in the first place. In a 2002 interview, 14 years into JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, he would say, "I often feel like I'm not 100% understood when it comes to manga." Sadly, despite his success, Araki still felt misunderstood by the world around him. Let's take a quick detour. In his book, Araki says something that I found very profound. He says that manga is closer to painting or sculpture than it is to anime or movies. Maybe that sounds obvious, but the way Araki says it helped me understand it better. The composition, the color tone, the characters' expressions, the line work, everything that comes together to form a picture can create an impact in a still image that moving images just can't match. What's wonderful about still drawings is their ability to create what I think of as eternal moments, what would otherwise be fleeting moments captured within particles of pigment. He goes on to write about how he could stare at the Mona Lisa for hours. I think this is what Araki is trying to do on every page, to etch some part of himself down in permanent form. But it seems to me that he doesn't feel that the average manga reader appreciates all of this work. And yeah, perhaps that's a consequence of having one of your main characters be a dog who likes to fart in people's faces, but still.
Are you serious?
In the early 2000s, I believe Araki really wants to change this perception, he just doesn't know how. And then he has a fateful encounter that will change his life. One day, a little 9-year-old girl told me, "You draw so well." I realized that even those who don't read my manga can appreciate
Bright
my art.
Roclos says LMAO.
Dog jumps on your face and farts. Oh my god!
Makes a plan. He decides to organize an
The pink eye will be insane. Diabolical. Oh my god!
show to show his original drawings to the world for the first time. But he's strategic about this. He chooses to do this show in Paris, where his manga isn't very popular, but where fine art is appreciated. He chooses a reputable gallery that has shown Renoir and Chagall, and he purposely doesn't inform his Japanese readers about the show. He doesn't want manga fans to come, he wants the real art crowd, who, like this little girl, have no preconceived notions about him. The show opens in 2003, and it's a huge success. He's embraced by people from all walks of life who are encountering him as he hoped, as an artist first and a manga artist second. On the heels of this success, in 2005, Araki makes another dramatic change. He takes JoJo's out of Shonen Jump, the magazine that had inspired him to become a manga artist in the first place, that had published every one of his major works since he was 20 years old. Why? Because he wants to move to a monthly magazine. Now, unlike a lot of manga artists, Araki has never missed a deadline. He had turned out 19 pages of new art every week with incredible consistency. But now, perhaps emboldened by the success of his art show, he wants to slow down and spend more time on his art. And the resulting arc of JoJo's Steel Ball Run would become what many consider his masterpiece. On MyAnimeList.com, Steel Ball Run is the second highest rated manga of all time. And so, in 2009, when the Louvre decides to put on an exhibit celebrating comic artwork, they select 5 artists from around the globe. And by 5 artists from around the globe, I mean 4 from France and Belgium, and 1 from Japan. Hirohiko Araki. That's right, after 30 years of tireless work, from honing his craft by practicing the basics to copying the manga masters, across so many failures and false starts, to finding inspiration in the worlds of fashion and high art, Araki had finally arrived. Many successful exhibitions and collaborations have followed in the years since, but I think this marked the turning point, because this showing in the Louvre, in the same museum as the Mona Lisa, proved to Araki that he was finally understood.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Please be sure to like and subscribe.
If you want more Araki beyond just reading JoJo's, of course, I really recommend you pick up his book. It was my primary source for this video, and I'll link it down below. In fact, I tried to apply his storytelling techniques for this video, so if you found it more engaging than my usual videos, that's also because of Araki.
Huge shout out to JoJoWiki.com. It's one of the best fan sites I've come across in my research, and I'll leave a link for it down below. And finally, big thanks to AyakuWeb, who once again helped me research this video in Japanese sources, so...
Oh shit, it just cuts off right there. You didn't even finish this. Brother didn't even finish the sentence. Okay. I find those kind of funny. Let's see here. Bum 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 bum. Okay.
Yes, I'm Lily said 3IGTG. Nice stream. Bye.
Bye. Let's take a little walk away from the anime stuff. Let's look, let's go on in the music side of things. You know what? Before I even jump in that, let me run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Be right back.
A_Karma Chameleon said can't wait for Steel Ball Run anime. Gonna be disappointed if they don't have genuine pony for the outro.
Okay. Is the Steel Ball Run like a... Is another... It's an anime separate from JoJo, right? I'm pretty sure. Let's see here. Okay, let's do this one. Oh wait, what was that? Just... Okay. So this is called...
This is Post Malone, and this is
the messy rebrand of... This is called the messy rebrand of Post Malone. So he's been through several different transformations over the years. So let's see what's up with that.
Also Post Malone. And so is this, and this, but now this? So what the fuck happened? 2024 is the year of country music. Hell, so was 2023. Morgan Wallen's Last Night sat atop the Billboard charts for 16 weeks, and not only was the biggest song of the year, but was off the year's biggest album as well. Country artists new and old are selling out stadiums around the world. Other genres are finding ways to capitalize off their success, and a whole generation is square dancing to Shabuzi songs in the bars. But as this genre rose, the conversation around another one began settling in. Hip-hop numbers were down, and the pop stars were trading 808s and hi-hats for live bands and guitars, with legends like Beyonce and Lana Del Rey throwing their hats into the ring and successfully doing so. But they weren't the only ones. Enter Post Malone, whose career has been nothing short of euphoric. And while his entrance into rap was heavily criticized due to a flurry of comments and actions, Post has been able to dominate the modern pop charts with his fusion of hip-hop and pop singer-songwriter sensibilities, until he couldn't anymore. At the turn of the decade, he went from undeniable hitmaker to a fading star of the SoundCloud era, to the point where he couldn't even make the decision as to when his next album would be released. released. And it might be because nothing he was releasing was working, until one day he traded his Bentley for a tractor and found himself a home among the fans that we had all thought faded away. But not a new home, actually a place he always said he'd return back to. Post Malone's foray into country has been welcomed with nothing but open arms. He scored his first #1 as a lead artist since 2019, headlined the Country Music Festival Stagecoach with no country album out, and even performed America the Beautiful at the Super Bowl this year. The release of his 6th studio album, F1 Trillion, has brought back discussions as to whether Post used hip-hop to gain fame, and has had me thinking about not only the career trajectory of Austin Post since the release of White Iverson, but how he's just been a cog in the pop music machine since 2016. So today, we're here to get to the bottom of why Post Malone's making a country album, what is pop music in 2024, and ultimately, who really is Post Malone? Because somehow, the guy who looks like he could be the 4th member of album The Chipmunks went solo and became an international sensation.
Oh baby, go on, keep it spreading. Oh, yuck me up, I don't want no romancing.
By now, I think everybody knows Post Malone's come up. He drops White Iverson on SoundCloud in 2015, literally blows up overnight, gets a lot of shit for being a white guy with cornrows and girls and calling himself the White Allen Iverson, gets the Kanye feature, goes on tour with Bieber, yada yada yada. Post Malone with Lil Yachty and Lil Uzi Vert, where these kids blowing up on SoundCloud and becoming overnight sensations, and filling these roles as the poster children for this new SoundCloud generation of hip-hop. But Post was always quick to correct anybody that would box him into that group. To Post, he was just an artist who expressed himself however he pleased, and wasn't bound to any genre. He even spoke about his ambitions to make a country album when he turned 40. It was to the point where when the 2016 XXL freshman cover came along, their editor-in-chief had revealed that they had reached out to his team, and were told that he wasn't focused on hip-hop and was going in a more pop, country, and rock direction. Because if Yachty and Uzi were considered rappers, to see Post completely ingrain himself in the culture, not only sonically, but visually, but then rejected behind the scenes was just really weird. And to a lot of people, it was just a slap in the face and culture vulture-esque. But now in retrospect, looking back in that moment in time and the pop scene at that current moment, rap had become pop music at that point. And the pop stars needed to play catch up. And not only to seek a crossover hit, but make full-on albums against the current backdrop. Trap drums and production were everywhere, and it had just been ingrained in pop's DNA. I mean, whether it was Bieber or Ariana or Taylor to an extent, the stars were well aware of the power that hip-hop had.
Welcome back.
Held in the youth culture, especially in that moment. And Post Malone was a pop artist whose entry point was hip-hop because that was pop in 2015 and 16. I do think that confusion around him after his initial explosion, and whether or not he was a rapper or just using the culture, left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. And I believe resulted in some signs of no confidence from the label after the buzz on him kind of waned. Which then made for a pretty uneventful 2016. Like, this breakout star gets his album delayed and then dumped into December. That's just not a good look. But then, they end up figuring out the formula for him about a year later, when, and this is just me putting on my tinfoil conspiracy theory hat as to what happened, they released his 21 Savage assisted lead single to his sophomore album, Rockstar. Hours later, this fan film video of him singing the Stoney cut, I Fall Apart, hits the internet. And the video not only goes viral on Twitter, but goes bananas on a circa 2017 Facebook. And for everyone confused by that, post-Trump election Facebook was just a bunch of kids you went to high school with, and parents reposting memes and videos and fighting about politics. But the big thing that would go on would be the reposting of these videos of these new singers and rappers. But of course, they weren't even new. They'd be like a year late to them. And the captions would be like, this is so real. And it would be like the Joyner Lucas I'm Not Racist video. And I think if SoundCloud is what got you in the room, Facebook viral videos are what made white people lose their minds over you. And that's exactly what happens here. The video just goes bonkers and definitely helps Rockstar turn into the sensation that it becomes. Rockstar went #1 on Billboard for 8 weeks. I Fall Apart becomes a big hit, and Sony peaks on Billboard a year after its release. It's after this where we start to hear a more confident Post Malone shit on hip-hop and distance himself from the genre even more than he had done so before, but then still put out hip-hop adjacent music. There's the infamous beer tasting interview where he claims that if you're looking for lyrics, if you're looking to cry, if you're looking to think about life, don't listen to hip-hop. The quote about it being hard to be a white rapper, or the rant at Live where he went after people calling him a culture vulture. There were just a lot of problematic moments that kept happening.
Hey, listen, if you can do 2 different or 3 different genres of stuff, I don't fault you. I don't think you should set yourself on one genre if you can do it. Like, don't try to jump on a bunch of things that you can't do. But if you can do it, and you have proof that you can do it, you have a formula or some type of strategy that works, that's for you. I don't give a fuck if he started on, like, rock, then he went to rap, or rap to rock. I understand people feel a little, like, a certain way about that to a degree, and I understand. I get it. But, like, if you have the ability to do more than one thing, and you're talented enough to whether write, produce, or a case may be, in that particular genre or genres and know how to mix them together, or a case may be, it's not a big deal. I don't think nothing's wrong with it. I don't consider you a cultural vulture to that degree. The music will speak for itself, right? If the music's good, the music's good. You know what I'm saying? If something sounds good, it sounds good, right? I think that's all that truly matters at literally the end of the day. As long as you're not hurting anyone, threatening anyone, harming anyone, and anything like that, it don't matter. I know some people feel a certain way about that because some people are more inclined in certain genres than others, and I get that. But then again, he's not really doing anything wrong. He's an artist, you know what I'm saying? I don't think it makes sense to confine yourself to one thing if you can do more than one thing. If you can do more than one thing, but don't bite more than you can chew. But I don't think a problem with it if he can do pop, rock, or whatever the hell he wants to do, or even rap. I don't care.
Him in regards to his respect for the genre. And at this point, the rock and country music that he was always talking about in interviews and getting tattoos of was going through one of their worst decades. But he never had a word of criticism to say about any of them. And I don't think any of it was malicious, but I think it goes deeper into a bigger issue at play here. Which, if you know how we do it here, we'll get back to that one later. But also, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button if you like hearing a 10 years late for the Jersey Shore audition moron like me talk about pop culture. There's nothing I love more than making these videos and being able to talk with y'all in the comments. You can also follow me on all the socials like Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok at KidXVintage, where you'll be able to get even more commentary from me on there, and you can keep yelling at me there if you want to get your point across. So yeah, hit like and subscribe, and let's get back to the show. The next two albums are gigantic and still follow the Post Malone formula, which is a pop rap album with rap features and trap production throughout, Trojan horsing a few straight pop songs that swing for the top 40 fences. At this point, it felt like you couldn't stop Post Malone, even if his
genres because of a diss track. He got roasted so badly that he went from rap to punk rock.
God, hold on. I'm so tired of you, TikTok. You piss me off. Okay, let me see. He said, still laugh at MGK changed genres because of a diss track. He got roasted so badly. Yeah, I made I remember I made a joke about that. I said, when Marshall Mathers picked him up and threw him over there, that was funny as hell. I like that. That was funny.
His star was fading with hip-hop fans who were starting to see through it all. He had pop music in the palm of his hands until it wasn't anymore. As we enter the next decade, we went almost 2 years without new Post Malone music. And of course, there were reasons why his output slowed down, but things just kind of kept on moving. It wasn't until the summer of 2021 that he would make his solo return with a Cole Bennett directed music video for his new single, Motley Crue. A pretty run-of-the-mill trap song that made absolutely no waves. And from there on, a string of moves keep being made that are just not connecting like they used to. A Weekend collab, flops.
Wow, no one likes Motley Crue? The song? I didn't think it was that bad. Wow, maybe I'm weird. I didn't think nothing was wrong with the Motley Crue thing. That's crazy.
Roddy Ricch collab, flops. The usual label push he got seemed to be non-existent, and then it comes out that his new album is being held by Republic, which is kind of wild to think about. A post-beer bongs in Hollywood's bleeding Post Malone can't walk into the Republic offices and say, I dropped Friday like Taylor and Drake can. When it eventually dropped in the summer of 2022, it completely got lost in the fray. And while tonally it definitely was a little more emo than usual, it still by design was a Post Malone album. The Doja record does decent business on the charts, but I think that could be attributed more to the success and fever around Doja Cat at that moment. And while Post was always quick to clarify if he was hip-hop or not, 12 Carat Toothache was the exact product of the odd moment that hip-hop was going through before. Because hip-hop's pop music grip was slowly starting to weaken since 2020, and the ways he knew how to hack his way to the top of Billboard in years prior weren't going to cut in this weird transitional period that was going on across music. Was music genreless now? Are we just waiting for the next wave? There are a lot of questions floating around, bringing a Post Malone type back to the drawing board. And when the going got tough, it was time for him to make a pop album. And not just a pop hip-hop album, but like a pop album. Like straight Max Martin pop music. His visual style changed, he started dressing different, differently. He starts doing a lot more rock and country covers than usual surrounding the release, and the lead single Chemical was his alt-rock pop record, and the album was just purely synth pop. But even then, the album felt a little too late in 2023. Like, if Taylor Swift's Midnights was the pinnacle of the synth pop revival that was going on, Austin felt like dropping Rockstar in 2021, which is kind of what Motley Crue was, if we're being honest. Again, it just felt like the wrong moves kept being made over and over and over again, and ultimately was an Emperor with no clothes moment for Post Malone. Now the pop star he always claimed he was, but lost in limbo with no idea where to go next.
Tell me that it's all okay.
Here's the thing. Post Malone wasn't the only one lost in the last few years. That pop punk revival kind of fizzled out. Bieber's last few years have been a little all over the place. The Weeknd may be one of the biggest artists out, and After Hours is one of the defining pop records of the decade, but there was definitely something going on when it came to his newer music not nearly reaching those highs. So I wanted to really think about it. If you had to define male superstar pop music in the 2020s, how would you? The Weeknd is still riding off an album from 4 years ago. Harry Styles is huge, but it's not like he's dropping often. Bruno Mars is gambling in a casino, allegedly. And Drake, we've talked about him at length here. And putting these guys aside, it's not like they're new, and it feels like they were younger stars waiting in the wings for their moment at superstardom, like a Troye Sivan or Omar Apollo or Dominic Fike, but they've just been relegated to a more niche section of pop music. Everything in that space just started to feel really directionless. There wasn't a new Drake or Adam Levine or like a Fall Out Boy that filled the sacrificial pop star role in those genres. While on the female end, the pop girlies are thriving. Olivia could be the revival of 90s, early 2000s alt pop. Taylor Swift's the biggest star alive. Beyonce's now a thriving elder statesman. Sabrina Carpenter is just a traditional pop star in every sense. You have Billie Eilish, plus the superstar transformations of Doja Cat and SZA. On that end, it's just so easy to rattle off these names because they truly rule pop music now. And I say this all because this creates a massive problem for Post Malone. Because what Post Malone essentially is whatever he needs to be in that moment. So to get famous in 2015, you've got to be a rapper and play into the persona. And he was able to do so for a while. Even when he kind of ditched the rapper aesthetic, he still was using the genre as a continued stage because it was still able to attract the demographics he needed to keep it going. And honestly, what did Post Malone bring to the table that a lot of the other auto-crooning artists couldn't at the time? Like, aside from being able to write a song like Circles, when it came to the more melodic trap songs that were the majority of his discography, it wasn't even like he was the best at that, or that he brought different perspectives to those songs, or did unique things.
I got cleared to play medical today. Okay. Kind of random.
With them. Like, his albums aren't even genre bending. They really genre hop for the most part. And it's because of artists like him, the pop music's embracement of hip hop sound, and a lot of artists just kind of rinse and repeating, mainstream hip hop got watered down. And a lot of the passive listeners began to grow tired of it. And the only music of the genre that could combat this were from the rappers who shift and curate culture. But you're not getting those songs every week. You're not getting those albums every week. Sure, waves come and go, but for Post Malone, the audience that he had his grip on weren't particularly the bastions of hip-hop culture to begin with. If anything, they were the ones who now shared similar sentiments to him about how he viewed hip-hop and that it was just party music. And other genres are where you can go to feel something, which is, just bullshit. His target audience had a new genre to listen to on the weekends, and it was a genre that he always had a love for. A genre that would have never made him the star that he would end up becoming if this is how he arrived on SoundCloud in 2015. And a genre that I just do not understand. I say this with all the disrespect and disdain that I can. 2024 is the year pop went country. I mean, hell, you can argue it's been for at least 2 years now. But my God, was I in denial. I'm just playing, but to be completely honest, this whole wave kind of hit me like a bus. Morgan Wallen had the biggest song and album of 2023. Casey Musgraves can now sell out arenas. Luke Combs is a superstar. You have all these young acts popping off like Zach Bryan, Tyler Childers, Shabuzi, Lainey Wilson, and people like Noah Khan, who's more of a folk artist, but definitely has elements of country seeping throughout his music. Like what hip-hop was to pop in the last decade, in the last 2 years, the tides have turned. And a lot of the new superstars are country artists. Just like how in the 2000s and the 2010s, it was the rock stars, the DJs, and the rappers. And that's normal. Things come and go in and out of style. And in these last 2 years, it was time for a new genre to take the reins. And like that, what we saw with hip-hop, whatever the next wave was, pop stars were going to gravitate to it. And they sure did. Lana Del Rey is set to drop a country album produced by Jack Antonoff. We recently got Beyonce's master masterpiece Cowboy Carter. Bruno Mars heard what I said about him a few minutes ago and decided to drop a comeback single with Lady Gaga, fully leaning on the 1970s country star aesthetic in the video. And of course, Post Malone, who of course had voiced how eager he was to eventually dive into country music at some point. And his foray into it feels like we're living in a weird, bizarre world. Because in the same year where Beyonce's new country single was questioned if it could be played on country radio, Post Malone had a headlining set at Stagecoach without even a solo country album out yet. Post's collaboration with Morgan Wallen on I Had Some Help is genuinely in the conversation for Song of the Summer. Not my Song of the Summer, but there is a conversation out there. And in that had generated hype for his new album that has not been there in years. Now this country rebrand, it seems to have been carefully calculated over the last few years or so. It's like I pointed out before. With Post Malone, it's kind of all or nothing. And in this, he has finally been able to realign with the demographic he always was speaking to. Because his demographic isn't looking specifically for Post Malone's music. Post Malone was just who they needed at that moment in their lives. The difference between him and Beyonce and Lana is that Beyonce didn't need to do country music. She just finished a sold-out stadium tour off a dance album. It's not like Lana Del Rey's relevance has been hurting, but Post Malone did clearly need it. Just like he needed hip-hop to be his launching pad. Post Malone is a reflection of popular music more than anything. And that for him to survive as a popular artist, he must always adapt with his audience. And in 2024, his audience wasn't looking for college pregame music or dreamy guitar pop. They're looking
anymore, lol. You can't compare Miles on it to Honky Tonk Badonkadonk. Completely different type songs.
looking for songs to tailgate to and backyard barbecue music or those slow country guitar ballads. He's using country music and its wealth of blockbuster talent as a way to reclaim his spot on the pop music throne, just like he had done in the first act of his career. The only difference between now and then is he finds every opportunity to show appreciation for his acceptance into this genre. In a recent New York Times profile, while he never outwardly apologizes or addresses the hip-hop community, he acknowledges that he could have handled things better when it came to the criticism of him. And all this comes after a section of the piece where country guitarist Derek Wells had nothing but praise of Post for not playing dress up, asking permission to be a part of the genre, and showing appreciation for it. Which, when you're from Dallas, Texas, used to post covers like this on the internet before you blew up, spoke about country and folk music any chance you could, and laid it out very clearly that you would eventually make a country or folk album, asking these guys permission to do so is like asking your mom if you could open the fridge in your house. And even with this, you can sense Post still feels a way about his critics in the hip-hop space, telling CBS Sunday Morning in the lead up to the album that he was just a kid and it all made him turn to alcohol to cope. The whole thing is framed in a way of how dare they criticize some kid making music, and that the country music scene is now this majestic wonderland of acceptance, and that hip-hop wronged Post Malone at the end of the day. But I think Post Malone can make whatever music he wants, that's fine. But this is about appreciation more than anything. This is about recognizing that something got you somewhere, and without it, you wouldn't be here now. And I think just an acknowledgement of that fact means something. But sadly, that's just the music industry in a nutshell. You're only as good as what you just did for me.
Diamonds in my chain go. Okay. Every 20 minutes change clothes. Money made me do it.
I like Post Malone. I'd even say I like him a lot. He seems like a nice guy. He's made a lot of music that I genuinely love, and we all say things we regret. But in his transformation from hip-hop to country star, he's proven more than anything that at the end of the day, he's a loyal soldier of the pop music machine. A mirror of whatever's working around him at the time. When one genre goes up, another one goes down, and the cycle just continues. Post Malone never lied to us about who he was from the jump. Whether it was hip-hop, rock, or country, his main objective was just to always connect with audiences. And the ability to offer them whatever their needs are is versatility that doesn't go unnoticed. It makes sense why Post Malone is the star that he's become. He can make bangers for the hype beast and beer drinking sing-alongs for former sorority sisters and frat bros who traded Rolling Loud for Stagecoach. In 2024, he finally figured out who he was speaking to. And while that music may not be for my taste anymore, it would be wrong of me to yuck someone else's yum if you enjoy the country album that he just put out. Art and culture are powerful, and this means something to people. But I'm not listening to Applebee's ass commercial music.
Somebody pour me a drink. Somebody pour me a smoke.
Yeah, for real, not listening to that, sorry.
I'm about to get on a bus.
You're not listening to that, sorry. No offense, but no.
Whether it's a song.
Let's see here.
Whether it's hardcore rappers like Comethazine rebranding to a mellow, psychedelic rock star, or rappers like Machine Gun Kelly, who fans theorize got cooked so bad by Eminem's diss track that he switched to pop punk. There have been a lot of very surprising rebrands to come out of the rap community. So today we're going to be looking into rap's craziest rebrands, starting out with Comethazine. Also, really quick, I want to say that I just learned you can put your videos on Spotify, so I've been putting all my videos on Spotify. Not all of them are there yet, but most of them are, and then every single new one will be there too. So if you guys prefer to listen on there, I'll have the link in the description in case you're interested.
Put videos on Spotify?
Let's continue with the video. Comethazine had probably one of the craziest rebrands I've ever seen in rap. One that caught everyone off guard. And to understand why he rebranded, we got to go back to the beginning of his career. Comethazine came out of the gate swinging with his viral song Bands. Later that year in 2018, he released his debut album Bosky, which featured the track Walk. This song was another viral hit, and he also got a Lyrical Lemonade video for it. If you haven't heard a Comethazine song or heard of him, he was just always on demon time. He was dropping minute-and-a-half songs that were fire with the meanest demeanor in his music. Like, I remember when he dropped this one song called Stand, and there wasn't even a beat. He was just talking crazy.
That boy tried to play me, now he on his deathbed. Paramedics pulled a slug out his head.
This was basically all the songs except with a really good beat behind them. In 2019, he was selected for the XXL freshman class and clearly was blowing up. I will say his songs were getting a little repetitive over time, but when he would get the right beat, his songs went crazy. Tracks like Solve the Problem, Find Him, DeMar DeRozan, and many more were all doing solid numbers around this time. Comethazine was really killing the game from like 2018 to 2020. He also went viral for things like his Genius interview.
Knock off a cracker for calling me nigga. Racism. 69 niggas and all of them rats. Niggas think I'm dissing 6ix9ine. Definitely was though.
Ryuga Samurai said lol.
I was dissing 6ix9ine, sit there looking good. I think it definitely was.
But shit, you can take it how you want it though. It's not necessarily a diss. You feel me? You know, I said 69 niggas. So it could have been 70 niggas, it could have been 68, could have been 65. I wanted to say 69, so I did. Niggas know what the fuck it meant.
But like I said, his music started to get a little repetitive. Like by 2022, this man was already on Bosky 5. And even then, I still think he had good tracks, like 500 Hours went crazy. However, this was also reflected in his sales, as they were on a downward trend with every project, as well as chart positions. Regardless though, after releasing that album, Comethazine sort of just went MIA. Then, randomly in 2024, Comethazine posted some pictures on his Instagram where he—
I tell you something, Death Note has really Death Note, that soundtrack from Death Note has made so many YouTube careers when using that, when speculating, analyzing, or on the sus. Oh man,
he looked a bit different. The location was the UK, and he was wearing this collared shirt, and he had a mustache with some cool aesthetic looking filters on. Fans were pretty confused, but if you go back on his Instagram, you can see he was teasing it by captioning a baby picture of himself from 2021, Frank Cole. This was edited, so it could have been changed later, but who knows. Then he posted more pictures, this time accompanied with a video of him playing guitar.
what has happened?
Fans were really confused. I mean, what happened to the guy that would walk around looking like a demon, and why is he shredding on the guitar now? Throughout 2024, he kept posting these pictures and videos without any context at all.
Doesn't demons play on guitars too?
He just kept posting these mysterious ass pictures accompanied with more videos of him playing the guitar. And he did get way better too as time went on. There was also vids of him skating with some dude speaking French in the background. There's even videos of him playing guitar live in concert. So by this point, it was pretty clear that Comethazine had rebranded to Frank Cole, but no one really knows why or what that means yet. If you look up Frank Cole on YouTube, you are met with this channel called Frank Cole/Franz Cole, with one video posted to it called Smokestack Lightning. I suggest listening to it after this video, but it's just some guitar with some like ethereal singing in the background. All the comments are saying things like, "This has to be the craziest rebrand in artist has ever done, or craziest switch up since Pink Guy to Joji. There's also this little conversation between him and a friend on the phone in the middle of the video.
Hey. Pink Guy to Joji is legendary. Don't be crazy on that. Pink Guy to Joji's legendary. Hey, that's a cultural phenomena, brah. Don't be talking about my boy Pink Guy and Joji. Oh, that was a phenomenon within that time.
Where he's speaking German. I translated it and they're just talking about random stuff, nothing too particularly interesting. Really, the whole video just felt like a trailer for an upcoming album, and he kept talking about like the summertime, it's happening in summer, so maybe that's when he plans on dropping. His bio on Instagram also says Electric Mazeland, and a fan messaged him asking about that album. Frank responded, "Been working on the project for going on 2 years. I can't tell you what to expect, that will be inevitable to the individual universal emotion, but I will deliver Diamond Records. And never have I ever." So maybe you can imagine what a diamond record sounds like. I love my cult, I'm often absent, but that's for personal reasons. I have a job to do, and for me, self-sanity is a huge part of that job. Going forth, my influence will grow to a larger number of listeners, so my absence has been mere preparation for such change. I'll be around supplying and guiding you guys for as long as you choose to stay devoted to my art, but I will say, more than just art will stem from this next season of mine. Congratulations on growing old with me and the craft, my friend. That goes for all of you guys. P.S. Comethazine fans will forever be knitted closest to me. So clearly,
bro, this doesn't sound like a hood dude. This doesn't sound like a hood dude to me. But the way that was written, oh my god.
Frank is planning something pretty big, and I can't tell you guys how excited I am to hear what Comethazine and now Frank Cole decides to bring to the table. This is kind of random, but he also has this website in his Instagram bio called Maze-Drome Pictures with a flyer for a movie called 202, which is presented as a Frank Cole film. I have no idea what any of this means, but it's all very mysterious. Regardless, I'm excited for some new Frank Cole. And while fans in general seem to really enjoy Comethazine's very mysterious transformation, the same can't quite be said for Machine Gun Kelly. Machine Gun Kelly is a rapper who was very successful for a while, but after a beef with Eminem, he decided to switch genres entirely. It all started in the late 2000s when MGK put out a bunch of mixtapes and then signed to Diddy's Bad Boy Records. Over the 2010s, he put out a good amount of fairly successful albums. His debut album, Lace Up, hit number 4 on the Billboard 200. And over the
right? That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like Markiplier wrote that.
Really said I'll see you later. GL Drawing and the Animatics.
Thank you, Lil. I appreciate it. Hope to see you again.
Years, he released a few more albums that had similar success, and he was a fairly successful rapper with a decent core fan base. But then he got into some beef with Eminem. I'm not going to go too deep into this beef as I broke the whole thing down in a previous video, but regardless, without going too deep into the backstory, MGK said a bunch of stuff over the years that pissed off Eminem. So, Eminem hit him with a diss on his surprise album, Kamikaze. He spent half of a verse going after MGK, mentioning how he had to team up with Tech 9 to diss him. He made fun of MGK for sneak dissing, and he also talked about how MGK was mentioning M's daughter Haley. Then Machine Gun Kelly responded with a whole diss track called Rap Devil, which did very well commercially. Then Eminem responded with his diss track Kill Shot, which many fans think won Eminem the beef. But another big theory from around this time is that Machine Gun Kelly losing the beef caused him to switch genres entirely. That's because the next year MGK released his album Hotel Diablo, which was a rap/rock sort of album where he was clearly experimenting a bit. He hinted in an interview that the genre change was in part due to his beef with Eminem. As he said, as a hip-hop album, Diablo is flawless front to back, and also a hint at the evolution of how I went into a pop-punk album. But it was coming off the tail end of that infamous beef with Eminem, so no one wanted to give it the time of day. But after the album Hotel Diablo, MGK...
Then if that's the case, why did you beef with him in the first place? Why did you beef with him in the first place if this was planned out the entire time? Don't you think the timing of that was stupid? That was pretty stupid on your behalf. Because remember, when these people do any type of rebrand, they just don't do it at the last second. They do this, they plan this months or years beforehand. Because they have to like get people on like lawyers and record labels and a bunch of shit and a lot of people's hands in the cookie jar. So the artist gets their share and blah blah blah, and who they have to like get their money back to and all that stuff. So like, and especially the rebranding and all that stuff, and work crews. So like, why the fuck would you even bother to argue with this man in the slightest if you know that was coming down the line? Don't you think that was shit timing on your behalf to just even go with that? That's kind of stupid.
Went fully into pop punk. He released 2 albums, Tickets to My Downfall and Mainstream Sellout, both of which were entirely pop punk songs. He also changed his entire aesthetic from trying to look like a tough rapper to dressing in all pink and always posing with a guitar. Machine Gun Kelly even changed his name on streaming platforms to be just MGK, which clearly he's trying to be a bit more aesthetic. And while MGK has a strong fan base with his new genre switch up, the broader pop punk community doesn't seem to accept him. A fan on Reddit said, "What does the pop punk community think of Machine Gun Kelly?" To which
Wait, is he gonna mention the beef that he had with Slipknot? Because he caused beef with Slipknot as well.
someone responded, "I think it could be good, but it's extremely shallow and he reuses tropes from pop punk 20 years ago, basically devolving the scene, and in 3 years when the mainstream decides pop punk is childish and old and moves on, the bands underneath that have actually been busting ass to evolve the music will take a hit for it, and many others feel the same."
This is some of the most insultingly generic, non-specific pop punk I have heard in my life. The tracks that incorporate trap beats suck. The mix most of the time is so compressed that it is mushy, sloshy, sounds disgusting. I could not pick out MGK as a pop punk singer from...
To not swing at the genre giants yet.
Hold up, did he not?
Nah. Official said be a support hero today by using commands like /donation.
Bro went after Slipknot because of some type of misunderstanding they had or some shit. Some stupid shit. Something really stupid and childish, just like the whole Eminem thing. Something stupid and childish.
a lineup of pop punk singers because his vocals are truly that bland. The lyrics read like angsty trite from a bad coming-of-age indie film. Ladybird, but make it horrible. Plus, it's about as rebellious and as punk rock as a trip to Disneyland. This new MGK album is not good.
On the deluxe of the album that Fantano was just talking about, he did a cover of Misery Business by Paramore, and I think that really sums up just how bland his vocals were. So if you want to get an idea of how boring the vocals were, I would listen to that track because he just sucks the life right out of it. Regardless though, I will say, MGK does have a pretty strong fan base that has enjoyed his transition to pop punk, so at least it's going well for him. And while MGK fully committed to his transition, Lil Wayne had a little bit of a rock phase, and after it didn't go so well, he went back to rap. Back in 2009, Lil Wayne had just recently released
I remember Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne was kind of like in the 2010s, a little before the 2010s. It's within the 2010s, but a little before 2009. A lot of rappers and new artists back in the day was really into the whole skateboarding thing and the idea of like being into like the rock rap thing and skinny jeans. That was a real thing. I'm looking at you, new boys. That movement. The skinny jean era. My God. It started literally in 2010. Oh my God. That shit was crazy.
Iconic album The Carter 3. He was a decade and 5 studio albums into his career and had already seen a ton of success. He had released a bunch of mixtapes and sold millions of copies of his albums. He was actually putting out so much music that people criticized him, with 50 Cent saying, "A whore sleeps with whoever will pay him, so we gotta call him a whore if he'll just go with whoever pay him to be on there."
By using commands like /donation.
50's not wrong, but then again, he's like Lil Wayne did say he didn't care whoever he was doing a music with. He said, if I even have beef with you, he said this, even if I have beef with you, you don't like me, and you actually let's do a song, I'll do the song. He said money speaks, I don't give a fuck. He said that once. And I kind of respect it to a degree. I'm like, I get where he's I get where he's coming from. He said that. He said, it doesn't matter if the person hates me or not, or they talk crazy shit about me. if he wants, if they are, if their music is good and they have success, and they ask me to go on their thing, I'll jump on as a feature. You don't give a fuck. He said new or old.
Records. Regardless, by the time Lil Wayne had released the Carter 3, he was already a big deal. But after releasing that album, he just soared to higher heights. The Carter 3 was heavily anticipated, especially because of the success of its predecessors. When the Carter 3 was actually released in 2008, it was extremely successful, selling over 1 million copies in its first week. In the first day alone, he sold 423,000 copies. The album featured artists like Jay-Z, T-Pain, and Busta Rhymes. The first single, Lollipop, peaked at number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100 and stayed there for weeks. The second single was A Milli, which was another top 10 hit and also a classic. The album won 3 Grammys, 1 for Best Rap Album, 1 for Best Rap Performance, and 1 for Best Rap Song. Critics loved the album as well, with Rolling Stone putting it on their 500 Greatest Albums of All Time list and Billboard putting it on their Top 200 Albums of the Decade list. By 2020, the Carter was certified 6 times platinum. Lil Wayne was on top of the world, with many considering him the greatest rapper at the time. So I'm sure you can imagine how surprising it must have been when, after rapping his ass off for like a decade and then releasing one of the most successful rap albums of that time period, Lil Wayne followed up with a rock album. The producers Cool and Dre said that following the more experimental song Phone Home on the Carter 3, they thought Wayne could explore different sounds, which opened up the possibility of a rock album. Wayne had foreshadowed the rock album before, as he was a huge fan of the genre, and he said in particular he really liked Nirvana. He had also collaborated with Weezer on the song Can't Stop Partying right before the release of his rock album. Still, people were very shocked at the drastic change that Lil Wayne had went through. It didn't help that Lil Wayne himself said the album was originally going to be leftover songs from the Carter 3 studio sessions, and even some of the producers that worked on the project with him, Infamous and Drew Correa, were shocked. Correa said, "We thought he was joking," and Infamous said, "There were rumors Wayne was working on a rock album, but I assumed it was just 808 drums with guitars on it. But that night when we worked on the track, Wayne said he wanted lots of drums, bass, and guitars. Drew started to add organs and Wayne said no. That's when I realized it was actually going to be a real rock album." And that duo ended up doing 3 songs off of the project. Lil Wayne said in an interview with Billboard, "I don't want people to think I'm trying to do something I can't do. Don't think you're going to put on the album and hear me screaming and singing." He went on to say he has no limits on this album and that he's just having fun. So
let me guess. He's gonna mention that thing with what's his name, Kevin Rudolph. He had like 1-hit song with him. I think he was a 1-hit wonder. He had like, yeah, I think it was Kevin Rudolph. I think whoever remembers that in 2010s, that like peak 2010s was like Kevin Rudolph with that one-off shoot. Every song was an EDM song. Lady Gaga. All those 2010 was peak EDM pop music. I remember that. Like the first month of 2010. Not the first month. No, or within the summer of the 2010, Lady Gaga debuted, I believe. Shit, that was crazy. And then every song after Lady Gaga was an EDM pop type song. Something down the, it had some type of EDM type vocals or something. Everyone was doing it. From Akon, I guess Lil Wayne, a little bit. Lady Gaga, like I mentioned. Every song was a club pop song.
After the releases of the singles, Prom Queen...
I think at this time, Jersey Shore was like popping off at the like first or second season or some shit. I think their first season. And then I think that's even the same month Justin Bieber was still a kid. He was at the time. He just debuted within that summer too. Within the same time Jersey Shore came around. Yeah, the same time Jersey Shore debuted on MTV for the very first time, Justin Bieber came up right after. Because I remember the first episode or two, I think it was the first 3 or first episode of Jersey Shore, the song Shots came on. And then after Shots, literally like shots with little with LFMAO and what is his name? Oh my God, Lil Jon. I remember right after that music video popped off, I saw Justin Bieber for the very first time. with the One Time song.
On Fire and Drop the World, he released the album Rebirth in February of 2010. The only hip-hop track on this album was Drop the World featuring Eminem, which was very successful. The rest of the album, however, was received pretty poorly. It did alright commercially, selling 176,000 copies first week, although I'm assuming most people were just checking it out because, you know, it's Lil Wayne and not giving it too many more spins. But in comparison to his previous first week sales of 1 million, it wasn't that great. I listened to the album myself and I can kind of see the appeal, especially if you're a Wayne fan, but personally I didn't think it was that good. However, critics tore this album apart with tons of negative reviews from every outlet, and to this day it's his worst reviewed album. Anthony Fantano even put it on his 15 worst albums of the 2010s list.
And that is Lil Wayne with Rebirth, which should not have been a birth at all, really should have been an abortion. I don't know how anyone allowed Lil Wayne to do a rock crossover record where it's nothing but shitty beats, awkward, distorted, very loud guitars, just squawking and wailing and groaning underneath, I guess, Lil Wayne auto-tuning his voice throughout many of the tracks here.
Rebirth also resulted in this infamous guitar solo from Lil Wayne.
Remember when auto-tuning was like the AI of like at the time of music? Remember that? Back in the day, if you use auto-tune, it was like the AI problematic situation of like any, like if you're like, especially in rap, if you use any form of like auto-tune other than you being T-Pain, oh god. You get mercilessly crucified all the time. If you use any form of auto-tuning, especially if it's super obvious, unless you're not using it for like ironic memeing reasons. If you was being dead serious using auto-tune, people will not take you serious. I really get clowned for that shit. That was horrible. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of horrible.
Clearly it wasn't great, with one of the top comments being, "I come back here when I feel like quitting guitar." Lil Wayne bounced back immediately with his album The Carter 4 the following year, selling again nearly 1 million copies first week. But it's clear that after being sandwiched in his catalog between 2 albums from the Carter series, that it wasn't a very successful attempt at rock. Even though the album wasn't received too well, I think it did open the doors for a lot of artists to come. It's no secret that Lil Wayne has a huge influence on rappers nowadays, with popular artists like Lil Uzi Vert, who has also ventured into rock. Another artist that was...
I'm not gonna lie to you, like, I think because of Lil Wayne, everyone named themselves Little. I don't know what's with... I don't know why no one finds that weird that, like, within the 2010s, or late 2010s, a bunch of SoundCloud rappers specifically kept on naming themselves Little. Why? What's with the constant Little? Can someone please explain to me why did nearly every rapper within the 2010s or far after the 2010s name themselves, or even after the 2010s, name themselves fucking Little everything? Everyone, like, there was like 5 dudes, like, you can think of like 7 or 8 dudes right now with the name Little in their name. It was always weird to me. No one found that strange. Like, there's a bunch of dudes, like, especially if they did those, what we call a freshman year thing, when they'll do, like, a freestyle thing. I never understood why everyone was in the same room and they all had the same Little. They had the word Little in their name. No one found that weird? Just Little something tacked on. That was always strange to me.
Influenced by Wayne was Trippie Redd, so just because Rebirth didn't go over so well doesn't mean that Wayne hasn't inspired an entire generation of rappers who want to experiment with other genres. This is the argument that Complex recently used to say that Rebirth was good, and I don't think most people would agree with that argument, but it is true that it did influence a lot of people. More recently, Lil Wayne was featured twice on Machine Gun Kelly's album Mainstream Sellout, so he's still experimenting with the sound even 12 years later. So even though Rebirth didn't go over too well, at least Lil Wayne was just having fun, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. And while Lil Wayne didn't commit to his transition, Post Malone went all out. Post Malone had one of the most controversial rebrands on this list, and that's because when he transitioned out of rap, he had made some comments that upset the broader hip-hop community, which had led to many people calling him a culture vulture throughout his career. Before Post Malone blew up as a rapper, he was actually attempting to
Very
make country.
weird. Just the strangest thing. It was just something it was just a stupid observation. I'm like, no one thought that was weird. Everyone in the 2010s and late 2010s was like just referring themselves as little something. It was always something weird. No one had a literal name. They had a little in front of it, and it was just fuck. And they're saying little. They're like grown ass men.
Music. He posted things like Bob Dylan covers and was pretty good at playing guitar long before he entered the hip-hop scene. He also made this classic track called Why Don't You Love Me, which was neither...
I think it's Lil Peep, Lil Durk, Lil Dicky, what else? Lil Xans, I think it's Lil Xans. There's so many littles. Well, Lil Wayne was the first one, so I'm not gonna count him. There was another. There's so many littles.
Country or rap. Regardless, he also
you
had
can
made
literally
some rap.
type in little in YouTube, and you put the word LIL. Bunch of dudes will just flood that thing so fast.
Songs at a young age, making his first mixtape at 16. He played around with music for a while and then recorded his breakout hit White Iverson. This song went crazy, peaking at number 14 on the Billboard Hot 100, and it basically broke Post Malone into the game. And by all means, it was a rap song. I mean, it had rolling hi-hats, a mix of rapping and singing, and clearly Post was doing some pop rap type of music. Post Malone followed up with a mixtape and his album Stoney, which did insanely well. He also worked with artists like Kanye, Quavo, Justin Bieber, and more around this time. And despite Stoney having a variety of sounds, Post Malone did call it a hip-hop album, along with his mixtape. But after his huge blow-up, Post Malone also had a lot of backlash for being what many called him a culture vulture. And I'd say that most of it started because of some comments he made in very poor taste. In an interview with New Once, Post Malone said, "If you're looking for lyrics, if you're looking to cry, if you're looking to think about life, don't listen to hip-hop. There's great hip-hop songs where they talk about life and they spit that real shit, but right now, there's not a lot of people talking about real shit. Whenever I want to cry, whenever I want to sit down and have a nice cry, I'll listen to some Bob Dylan. Or whenever I'm trying to have a good time and stay in a positive mood, I listen to hip-hop. Because it's fun. I think hip-hop is important because it brings people together in a beautiful, happy way." As I'm sure you can imagine, this upset a lot of rap fans. And it's very understandable. I mean, it sounded like he walked back his statement right as soon as he said it because he knew it was kind of dumb. He said no one nowadays is making deep, thought-provoking rap music, which, one, isn't true in and of itself. And then when he talked about the genres that do make you feel something, he went straight to Bob Dylan, who's not a current generation artist. And especially since Post Malone had just blew up off of songs with rap beats and his whole image was grills, tats, and basically the entire SoundCloud rapper aesthetic, people just were not understanding why he made this comment. A lot of people agreed with this sentiment, with even Lil B calling Post Malone a culture vulture, to which Post responded,
"I don't know what happened, because Lil B has always had nothing but nice things to say.
Yeah.
Lil B.
So it's a mystery, and if he's hacked, or if he's not."
No, how do you feel about being like a white guy in hip hop? Do you feel like sometimes it's held against you?
Yeah, a lot, especially coming into the game, and especially being so young and not really having an identity, being a young kid, and there's so much going on around you, and it's so easy to be someone else or something and want to be something that you're not. But coming into my own and really figuring out who I am and what kind of music I want to make and how I want to really shift the culture and shift the genre is, I think, now I think with this last album, I've shut a lot of people up that just wanted to call me a cultural appropriator or a one-hit wonder or something, like that.
Again, this rubs some people the wrong way and would become a theme throughout Post Malone's entire career. And of course, on top of all of this, a video was leaked that showed Post Malone saying the N-word as a kid, which definitely didn't help his case. Like, early on in his career, he went on The Breakfast Club, and a big theme was about the fact that he was a white rapper.
But he's a kid. I'm not going to take the words of a child seriously as if he was a grown-ass adult. Especially when he was not famous. I'm pretty sure we all said something insanely racist or had a slur somewhere down our lives. Whether out of anger, whether out of fun, whether out of a joke, whether as a kid. I'm not going to take the words of a child seriously. Even we all been edgy teenagers at one point in our heads. I'm pretty
Ryu the
sure.
Samurai said Lil Baby, Lil Turk, Lil Yachty, Lil Boosie, Lil Uzi.
Thank you.
Jolly and True
Thank
says
you.
neither
Thank you,
will I
Bri.
lol.
I've said neither will I lol.
Like, see, Bri, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6. 6 or 7 of them. Like, they just, Jesus Christ, that's 7 of them. And that's not even all of them. That's not even like a plethora. There's like about 40 of them. And I don't think that's the full number. But see, like, I'll never take the words of, like, a child saying the N-word seriously. Like, I know that Justin Bieber kind of did that with that video, which I still laugh at. I think that's funny as fuck. Some people may not find it as funny. I get it. I look at meme-ish as fuck. I'm fine. I find it funny that video doesn't resurface as much as it should. Because I think this was after the fact he was famous.
Jolly and True says I get nervous if they're in between a teen and an adult TBF.
Yeah, but I don't take like between an adult. No, I don't take. I really don't take anything a teenager from. I don't take anything from literally a baby all the way to like probably.
Jolly and True says cause they're more tricky to
18,
take
19
seriously.
Yeah, like I don't take anything from a baby all the way to like 18 to 19 seriously. Like if you're like 21, 22, 23, then I'm going to take you more seriously to a degree, but I'm not going to take you that seriously like you lived life in like your mid 20s. I'm saying I'll take you more serious because you're an adult, right? Now everything you do now, you can go to war, right? You can do that at 16, but you can go to war, right? You can operate a car. You can
Jolly and True says same. It's why I respect my elders with the utmost respect.
Makes sense. So like this is why I would never take something of the words of a 19 or even a 21. I don't think anyone of drinking age. If you're 20 and less, I don't take you seriously too much. I'm just being serious. If you're 20 or less, I don't take you serious. Even if you said something racist or inherently insane. Because you might be saying it out of like emotional reasons, you might be saying it out of anger, you might be saying it because you think you're edgy, you think you're funny, and then probably 10 years later, 5 years later, you start realizing, oh shit, that stuff I said was really stupid. Like that can really affect me. And
Jolly and True says are all of the above.
Or all of the above, because like I just don't take the words of a young person too seriously. I can say that now with Unk status, but like it's just like I'm just saying, like I just don't. You just should never take. That's why you can never see me trying to look up someone's like history of what they said, like on Twitter. I think that shit is stupid. Like you think you're gonna take something seriously? What a 25-year-old is gonna say? You're gonna take something seriously, like someone who's
Jolly
16
and True says what they say doesn't really matter. Their actions though are another level FR.
That is true, because even if they say something pretty racist, that's one thing, but when they do something racist, like do something like hurt someone, like or make someone like purposely try to go at someone because of their whatever, that's where the problem comes in. Mainly because we all say something insane, and remember,
Jolly and True says like their actions can land them in a heap of trouble. Yikes!
Like remember, you can say the most common sense thing right now, and that's considered offensive. So like, what can you do, right? You can say the most common sense thing right now and piss off a bunch of people. You don't have to say anything outwardly offensive or slur or anything. You don't have to say anything actually political. If you can just say something pretty like bare bones, common sense on the
Jolly and
floor.
True says true. You can make a light joke and they come after us.
Emoji, female sign emoji, loudly crying face emoji.
You can just pick it up from the literal floor and chuck it, and it will hit whatever wall or tree or anything with the same gravity as you picked up and threw it, and someone will be offended. So like that's why I don't take shit like that seriously.
Are you afraid as a white rapper that you may be considered a culture vulture?
I don't think so. I'm not scared. I'm not scared because I'm not trying to be anybody that I'm not.
True indeed.
I'm just trying to, I like what I like. And I don't think I'm biting off of a certain culture or copying a certain culture or trying to be part of a certain culture because, I like what I like.
And for all intents and purposes, you're 20, so all you know is hip hop.
Yeah, it's like, it's not even the hip hop culture. It's like, the young culture, the young generation of people, Like, they get mad because I have braids, but, I like the way it looks. They get mad because I got gold teeth or whatever. I like the way that it looks, It's not, I'm not trying to bite off anybody or anything. I'm just trying to, I like it.
What are you doing for the Black Lives Matter movement?
What?
I don't know.
Is that a serious question?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If anything.
Why? Why would you do that? No, he's just being an asshole. I'm just being honest. The God's being an ass. That was not needed. Why did you have to put him in that awkward position? Like, what?
A lot of people were mad at the Breakfast Club for this interview.
Why is that his job to help?
Jolly says FR.
That's an ass move to do. Like, what the fuck? So, like, let me get this straight. If I was...
Ryuga Samurai said lol.
Like, okay, so, like, let's say someone is Hispanic, right? And they like Asian culture. And they live in, say, Japan. And they sing Asian music. And they're being interviewed, and they ask, does it feel different to be Hispanic and, you're doing Asian music? He's like, yeah, it's not like it's a common thing. So it's going to be like, you're going to have...
Jolly says I wouldn't even tease them about it. They are feisty father FR.
Right? But, like, if they said, yeah, it's going to be a little bit different because it's not like it's something common, right? So it's not... It's natural for, like, a widely Asian genre to see someone who is a non-Asian foreigner to be singing in a particular Asian style, right? Nothing's wrong with that. I don't think something's evil about it. And then
by using commands like
they'll ask the question, are you appropriating, are you grifting X, Y, and Z? I'm like, no, I don't think that's what that is. I think he or she likes that particular way of
Jolly
right?
says then they come at ya for making fun of them. Bekwa say they're not white.
They're not white. Grimacing face emoji, grimacing face emoji, grimacing face emoji, grimacing face emoji.
Or we can say, like, for instance, for most artists who like anime, you shouldn't watch or draw anime because it's mostly from
Jolly says
Asian,
sorry. It's just what I've seen.
It's I get you, but like it's like an Asian medium, right? And then I turn as the interviewer and say, "What did you done for X, Y, and Z Asian hate, organization?" They're like, "What?" Like, I didn't know that was my job to do that. Why is that my job? I'm not offending people. I'm making fucking music. I'm saying, like, imagine a person who does country music, turn to someone who's happens to be black, right? And then asks them, how does it feel to be black? And they said the same exact things that...
Jolly says yay, like we don't even bring it up. I swear they just want to fight half the time FR.
No, he's looking for a fight. That was not needed as an interview. He's looking to put him in a box, so he says something insane just to make him look like crap. Because there was no need for that question. Honestly.
Jolly
says yikes.
Like, imagine being a country person, someone who's black, and then they're in the genre of, like, being a country singer, which there are black country singers. There is one particular I can at least tell you. But, like, or I think there's, like, a few, like, 1 or 2 or 3. But, like, and then that country person who is a interviewer asks them how does it feel, and they explain how their experience is, and pretty sure it'll be different compared to the most expected race of people who play this type of music or listen to this type of music. It's normal, right? Same thing. Eminem said the same thing. If he's in hip hop or rap or whatever you want to call it for, he said it's a predominantly black song genre, so it's gonna be pretty different on his experience as a white guy. It makes sense. And then you turn over and says, what have you done for the Cowboy Association movement? Like, I make fucking music, bro. I'm not trying to start a movement. I just make music. People like it. I get money. They want me to make it. It's like me making art. I make art. People like it. I make a buck off it. That's great. They get what they want out of it. They learn whatever. That's it. Why it has to be so deep to the point it gets to that point? I don't think that makes sense.
Jolly Incher says facts.
Jolly Incher 35 said facts.
Right, and then only that, it's not like that particular organization don't have enough celebrities pushing that, right? It's not like it's a whole new movement, right? It's been around since what? The Trayvon thing. So like, it's not like a bunch of celebrities that you know that are billionaires that can push that. But like, okay. Whether they're black or white or Hispanic, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense.
Saying Charlemagne was being
like fuck the NBA football, the NFL pushes that too. So is that like organization after organization? If there's one white guy who has to make music, who happens to be in hip hop, I don't think it's of his literal job to push that. What the fuck?
Disrespectful, but this narrative that Post Malone was a vulture would persist. He often talked about the struggle of being a white rapper and how others would view him and judge him. And he also made sure to say a lot that he wasn't just a rapper, but instead was an artist. So clearly he didn't want to be boxed in, which I get, but also the way you say it can kind of come off as like offensive. Like, oh, I'm not a rapper, I'm an artist. You know what I mean? So I think that's why a lot of people had a problem with this. Regardless though, Post Malone kept making music and released 2 more albums that had some rapping. The first was Beer Bongs and Bentleys, which had some rap songs like Rockstar, as well as some more pop songs. And then he put out Hollywood's Bleeding, which had some more rap and pop sort of songs. Then, however, he moved more towards pop on his next album, 12 Karat Toothache. But by 2024, Post Malone had mostly shifted his sound away from rap and more towards country, with albums like Austin and F1 Trillion. Many pointed out how not only did he change his sound, but also his entire style. Post Malone had slowly been moving away from hip-hop throughout his entire career, and it was extremely obvious when he finally committed to a country album working with artists like Morgan Wallen. And a lot of people were not happy with how Post Malone went about his transition. For example, one fan said, "For someone with such a critique about hip-hop, he sure did nothing to make sure his music stood out besides being white and singing over trap beats. He didn't make any hip-hop songs to grab that emotion he craved. He rapped about drugs, partying, and guns. When the formula stopped working, he switched his brand. He's this generation's Kid Rock." Another said, "Post is 100% a culture vulture. He's just a very likable person. He used the look and popularity of rap to excel his career, and when it slowed, he flipped to pop. Then when that slowed, he flipped to country." Fans of Post have countered, saying that he has always...
I bet you if these same people was in the same predicament, they'll do the same fucking thing. Tell me if they wouldn't. Tell me if they wouldn't. Honestly, if you're in a genre, right? Whether it's music, art, whatever the fuck, and let's say you're making a video game, and you made nothing but like first-person shooters, right? But now that is dying, or it's just not working no more. It's that you can't use the same formula. You can't figure it out. 9 times out of 10. People are going to do either the same thing again and expect something different, which is insane, or you can do something completely different. Or you can mix that, like he did. He started with just rap. Then he started mixing a little of other genres into the rap thing, and then he slowly but surely used it as a testing subject to prove that if he doesn't make a rap song, at least in the other genres, he can...
Jolly Incher says yay, except half of them don't opt often to change the game. Or so I've seen.
Yeah, often they don't. But then again, it's like if you it's like an insurance policy, right? Right? I think that's kind of what, I'm not gonna say all, but I think that's something what Kendrick was trying to do. Not exactly that, but something he did with Taylor Swift with the Bad Blood thing, right? And I think some people made fun of him for that, which was weird. I didn't think that was nothing to make fun of. I know.
Jolly Incher says that's true. It's rare to see them change it up.
Thinking face emoji.
And then I think this is why bands like the Gorillaz will always be in need. So if you don't hear from them, or they do a whole new song, you're not expecting it to be rap. You're not expecting it to be rock. Hold on. Why does it keep disconnecting? You don't expect it to be anything. They have their own sound by mixing every sound. So it's never tailored to one genre. And that's the great thing, which is hard. The Gorillaz has perfected something that a lot of streamers will wish they can do, especially gamers. They wish I wish I can just play a first-person shooter one day and my audience watch. And then another thing, I can just play Repo and then my audience watch. And then I can play, like, I don't know, a Sims game and then my audience will watch. And I can play a JRPG for 1 second and then my audience will watch. What's the problem with this is that once you start tailoring yourself to one genre, or particularly one game of genre, it's hard to literally leave that place.
Jolly says yay. Music tastes for everyone. Everyone loves a mixture of different stuff
Everyone
FR.
loves a mixture of different stuff FR.
Yeah, but the problem is with that is just like, if you don't have a guarantee that your money is going to be made, because the problem with genres, oh my god, why does it keep disconnecting? What the hell is wrong with this stupid thing? Damn. Anyway, the problem with genres is that it can start getting old fast. Like really fast. So it ends up in that situation where, like, remember, like I said in the 2010s was pretty much EDM pop beats a lot, like a bunch of EDM pop beats and music and a little trap here and there and dubstep. But yeah, once that died off, you don't really see a lot of EDM.
Ariane said the 2010s music was Licto FR.
It was all club music. Don't give a fuck. Live life for what it is. Live like 1999 type shit. That was a lot of that in the 2010s. It's kind of crazy, but you know. But yeah. But honestly, if anyone was in his position, whether he was pushed out or whether he didn't think he would make enough profits in this, anyone knows if there was a safe insurance policy, you would switch genres if it benefited you more than the current genre you're in. The only thing you have to deal with is the scrutiny. That's it. But if you're thick-skinned, you don't fucking, it won't matter, right? You'll be called culture vulture. Fucking.
Ryu the Samurai said Florida had us in a chokehold.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That too. Florida. Florida. Man, bro made a whole song about the whistle thing, and I was surprised how a lot of people did not know what that actually meant. That was kind of crazy. I caught that song so fast as soon as I heard it. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Got something. They have to deal with scrutiny, but then they also have to deal with their fans. Most of them are millionaires and have a lot of money.
That's even more reason. Like, as soon as you start changing up stuff, don't read the comments because you're gonna just get insane.
What Rick's official said, be a support
responses,
hero today
but
by using commands.
I don't think he's doing anything personally wrong. He's not hurting anyone. He's just changing genres. Now, you may not like that. That sucks. You know, I get it. But then again, it's like, I don't think that's something to, like, I don't know.
He's been very clearly a fan of country and always said that he wanted to make country and that he even made country before he started rapping. However, the main critique is that despite all that, it doesn't change the fact that he used hip-hop to launch his career, all while disrespecting it in interviews. Post Malone has talked about this a lot, like I said, even as recently as last year after releasing his country album.
He was called a culture vulture, a one-hit wonder. How did that feel to you?
It sucked.
Yeah.
I was a kid.
1920. How did you deal with it?
Drink a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know how he looks 20, but he looks 40. Is it the beard? I think it was the beard, the teeth, the duck hat.
Jolly says father though LMAO.
He looks 40. And I don't think he's that. How old is he? Hold up. Let me check this. How old is this, bro? How old is he? He's 29. Fuck, he's older. He's younger than me.
Jolly says more like in his 50s, actually.
Actually.
No, yeah, well, early 50s, late 40s. Bro's 29 right now. He You don't look 29. You look 40. He went 20 years up with all that shit. What the fuck?
You take it personally? Because I
Absolutely. It's hard not to. It's not for the people who hate you. It's for the people who love you and for yourself.
In a New York Times interview about his transition to country, Post Malone did reveal that he thought he had made some mistakes when it came to hip-hop. He said, "I could have been kinder to people. I could have seen where people were coming from in their critiques of me, and I could have just handled things a whole lot better. I understand the mistakes that I've made in the past, and I just want to make sure the respect that I have for everything comes out." On top of this, another country artist in the interview even said Post Malone asked for permission to be involved in the genre, which clearly shows he's still a bit worried after what happened during his rap stint. But at the end of the day, Lil B was right and did predict that Post Malone would go full-on country. Post Malone's rebrand to a country artist, though, was at least expected, and he saw a good bit of success. Whereas Vanilla Ice tried to make metal music, and it went about as well as you think it might. If you guys don't remember Vanilla Ice, he's the guy who made Ice Ice Baby. Ice Ice Baby was a huge hit in the early 90s, and it also generated a ton of controversy. It was one of his earliest songs, but it was also featured on his debut album from 1989, so he didn't have much of a foundation for his extreme success. It was actually the first hip-hop song to reach #1 on the Billboard charts. There was a lot of controversy because he sampled Queen's
Jolly
Under
Incher says
Pressure,
that
and the
name
song
sounds
heavily
familiar.
relied on that sample, as Vanilla Ice didn't bring much to the table. Queen and David Bowie weren't credited for
Ice Ice Baby.
the sample, and it made a lot of people angry. He even tried denying that it was a sample from their song.
We sampled them from him, but it's not the same bass line. Like it goes ding 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 ding.
Oh god, bro, you just fucked yourself. I forgot I don't think he was that smart too. I'm not gonna lie. He made that one movie. Oh god. Oh god, he made that one movie. It was the most weirdest thing. Oh, almost. It was the 90s. Anything goes at that time. Everyone thought they was gonna die. So like I guess anything was possible, even a Vanilla Ice movie. Very strange movie.
Jolly Incher says, what was the movie name?
It was called, hold on. It's a very I don't know. Nice movie. Okay, the movie was called, hold on. Hey. It was one of those, it's one of those cringe ass movies. Oh, it's called Cool as Ice. Cool as Ice, man. I tell you, the ego. The ego! Watch that movie. It's from 1991.
Jolly Incher says, OMG, I've heard of that.
If you watch that, you will cringe. Oh my god. Don't stay with that zero and get with a hero. I think that he says.
Ding 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 ding. Ding ding ding. That's the way theirs goes. Ours goes ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding.
I pause it. I freeze framed it perfectly. My mouth is open too. Like, bro, you are not that smart of a man, huh? You really think that sounds like a difference to you? Boom, 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 and he's like boom, 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 boom. So you just doubled that. Are you stupid? So at the last hit of that of the guitar, you just doubled it by like half a second. Are you stupid? Oh my god. Oh my god. Remember, it's the 90s. It's the 90s. So, you know, anything goes.
However, it was catchy and commercially appealing, so he got a bunch of attention. Vanilla Ice followed up the success of Ice Ice Baby with his major label debut to the extreme. It became the fastest selling hip-hop album of all time.
If I remember right, I think he did lose that lawsuit though.
spent 16 weeks at number 1 on the Billboard 200, and sold over 10 million copies. Vanilla Ice's success right out the gate was really crazy, but there were a few issues. A lot of people saw Vanilla Ice as more of a novelty act rather than an actual rapper. Even Eminem said that when he first heard Ice Ice Baby, he didn't even want to rap anymore. A lot of rap fans also probably felt like he was a fraud, as he was seeing all the success as a mediocre white rapper, likely viewing him as a culture vulture. People grew tired of Vanilla Ice very quick, and a lot of others already didn't like him, so he began to fall off. The next album he released was called Mind Blowin', which absolutely flopped compared to his last album. It didn't chart and it only sold 42,000 copies. Vanilla Ice blamed this on the fact that he went too mainstream, doing movies and making poppier songs rather than his more underground style of rap. Regardless, he was in a rough spot. It's possible that Vanilla Ice thought he could find a new fan base in a new genre, so this is when he attempted to make a metal album. Now, I do think that rock or metal fans would be more accepting of Vanilla Ice, especially because he's a Florida guy, he likes motocross and all the outdoorsy stuff. It just seemed like the right place for him to be, kind of like Kid Rock. He teamed up with the producer Ross Robinson, who had worked with bands like Korn, Slipknot, and Limp Bizkit, and they began working on a metal album. A lot of people were very surprised he was doing this, understandably so. Some people probably aren't aware that he was also a member of the band Pickin' Scabs for a brief period of time, in which he was trying to do a Kid Rock sort of thing by fusing rock and rap, but it didn't work out too well. Anyways though, Vanilla Ice and Ross Robinson kept working and released the album Hard to Swallow in October of 1998. He said that he wanted to express himself in a way he didn't think he could in rap, so he made a rock album. His vocals were okay on some of the songs, and the music was okay, but it seemed like no one was really even interested in checking out a Vanilla Ice nu metal album. The album failed to chart and sold a few more copies than his previous flop, but nothing noteworthy. Critics didn't like the album either, with his album landing on a couple worst album of all time lists, and on the AV Club's list of the least essential albums of the 90s. The most successful song on this album was Too Cold, which was just a rock remake of his song Ice Ice Baby. After this album, he was dropped by his label. He never worked with Ross Robinson again, and the greater metal community kind of just stayed away from him. But I don't think it was a complete failure. My theory that he wanted a new fan base proved to be true, and it did work out a little bit. He was able to tour and get a slightly different fan base, although it was still a pretty small crowd, and Vanilla Ice even said, "Now my crowd is the body piercing and tattoo crowd." In 2001, he tried another rap rock album called Bipolar, which again flopped and was mocked by critics. A sales rep for Sony even said that the sales for Bipolar were not bad for Vanilla Ice. I think the most success Vanilla Ice has seen since Ice Ice Baby is getting a stand named after him in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which I guess is pretty impressive. If you like this video though, you might like my video about classic or iconic one-hit wonders, you know, songs like the Macarena, things
AK,
like that.
what's going on,
I thought it was really interesting looking into people like that and Who Let the Dogs Out, stuff like that, but it's not doing so great. So if you want to watch that, it's on screen right now. Please click it. I would love you a lot if you did. It's really interesting in my opinion. But anyways, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, please make sure to leave a like or even consider subscribing. Other than that, it's been your boy Matty Balls, and I'll see you guys next time.
You name yourself Matty Balls? Oh my god. Nepo babies who... Oh god, I want to hear this one.
The term Nepo baby refers to someone whose career is similar or related to the career their parents succeeded in. So because their parents already had all sorts of connections, it made it much easier on their kid. The hardest part about breaking into the music industry and having a successful career is actually getting into the industry, not necessarily making good music. So when you have access to these
says, "Oh no, what's worse is I've heard this term."
Fumble, there's got to be another underlying problem. That's why today we're going to be looking into Nepo babies with failed music careers, starting off with Chet Hanks. Real quick, I just want to shout out my boy Rashad Fashir for the inspiration for this video. I thought his topic was cool, but I also wanted to cover a few different examples in my video. But make sure to check out his channel sometime. He's a dope YouTuber. Anyways, enough yapping, let's continue with the video. Chet Hanks is the son of Tom Hanks, the extremely successful actor who is best known for his roles in movies such as Forrest Gump, Saving Private Ryan, Castaway, and more. Chet's mom is Rita Wilson, who is also a very successful actress and is known for her roles in things like Jingle All the Way, Sleepless in Seattle, and Runaway Bride. Clearly, both of his parents are very successful in the entertainment industry. Over the course of his life, he tried his hand at acting. He was in his first film called Bratz back in 2000. 2007 and did a bunch of other small.
I always wondered something. I always wondered this. If you are a celebrity who is extremely successful, and you have to go through all the hardships of being that celebrity and being, I guess, self-made to the degree, and then you're so successful, you end up marrying and having children and blah blah blah. Does your children have to go through the humiliation rituals like you did? Do they have to deal with terrible executives and probably creepy individuals? Or they still have to deal with that? Because if mom and dad is around.
Jolly Incher 35 said
Jolly Incher says reminds me of Michael Jackson. He was famous, but he tried to protect them.
I always wondered that though. Is that something? Is that a thing? Like, if you're a nepo baby and your parents are very famous and well known, internationally known, blah blah blah, anything they say and do like speaks waves and move mountains. At that point, does your kid, who is your son and or daughter, have to go through the insane, probably disgusting situations like you did? Do you have to say is there like a hands off those type of kids? Because we always know that the kids who got into the industry ends up being crazy because of the traumatizing things that happen to them. But I always wondered, the kids who are born into this, do they get just as much or worse situations? That's why I wonder. I heard some crazy stories about Will Smith giving up his kid, handing off his kid to Diddy, but I don't know how true that is. And I'm talking about Jaden Smith. I don't know how true that is, but I always wondered that. Because if you're born to this and your family has money, has fame, fortune, blah blah blah, they like I said, they have influence at that time where their name is literally just right? Do executives who are creepy, strange, off, or things keep their hands off you? That's my question.
Yes, I'm Lily said I hope that's not true. Loudly crying face emoji, folded hands.
I'm hoping it's not true, but this man, I don't know. You see, I always know that celebrity parents are not probably the best. Most cases, not all, but not most of them are not great. Some of them suck the Kool-Aid more than anyone, and sometimes they push their kids into some crazy stuff. I'm looking at you, Madonna.
Roles. One of his more interesting roles, though, was playing a rapper named Blake on a show called Empire, which, funnily enough, it seems like one of Chet Hanks' major goals in life was to become an actual real-life rapper. Chet dropped his first track in college, under the alias Chet Hayes.
What's good? It's your boy Chet Hayes. I'm in the studio finishing up mixtape Get Hayes.
Bro doesn't look anything like his daddy.
Just my homie just showed me this beat, and it's like unanimous decision. It's absolute fire, so I gotta go in and flow on it right now.
It was a song called White and Purple. It was a remix of Wiz Khalifa's song Black and Yellow.
Oh,
apparently
no.
White and Purple were his school's colors, so clearly the song wasn't all that serious, and he was just having fun at this point. I listened to the lyrics, and probably one of the strangest lyrics in this song was, "Got a call from the brothers in the frat house. I'm with my girl trying to get up under that blouse. She's a freshman, but she a freak though." That's kind of crazy.
Jolly Incher says what?
No! Bro, why would you say that? No! No! Bro, why would you say that?
Jolly Incher says, yeah, don't put that in a song.
Don't put that in a song. Don't do that. Oh, God, that's not good for your image. Especially how that array serves really bad connotations for you. Especially college dude.
Said face with hand over mouth
oh
emoji.
my god. That's wild, dude. That's wild. That's why. Okay, I want to ask you a quick question, Ari. Whenever it disconnects, does it disconnect
says it
for
just
you?
tells other people he loves getting into their shirts.
Person face palming emoji, female sign emoji, loudly crying face emoji, person face palming emoji, female sign emoji.
That's crazy.
Crazy. Regardless, around this time he released a bunch more music that is sort of tough to find. Like his track Another Chance that was hated on by so many people that even the news was clowning on him.
This is Chet Hayes coming at you in a daze. The song was produced by Swizz Beatz, but it seems even that's not enough to give the guy credibility. A third of YouTube viewers liked the music video, whilst the others gave it the thumbs down. And one of the comments will really hurt. Yo, you should collab with Rebecca Black. Ouch.
At this point in his life, Chet Hanks was sort of...
Bro had that in the chamber. He was ready to use that.
Jolliancher says OMG.
No.
Flushed face emoji.
Bro had that in the chamber. That's crazy. Oh man, we still using this lady as an insult. That is sad. Oh man, that is so sad. We're still using this lady as an insult. That's crazy. Fuck.
Sort of the problem child or the ugly duckling of his family. As a teen, his parents had sent him to a troubled teens therapy program, and apparently around his college time, he developed a drug problem. So the reason why people had a problem with Chet Hanks, especially in his rap music, is because he would rap about having a hard life and act like he was tough, when in reality, he had one of the best upbringings anyone can ask for. He was even claiming that he was disadvantaged because he's Tom Hanks' son. He was also...
Bro, no. Bro, no! Stop talking! No!
Jolliancher says, oh no, that's a dangerous combo right there.
Face emoji, that's a dangerous combo right there.
Stop talking!
Posting pictures with guns, saying the N-word all the time, and just acting crazy.
Oh.
They didn't.
Anyway, so Tom Hanks' son, I'm watching this thing, I'm laughing my fucking ass off. Listen to this guy. You have to watch it too. Hanks must be so annoyed.
He was often referred to as the black sheep of his family. I mean, look at how his brother acted when asked about him in an interview.
Speaking of musicians, do you have a relationship with your brother at all? I know there's a big
of course.
age gap with Chet.
Big age gap. Yeah, I mean, he is, obviously he's doing his own thing. He's very,
absolutely.
Damn, the brother looks like Tom Hanks. This looks closely to Tom Hanks. This son looks more close to his. Actually, it looks like Tom Hanks and Elon Musk had a baby. This bro looks like Elon Musk and Tom Hanks at once. What the fuck? Oh my god!
He's very passionate about what he does, and
That's
he's
crazy.
got an incredible work ethic.
And it wasn't just rap songs that he made either. He also made pop songs too, but those weren't that great either. Mind you, this whole time, Chet Hanks was never really successful at all with his music. The only time he really got attention is when people would be like, hey, did you know Tom Hanks has a son that's a rapper and he's saying the N-word all the time? At least that was until he rebranded to Chet Hanks. Most of Chet Hanks' music is lost and...
Bro. Hey, Maddie. Hey, Maddie. He's like, hey, this is Tom Hanks' son. Do you know he says the N-word all the time?
Two hearts emoji said hi.
What a great way to start off a conversation. Who the fuck says a conversation like that? I just sat down. Shit. Oh man. Oh man. It must be fun. It must be fun at Thanksgiving. Oh my god.
At least that was until he was successful at all with his music. The only time he really got attention is when people would be like, hey, did you know Tom Hanks has a son that's a rapper and he's saying the N-word all the time? At least that was until he rebranded to Chet Hanks. With an X. Most of Chet Hanks' music is lost and can only be found on YouTube or random websites. But after a few controversies, his career as Chet Hanks was the slightest bit more successful. He kicked off this past decade with a huge viral video at the Golden Globes where he was doing this Jamaican accent.
Oh my god. Big up
Big up the whole island, massive. It's your boy Chetana, coming straight from the Golden Globes, you want to me father Tom Hanks presenting in a what soon forward come. Big up, tune in.
Then after this,
okay, I'm not gonna pretend like there's no white people who don't live or was born in Jamaica who talks like that, but given his reputation, I don't think that's a good idea to be doing this. I'm just saying, I'm not saying you can't. I have no problem with it. But then again, I'm like, I would avoid that. I'm just saying. There are white people, Asian people who live and been born in Jamaica who talks like that. That they do talk like they do talk patois.
Maddie,
That's what it's called.
2 hearts emoji just followed.
But I wouldn't given his track record I would avoid it. I'm just saying. You can do what you want, bro. You can do what you want. But I'm just saying.
This went viral. He posted a string of videos the next year advertising White Boy Summer.
Hey guys, look, I just wanted to tap in really quick. I just got this feeling, man, that this summer is, it's about to be a white boy summer. You know, take it how you want. I'm not talking about like Trump, you know, NASCAR type white. I'm talking about,
Ariane said if memory serves me right, that by him in the red and not in the friendly way. I heard about it once.
You heard about? Oh wait, if memory serves me right, that bite him in the red and it's not a friendly way.
John B. Jack Harlow type white boy summer, you know what I mean? Let me know if you guys can vibe with that, and get ready.
These videos went so viral.
Don't do that.
Said, was he not already getting attacked?
Like people,
he's not really helping himself loudly crying face
bro.
emoji.
As a celebrity kid or just a celebrity in general, I don't think it's a good idea to compare yourself to other celebrities that you probably know or have the ability to have access to.
Jolliancher says he should NT have made fun of them like that.
I don't think he's making fun. Like, if he's doing the Jamaican accent, I do not think he's making fun. I just don't think it's a good look, given that your track record of, like, the whole rap thing and then the old N-word thing, and you're a white guy. I'm just saying... I don't.
Jolliancher says, "Really? Sounds like it."
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I just don't know. Oh, hey, Lily came back. Hello. And Maddie, thank you for the follow.
That he decided to release a single called White Boy Summer under his new alias, Chet Hanks with an X, in 2021. Believe it or not, this song actually did fairly well because of the memes, but it still did get a lot of hate. He followed this track up with 2 more that same year, but neither of them really got much traction. But Chet was not going to throw the towel in yet. After getting sober in 2021, Chet Hanks had stopped making music for a while, despite making it since like 2010. That was until 2025, when he got with artist Drew Arthur and created the band Something Out West. He pivoted away from rap and decided to start a country band. Maybe he's actually passionate about country, or maybe he's just doing this because I feel like everyone's doing country now. Regardless, it's funny seeing him go from toting guns to riding Harleys within the span of like a decade. They've only released 2 singles so far, one of which had a music video that featured his dad referencing Forrest Gump. So while Chet's rap career may have failed, who knows? Maybe country suits him better and he'll see a bit more success in that genre. Regardless, Chet never really got too much attention on his actual music, whereas Jaden Smith actually saw a decent amount of success before he decided to take an indefinite break. Jaden Smith is the son of Will Smith, an extremely successful actor, rapper, and producer. He was actually the first rapper to ever win a Grammy.
Yes,
he's also acted in things like Men in Black, Fresh Prince, Bad Boys, and many more. So his son was primed to have a great music career. But nowadays, the only time Jaden Smith really seems to get attention is when he does dumb things, like wearing a castle on his head at the Grammys. Believe it or not though, Jaden actually used to have a decent music career for a little bit until things went south. It all started with his acting career back in 2006 in The Pursuit of Happiness with his dad when he was just 8. He also did the movie Karate Kid, which of course was a huge success. I'm sure most of you guys have seen it. But pretty early into his acting career, he also began working on music. First, he featured on Never Say Never Forever by Justin Bieber for the Karate Kid soundtrack. Then in 2012, he released a mixtape called The Cool Cafe. He followed up 2 years later with another mixtape. However, none of these mixtapes really saw any success. But then he started working on his debut studio album, Sire. For this album, he put out singles like Fallen, Batman, and Watch Me, which were released in late 2016 and early 2017. And when he finally released the album, he actually saw quite a bit of success. The album was released on November 17th of 2017, and it debuted at 24 on the Billboard 200. He also released the track Icon off that album, which...
That's the only good song. I'm not gonna lie, to be honest with you, Icon was probably the best song he ever made, in my opinion. I'm not even gonna lie, I heard it the first time, it went hard. I'm surprised it didn't go like viral on TikTok like that. Maybe it did. I don't really feel like it did, but then again, it's like it was one of the best songs that he did, in my opinion. The Batman one was, I was like,
went crazy. He continued releasing albums like Iris, which had big songs like Summertime.
Oh yeah, and then he went on that fucking weird anime thing where he made an anime, and we shitted on that so much because like it was something about chocolate, having pink hair and Neo Tokyo and a lot of shit. It just felt very tone deaf for some reason, the whole thing, and it felt like people, like it felt like Boondocks, but season 1, but worse. Animation wise, the way things was drawn, it just felt like I was like watching the animators of Boondocks, but learning how to use the animation software. This is not to really shit on his thing, but it was like, it just wasn't there, and it was weird.
Time in Paris. This era of Jaden Smith was actually like pretty good in my opinion. I enjoyed some of these songs, and there was definitely some sort of musical talent. But Jaden had a problem, and it was that a lot of fans found him corny. For example, if you look at his Twitter back when he was younger in like 2015.
Oh shit! Is he gonna say the thing about everyone his age wants to get partying, drunk, and have fun, but he wants to talk about the political climate and shit? I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. Like, bro, shut the fuck up. No one wants to hear that shit. I'm sorry. I don't care if you're political or not. That was cringe. That was cringe. And then you had I think, Fat Boy say, whoa! And all that bro cross. I was like, bro, my God, that was the biggest meme. Oh, God.
He was
actually, the fact that Fat Boy said bro and stuff was the funniest part, other than the corny meme cringe he said.
A ton of corny tweets, like this one where he claimed that if he were white and not Will Smith's son, he would be the most respected philosopher of all.
Oh yeah, and I forgot, he has a big ego. Bro likes to think he's some type of the second coming of Christ. He thinks he knows everything when he knows absolutely nothing, being Will Smith's son. And he tries to sound super deep, like he takes it off from like Facebook stuff and posts it on Twitter. Like he says deep shit. It's horrible.
Time. Or this one where he says, if everybody in the world dropped out of school, we would have a much more intelligent society. To which Tyler, the creator, even responded, making fun of him, and said, you actually kind of sound like an idiot. But to be fair, he was a kid, and we all grow out of that phase. Right? Well, it took Jaden Smith a while to. I mean, even just coming out of the gate and calling yourself an icon on your first studio album is very bold and had a lot of people making fun of him.
Like, we're doing things on an iconic level, so it's very important to be like, yeah, I'm, however old I am, and Willow's extremely young as well.
Did he just not remember how old he is? Is he not aware of how old he is?
Everybody's just picking up a mic and some auto-tune and making a song, and they're coming out good.
People are touching microphones, and it's coming out good.
Despite the numbers his first couple of albums did, despite him getting a decent-sized core fan base from this success, the general music community just viewed him as a corny rich kid who is trying too hard to make impactful music.
And yeah, Jaden's lyrics can get pretty corny, like that one line about people switching and how he's not playing Nintendo. Jesus Christ. It's not as bad as the washing dirty dishes lines off of Sire, but still, not all that great. And once more, Jaden seems convinced he's making music that's deeper than it actually is. But
yeah,
I digress.
My
main issue with this record is, why would I want to spend an hour listening to some dude
who bought his way into the rap game pretend to be Travis Scott for like a dozen or so tracks. I can't imagine a bigger waste of time.
And it wasn't just the music that was corny to the audience. Jaden himself just acted like he was better and smarter than everybody in interviews, like this infamous clip.
On age, and I look and I
Here we
go around
go.
sometimes and I hang out with other people that
Here
are
we
my
go.
age, and they're just kind of selfie. I'm just like, dude, like, oh my god, like, can we talk about like the political and economic state of the world right now?
Get out! Get out! Get out! No! No! Fuck no! No! That's boring.
I never noticed Big Boy's crazy reaction to that statement. Regardless, this clip definitely changed a lot of people's opinions on Jaden, and many more music fans began to view him as a corny rich kid. There's even a whole Key and Peele skit making fun of him.
Just want to make sure my next project reflects that I'm a down-to-earth, normal kid. Am I making any sense?
Despite all of that, Jaden continued releasing music and put out another album called The Cool Tape Volume 3, which did alright, but nothing like how his first project, Sire, did. He also featured alongside the Black Eyed Peas on a song for the Bad Boys for Life soundtrack, which actually was very successful, but it was also a movie his dad was starring in, so I'm not sure how much that counts. He took a break for a few years apart from a couple singles, remixes, and things along those lines. And even though he wasn't releasing music, he was still able to find his way into some controversy. This is because he got caught cheating on his ex-girlfriend Saab Zeta. And he wasn't even clowned on because cheating's a bad thing, which it is, but people on the internet were just saying that it was a downgrade and that he fumbled her. Throughout
Yeah, I remember that. I remember seeing that. People was not even making fun for he was cheating. They made fun because he fumbled it back because how she looked. And I think the girl he was cheating on with was not as pretty as the girl he was with. I'm like, bro. I'm like, well, the morals on our society doesn't seem to be like on their shit, but you know.
Throughout his entire career, Jaden Smith has been made fun of for being the rich, nepo baby who tried to buy his way into the music industry, and clearly based on how his last EP did, it didn't work out too well. A comment on another video of Jaden Smith says, he gives off the vibe of someone who wants to be a teacher without ever being a student. I do genuinely think that Jaden set out with every intent to make good music, and I still do genuinely believe he has some good songs. It just seems like his ego and his weird, like, holier-than-thou personality got in the way of his actual musical career. Let me put you guys on though. There's this song called Lonely with Post Malone and Jaden Smith. It's not even on streaming, but it's so good. It's a deep cut. If you haven't heard it, you'll actually like it. It's a good Jaden Smith song, so check that one out. It's one of my favorites. And while Will Smith is an extremely successful person, it pales in comparison to Michael Jackson, the king of pop, whose daughter also attempted a music career. Paris Jackson is the daughter of Michael Jackson, who I don't think needs any introduction. Michael Jackson is the king of pop, one of the best singers, writers, dancers, and overall musicians of all time. He's definitely one of the most successful musicians of all time too, so you'd think when his daughter started making music, it'd be viral, but that has not been the case. Paris Jackson has dabbled in a handful of things throughout her career, whether it be acting, modeling, or anything else in that realm. However, one thing that you might have noticed is that you probably haven't heard of her or heard much of her, and that's because she likes to keep herself pretty low key, which didn't really help when she tried to get into music. She first started a musical duo with her ex-boyfriend Gabriel Glenn, and their group was called the Soundflowers. They released an EP in 2020, and that was it. However, it seems like that sparked her interest in an actual music career, because later that year she signed a record deal with Republic Records and released her debut single called Let Down.
You know, it's certainly a daunting legacy, but with the support of her brother, Paris Jackson is forging her own musical path with her guitar, her voice, and some deeply personal songs that have helped her cope.
It wasn't until the last couple years where I started calling myself a musician and embracing that, you know, the feeling that I think I was born to do this.
She followed this up with her debut studio album called Wilted.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna turn off Twitch because since this is not technically a reaction video, because I'm not doing reactions like that, I'm doing reactions, but I'm not gonna put them on YouTube because this doesn't really fall into my category of stuff. I'm going to turn off Twitch because I think Twitch is making the thing keep constantly saying it needs help. So I'm gonna turn off Twitch real quick. Bye Twitch. I'm gonna keep YouTube and TikTok up once I'm done with this Animatic. I'm near done actually. I just gotta copy and paste and I'll be pretty much done. Just tired of it constantly telling me that he keeps recording. Why she gotta talk like she
Lily said
smokes
why
five?
she gotta talk like she smokes 5 a day.
She probably does.
Over the years, she worked on a few more singles, EPs, and also featured on a few other artist songs as well. Her music was a lot different than her dad's, as hers was more folky and acoustic guitar focused, but for some reason, despite being Michael Jackson's kid, her music never really got that much attention, when the label just hadn't really been marketing her at all. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I had no idea that Michael Jackson had a daughter who was putting out music. You would think this would be a big deal, seeing as how, again, he was one of the greatest of all time, but no one's really talking about it. Maybe Paris is just trying to keep her music career low-key.
Well, he's not. I don't think technically those are his biological children. I think he adopted them. I think, if I remember right. I don't think biologically they are actually related, but he did take care of them, and I think he did. I think they're adopted, if I remember right. And after his death, I think the family took care of him after the fact.
And I don't put her on this list as hate either, because her music isn't bad. Plus, failure is a metric only the artist can measure how they see fit. I mean, she did say she bases her success off of how she is feeling. She also said, "I'm not working with her for money, we don't need that. We just both love creating art." And she definitely doesn't need the money, as she said she gets $8 million every year. So she's doing just fine. Paris also said that she doesn't really consider herself a singer, and that she thinks she's more of a songwriter. So clearly her music career is just one big passion project for her, although I am surprised that her label has not really tried marketing her too much. And anyways, Paris hasn't released a solo song since 2023, so maybe she's decided that releasing music isn't really for her. And while Paris Jackson has kept her life pretty low-key, the same cannot be said for Diggy Simmons. Diggy Simmons is the son of Reverend Run, who is a rapper, producer, and DJ, but is especially known as one of the founding members of Run DMC. If you don't know Run DMC, they're a super popular old school hip hop group who paved the way for plenty of artists. Diggy's first major public appearances were back in the early 2000s on his father's popular reality TV show, Run's House.
Run's House.
Does not fit.
Hampton suit.
Does not fit.
You got more suits than James Bond. It is ridiculous how much stuff you got.
Just one last thing.
What?
Do I have to hang all that back up?
The show ran for 4 years and had 6 seasons, throughout which Diggy would soft launch his music career with lots of episodes displaying his interest in making music. In 2009, as the reality show was coming to an end, Diggy at age 14 released his first mixtape titled The First Flight, which actually did pretty decent, receiving over 100,000 downloads. Around this time in 2010, Diggy also dropped a freestyle over Nas's song Made You Look, which went pretty viral. And in combination with his mixtape, this caused the start of a bidding war for the promising young artist. Because of all of his options, Diggy decided to go with Atlantic Records, which is pretty impressive at the age of 14. But it was still yet to be seen if this was purely nepotism. While his name and especially the show helped a ton in getting Diggy his platform, it also created major expectations and an even bigger amount of pressure. Clearly Diggy was aware of this though, as he released his breakout commercial single, and it was titled Great Expectations. This song did so well that it actually got featured in an AT&T commercial.
TV star.
Come on, son. You never be like your dad.
Oh yeah, I remember this commercial.
The nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T. Rethink possible.
Now I'm rethinking if that's actually impressive or not, but that's what I wrote. But after his initial success, similar to Jaden Smith, the internet began to turn on Diggy for not only being a potential nepo baby, but also for being sort of corny. People were mostly calling him corny for dissing J. Cole in a few songs back in 2012, after Cole allegedly got with Diggy's sister, which seemed to piss him off.
No, who do you believe, J. Cole? First of all, I'm happy that J. Cole's here after the damage that Diggy Simmons did to his...
Bro, why would you be pissed off if your sister chooses to pick J. Cole of all people? It's not like he walked in and said, "Date me." That's her fucking fault. That's her fault. That's a strange hate. If she picked him, you can't stop her for picking things that she wants. You know what I'm saying? That's weird. Why are you mad? And the likelihood they stay together from a celebrity, it's unlikely. Nah.
There you
I
go.
survived.
You know,
I survived the Diggy storm.
J. Cole killer Diggy Simmons. He put something on you, man.
Yeah.
You never wanted to respond to that. What happened?
Why would I respond to that?
Why would he
Exactly,
respond to
see?
that? Why would I respond to that? Because he's a child. Why would I do that? I'm beefing with a kid. You know how stupid I look on J. Cole's behalf? It's two rich people arguing over something simple as I dated your sister because she chose me. It's not like I pushed this woman to date me, right? That's 1, 2, and then like you're still probably a kid, so it just bothers you because for all we know, you probably like me as an artist, right? And because you found I'm dating your sister, that probably put you in a weird spot, so it caused like a weird animosity towards me. And then when things didn't work out between me and your sister, you hate me all of a sudden. Why? Why? I can understand if I abused her or something. I get that. That makes sense. But like if there's no case of that happening, we just broke up under like normal circumstances. Why the fuck are you mad? If anything, you should be happy, right? Like, what? And then you diss me. And then these interviewers asking me stupid questions like, are you not going to respond? I'm going to respond to a child? Are you stupid? I respect J. Cole. He has some sense. I'm not going to respond to a child who's upset at me because I dated his sister. The fuck? Are you stupid?
J. Cole killer? What? See how you just said it?
Trust me, always trying to cause problems.
Diggy? He was not even sure about it.
You don't think Diggy was a formidable opponent?
No. I mean, Diggy's I respect Diggy for even doing that. You know what I mean? It's like 2 diss songs in the cans. Like,
was your circle getting at you like, oh, come on, Jay?
It was just kind of just really embarrassing. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Nobody really wanted to talk. It was like, oh man, like
that would.
That's like a literal baby throwing its bottle at you, and then because it threw a bottle at you, think because it's mad or having a bad day, should I respond in kind? Take the same bottle and just, NFL this motherfucker. No. What? No. What? Are you mad? Crazy? Hell no.
Make me mad too though, so I can't really blame Diggy Simmons. Obviously Cole big time and Diggy like that led to lots of people calling the whole situation one of the most embarrassingly one-sided beefs of all time. Critics also pointed out how Diggy Simmons was appearing to try and copy the Drake format, which wasn't received well. However, the hate really started to pile on when Diggy was selected to be part of the 2011 XXL freshman class, which also ironically included people like Kendrick Lamar, Meek Mill, Mac Miller, and YG. And as you can imagine, fans did not think that Diggy Simmons deserved to be up there with people like that. In that same year, Diggy also joined Lupe Fiasco's short-lived rap collective, All City Chess Club. About a year later, Diggy released his
NFL an angry baby with its own bottle, right? Like, the bottle is his sister. Why would I destroy? Like, you know what I'm saying? He doesn't need to make a rap. All you have to say, I dated your sister. That's the win. I don't need to make a diss track. I just can say I fucked your sister. That's all I have to say. What can you do? There's nothing you can say. I won. The fact that you're mad and making a diss track, I won. No. If I respond, I lose. Me responding makes me lose. Long run and just in presence. No. J. Cole have sense. He's mature. He's a grown adult. He ain't got to argue with no kid. Are you stupid? Probably 10 years younger than him. No. The fuck? That's crazy.
His debut album Unexpected Arrival, which was critically received well, and the project even included some songs which got radio play. The album peaked at number 11 on the Billboard 200 chart, which is also pretty impressive. So you're probably thinking to yourself, if he did all these numbers, how are you going to say...
Shit, the person who should be probably more mad than anyone is probably your sister and probably her dad. I don't know why you mad.
Yes, I'm Lily said literally, and Lil Bro thought he got him cornered. He didn't even get a response. Squinting
right?
Emoji.
That was the perfect response. Don't respond. He's a kid.
Say that Diggy Simmons failed.
Well, actually, you know what's funny? The best response must have been the best response of not responding was the greatest diss, but also the ultimate respect. That is the most irony in it. Think about it. If he doesn't respond, they're like, oh, he doesn't think you're worth it. People will say. But if he responds, people are going to say, oh, snap, you beefing with a kid? What's wrong with you, bro? Right? So if he doesn't respond, people are going to make fun of Diggy. I say Diddy, my bad. Diggy, right? But then again, him not responding shows respect that he cares about you, your image, and your sister. You stupid. Kids, don't think.
Yes, I'm Lily said yeah, he didn't fight a worthless fight. He can't lose.
You can't lose. Don't say anything.
That's because, for the next 6 years, Diggy didn't really release anything besides a few singles, until he released his next album, Lighten Up, in 2018. Like I said, this was 6 years later, so any and all momentum that he had was completely killed. This album was also released by Empire instead of Atlantic Records, and flopped pretty hard, which can't be too surprising after giving little to no attention towards music for as long as Diggy did. And after this, Diggy talked about how he thought he was overthinking music and that a break was needed, but he must still be on a break because after that album, we got no more music. This could be a further part of Diggy's early career struggles, connected to the added pressure that comes with his name, which he detailed saying, well, when I was way younger, I just kind of got this attitude, where I just wanted to be an individual. I didn't want anybody to attach me to my family, so I strayed from it, and decided I wasn't going to rap because, you know, that's like what my family's known for. Diggy also spoke a couple of times on how perfectionism and OCD have made it difficult to work on and release new projects.
I have OCD actually. Just
That's
like
obsessive compulsive.
Exactly, just like
disorder.
overthinking every little thing, and that was like my issue, caring too much about what people think, or putting too much.
Yeah, that's not a good thing, especially in that industry. No, you gotta bare bones it, bro. Sometimes you gotta like, okay, it may not be good, and it's not. It needs to be perfect as possible, but it can never be perfect. Let's put it that way. The artwork I'm doing can never be perfect, but if I can get it as perfect as possible, that's good enough for me. If I can say, okay, I did a good job, it could be better. But then again, I can go to sleep with this. You can live much better off like that. Right? You can never get the right perfect drawing, right? But then again, you can be as perfect as possible. A lot of people don't think that way. They think that it has to be always perfect every time. That's why when people come to me and they're like, why don't you just do an artwork? Why don't you just do the whole thing? Because the reason why I'm doing it is because I'm trying to perfect the craft, not trying to be perfect at everything I do. Because if you understand the craft, once you do an actual drawing, it'll be perfect to even when I'm not trying. To most. So that's how that works. Work on your technical skills. Work on the foundation. Don't worry about the piece. Worry about the foundation. If you get the basics for what it is, you can pull off anything. I don't draw furries. And I did a pretty good okay job when I drew the furry thing yesterday. Well, final piece wise, not great, but when we was doing the sketch, it was looking really good. But when I made a mistake because of the head placement, and I couldn't just do it digitally how I wanted, and I had to do it traditionally, it would have been way better. It would have been, and I don't draw furries like that. So, I remember someone asked me to draw a wolf. I draw a wolf, and it was fucking crazy. Even I was kind of impressed I drew it, because I don't draw animals like that. I draw animals, but I don't draw it like that.
Much thought into everything. No, man, you know what it was? Too much, like, just overthinking the process and kind of just getting in my own way, you know what I'm saying, and not focusing on myself and focusing on like
you don't draw fairies, lol.
like all of their outside distractions and just being too hard on myself.
So while Diggy wasn't really spending much time making music,
I would draw more furries if people come in. I might do that next time. Because I know what, next time I should just draw like a furry like anime chick. I might, you know what I would do? I'll probably do a fan art of that one character from One Piece, the one that looks like Nami, that one furry character. I forgot what they call them. If you watch the cake arc, what do you call it, when Sanji was like on hostage, that one. I forgot what they call them, but like there's a name for the animal type anthropomorphic individuals, the furries.
He did put a lot of attention towards acting, especially after he landed a role on Grownish. Diggy also spent some time modeling for brands like Dolce & Gabbana. So while his career in music appears to have failed, at least Diggy was able to figure things out in another industry. But that hasn't been the case for son of the legendary singer Paul McCartney, James. James McCartney is the son of Paul McCartney, who played bass, piano, shared lead vocals, and was
Actually, my dad told me something yesterday, and I'm not sure how true this was. I don't know if he was bullshitting me, but is Paul
primary songwriter for the Beatles. If you guys don't know the Beatles, you're tripping because they are one of the biggest bands of all time. James' mother, Linda
You fucking liar. He lied to me. Tell him, Dad, you fucking liar. This man is very much alive. Where did you hear Paul McCartney passed away? You fucking liar. I'm gonna say it to his face when he gets home. You lied to me, you bitch. you asshole.
Bright Close says lol.
He got me convinced this man was dead. And what's wild? I went to listen to some Beatles music right after he told me that. Fucking asshole.
McCartney was a photographer, but also involved in music, most notably after Paul left the Beatles, and started a band with her and some others called Wings. For the first few years of James' life, he lived on the road with his parents as they toured with Wings. But after Wings split up, the McCartneys settled down.
He told me this just yesterday. He's like, Paul McCartney died. I was like, what? Are you serious? Like, I know he's old, but like he always seemed like he got some life in him. I went and listened to some Beatles music. First, I listened to like John Lennon's "Let It Be" and some of the Beatles rock band music, like Sgt. Pepper. Is it Pepper? Sgt. Pepper? Shit, pissed me off. Asshole.
And James chose to continue his education. However, living in a musical family led to James learning to play guitar at 9. And when he was old enough, at around 16 years old, he toured worldwide with his mother, father, and sisters. However, when James was 21, his mother tragically died of breast cancer, which was a major hit to the family. But James pushed on, and later that year graduated from art school. And after this, in the following years, James collaborated on a bunch of projects with his father, as well as his mother's posthumously released solo album. But around this time, James wasn't putting all of his energy into music at this point, as in the early 2000s he moved away from home and worked as a waiter while continuing his education further. However, in 2008, with the help of his father and other musicians he was connected to, James started working on his own music. Then in 2010 he released his first EP.
Oh, they're still alive too? I can't speak. I thought the Beach... They're still alive too? Oh my god. No, I'm shocked on that though. I thought most of them did. Oh my god, the Beach Boys are still alive? What?
Which featured 4 original songs and a cover of Neil Young's Old Man. The project was met with positive reactions, and the next year he dropped his second EP, Close at Hand, which was received similarly. Eventually in 2013, James released his first album, Me. Then in 2016, his next.
I'm fucking old. I'm old as shit, especially with the stuff I know. When I said the Beach Boys almost died, man.
Yes, the Blackberry Train. But after this would come nothing for almost 8 years. That was until 2024 when he dropped multiple.
Wait, weren't there 4 of them? It was 4, wasn't it? I was so sorry. There was 4.
Multiple singles. One with his dad's former bandmate's son,
Bright
Sean Lennon,
Close says
and eventually
Boomer.
his third studio album. So it's kind of interesting that Paul McCartney and John Lennon's sons both dropped a collab song. But while James had created a fair amount of music with just as fair reception, his career felt really...
It's like, come on, James, stop being such an unk. We all know you're 12. Stop bullshitting. Stop cosplaying as a 90s kid. We all know you was born in the early 2000s. What the fuck you talking about? You sound 17. Fuck, you're not 30, bitch.
Really stuck in the shadow of his father's. After performing at Coachella for the first time before releasing his first album, James was asked, "Do you feel like you're continuing a tradition, or is it something separate?" James said, "I think it's a bit of both." That's very well put. Mainly it's a tradition, but it's a part of my dharma, which basically is a religious term for a meaning of life. He continued, "It's a tradition, but it's also me doing my own thing. It's part of what I do, what I enjoy. Picking up a guitar, I couldn't imagine doing anything else, but I paint and draw and do all that stuff, which is fun. I'm more interested in photography at the moment, capturing that image. And it's this statement which makes fans wonder if his technically failed music career is by choice, since when he was actually putting out music, although it wasn't super successful, it was well received. In the interview, James also expands on his mother's influence in his interest in photography. Then when asked about his reasons behind starting music relatively later in life and not pursuing it as passionately as some expected, James said, "Different reasons. My mom's death was a big part of it, just grieving. I was heavily into Nirvana and still am. But when I was 23, I got disillusioned by music. Then I just focused more on myself and gave up music for a while. It was definitely inside of me. I was writing songs, I was doing artwork." During James's 8-year hiatus, some fans on Reddit provided a different angle of things, which painted a burnt out picture of James. Someone posted the question, "What happened to James McCartney? Not really a big fan, but he hasn't updated his website or social media in years. Maybe he's thrown in the towel?" A commenter replied, "I'm not sure he had a towel to throw. Kind of a sad figure. He was in Seattle a few years ago to do a show, and a good friend of mine interviewed him for local media. It was horrible. James simply had no presence, no energy. Both the interviewer and the engineer told me it was the most cringy experience of their careers. The show itself was pretty lame as well. He didn't seem to want to be there. Lifeless is the best word for it." However, it does seem like some of this lacking of energy could be the result of some mental health struggles dating back to his mother's passing, as since the release of his new album in 2024, James seems to be pretty happy with where he's at, even if his music isn't received on a scale as large as his father's. So while Paris Jackson's career may not have worked out because she didn't want it to, it seems like James is in a similar spot. Whereas Diggy and Jaden were just kind of corny, and Chet was Chet. James has released some content, especially
Yo, when people just chalk you up to Jace is Jace. When they chalk you up like that, you know you ain't shit. You know when they chalk you up like that, you know you ain't shit. He's like, well, Chet is just Chet, you know.
in regards to his album.
Like,
So
you're like, you didn't really want it, you two. You're corny, and you over there, you're just you. Fuck you.
it does seem like he is the slightest bit invested still.
Hi all, James here. Collection of songs will be coming out October 18th. Some you have heard, some maybe not.
If you guys like this video, let me know down below in the comments if you want a part 2. Definitely more people I could have included, but I just wanted to look at some of these interesting examples in my opinion. And if you like this video, you might like my video about industry plants in the music industry, especially some of the newer ones that have been coming out lately, as they're sort of similar to Nepo babies in a lot of ways. Anyways, if you enjoyed, please make sure to leave a like and consider subscribing down below. And if you
You're getting ads?
really enjoyed, share it with a friend. Do that. That'd be nice of you. Share the video with a friend. But that's all I got for you guys, so.
Okay, we got one last video and then we'll call it a night. This one's called, this is our last video for tonight. I just kind of want to just get this one, what do we call it, animatic done. I just want it out of the way. And we're actually near to the end. I just need to do the little coloring and that's it. And then we're done. Oh, and I'll do the duck later. The duck, I don't even know how to show the duck. I just gotta draw the little wood thing.
Usually when an artist blows up out of nowhere and goes
okay,
viral.
for this video, for those who don't know, this one's called Hip Hop Has a Industry Plant Problem. Yeah, I kind of heard that term a lot thrown around for a lot of artists. Industry plant.
They are labeled as an industry plant, and lately a lot of artists in the hip-hop space have been blowing up out of nowhere, which has left a lot of people feeling like there are industry plants popping up every other day. So today I wanted to look into these artists and their come-ups and get to the bottom of this industry plant epidemic, starting off with Tommy Richmond. Tommy Richmond is the most recent hip-hop artist to get hit with industry plant accusations, and to be fair, it's kind of understandable. After his song $1 Million Baby went super viral, he became the first artist since Oliver Anthony to debut at number 2 on the Billboard Hot 100 with no previous chart history. On top of that, the song has over 600 million streams on Spotify. If you think you haven't heard the song, you definitely have. It's been all over TikTok, and I know I'm not the only one of us who's up late scrolling on TikTok when you should be sleeping. To many people, he came out of nowhere and became one of many artists on this list who was immediately hit with the industry plant accusations. So let's look into it. Tommy Richmond is an artist who, after one quick look into his Spotify history, you can see he's actually been dropping music for a very long long time, ever since 2016. For a long time, his music was nothing special, but over the years, he definitely started finding...
Baby ain't that bad, lol.
It's like he has two. There was that one in another song, but other than that, every other song I have not heard because probably it's not as good.
Finding a sound with better production, better vocals, better mixing, and he got pretty nice at singing, I can't lie. He had some buzz in the underground and worked with some other fairly well-known artists in the underground space, like Big Baby Gucci and Perry Mason. He started getting a bit more experimental, making indie type of songs mixed with some rock type of songs mixed with his rap songs. So Tommy definitely had some buzz in the underground scene. He even got a song with Merlin Wood in January of 2023, who, if you didn't know, was in Brockhampton. And then Tommy got an opportunity. In 2023, Pulse Records partnered up with Brent Faiyaz's agency ISO Supremacy, and they signed Tommy Richmond as their first artist. I do want to mention that unlike every other label on this list, Pulse is actually an indie label. They define themselves as a premier independent music publisher and record label, but this doesn't mean that they're just some random record label, as they have artists like Brent Faiyaz, Ty Dolla $ign, K Tronada, Kehlani, Freddie Gibbs, Gene Dawson, who's one of my favorite artists of all time, by the way. You guys needed to know that, didn't you? And many more. So this is definitely a very established label despite them being independent. This means that in 2023, Tommy Richmond finally had some marketing dollars behind him. My guy Luesta made a video on him and mentioned that he was reached out to by Tommy's team in 2023 for promotion.
Another fun little fact I want to share is that in September of last year, Tommy Richmond's team actually reached out to me to do a promo for him on my TikTok. Who is this artist that is opening for Brent Faiyaz on tour? His name is Tommy Richmond. At one point in my video, I show how Tommy had about 300,000 monthly listeners on Spotify, and now he currently boasts over 40 million at the time of this recording. So what's the real story behind Tommy Richmond's success?
So it's clear that this signing definitely had an impact on how his music was marketed. After signing to ISO and Pulse, Tommy was put on as the opener for Brent Faiyaz's tour F the World, It's a Wasteland. He also got a feature on Brent's album Larger Than Life on the song Upset. I definitely wouldn't say that his sound changed a lot after signing, but it definitely got more refined as he had access to better production, better engineering, better mixing, mastering, the whole 9 yards. One of the founders of Pulse, Josh Abraham, said this in an interview. Bel Misbahi, an A&R for Pulse, was interested in Tommy and brought him to our attention within the first month of launching Pulse Records. There was always a scene gathering around Tommy, so they scouted him out at a show. They said they saw Brent there, realized they both wanted to sign him, so they partnered up. They said once $1 Million Baby was made, they knew that the song was the one. The VP of marketing at Pulse, Sarah Ahmed, said, "I built him a rollout plan to build into the hype of the song. We didn't have much lead time to create a campaign, but obviously it worked." Like I said, his song $1 Million Baby went insanely viral and he had so many accolades from that song. It's clear that his deal with ISO and Pulse was pivotal in his career. On Music Business Worldwide, they said that when he signed, he had about 300,000 monthly listeners on Spotify, which is very impressive as an independent artist. And when they wrote the article after $1 Million Baby, he had 46 million. After the crazy success of that song, he followed up with the track Devil Is a Lie, which also did very well and hit 32 on the Billboard Hot 100. Of course though, like I said, his blow up is very recent.
Yeah, it was that song. Devil Is a Lie.
And we haven't been able to see much more unfold. So this is why some people think Tommy is a plant, because he does have a really good team behind him after signing to Pulse and ISO. But as we'll see throughout this entire video, his rise to success is not as special as you may think it is. Tyla is one of the most recent artists to blow up who has quickly been labeled an industry plant. After releasing just one song, she signed to a label, and a few months later she won a Grammy and had one of the biggest songs in the world with the song Water. That song went 2 times platinum and has nearly 800 million streams.
Oh my god, that song has gaslighted so many stupid women that think they can dance and throw their hips on the side and shit. That is a horror. It has gaslighted so many TikTok women that they can dance.
Said I only recognize $1 Million Baby, not really my genre.
I gotcha. But Jesus Christ, that fucking song, that Water song, has gaslighted so many women to think they have hips.
On Spotify. On a video about her, someone
like the Shakira or some shit
commented, "I'm South African and can confirm that Tyla came out of nowhere. We were all surprised when she won a Grammy from a single that is average at best. We question her sudden rise to fame." The accusations got so big that she even addressed them in an interview.
What would you say is the biggest misconception about you?
That I literally came out of nowhere and I'm an industry plant. It's like, what the heck?
I'm a old plants. Imagine. People don't know how hard I've worked and how hard my team has worked to get here. But I mean, everyone's gonna get that comes up from a social media viral moment. So it's understandable, but one day we'll tell the story for real.
Well, too bad, Tyler, because I'm telling the story. Also, before you commented, I know Tyler's not a rapper. That's obvious. You didn't have to tell me. But she's definitely involved in the hip-hop space. She's a hip-hop adjacent artist, as she's worked with artists like Travis and Gunna. She went on Kai's stream like many rappers do, and she's well known in the scene. Anyways, Tyler started out as any other artist, making music and posting it all over her social media. The first video on her YouTube channel is from 11 years ago when she was a kid, and she had already started posting herself singing. She was a great singer and had been singing for nearly a decade. And as you can tell by the description, she was doing whatever she could to get noticed. And eventually, after posting enough snippets, she did. As she was eventually noticed by a guy who has a supervillain name, which is Garth Von Glenn, who became her first manager. She was also working with his label Fax Records, and it was under them that she released her first single, Getting Late. She said that she started going to Garth's apartment studio and working on her music. Due to some complications because of COVID, her career was on hiatus and it took a while for the video to be created. However, in 2021, it was finally released. And if you look at the video, it's obvious that it was very well produced and there was some money behind it. She had a team behind her who was helping her launch her career, and it worked out perfectly as she got an offer from Epic Records after they caught wind of the video.
So like initially I had like labels once on my mind. Like it wasn't something that I thought was realistic, so I never thought I could
Oh, she's Indian. She's Indian. She has the accent and everything.
work towards it. So I was literally just making music, and when I dropped the video for Getting Late, all the labels literally reached out. There was a whole bidding war. Like it was crazy, and yeah, Epic was the one I went with.
Who was on your team when you were making that music for it to happen like that? Who was your producer, the videographer? Who did you work with?
I didn't have a whole, hey, producer, videographer, like no. It was like me, my best friend, my manager. He also shot the video. He's a videographer as well.
They signed her in a joint venture with Fax Records, which was her manager's label. She also got hooked up with a co-manager in 2022, who my friend 1111 discovered in his investigation.
Now it is also important to note that in addition to Epic Records and Garth Von Glenn's Fax Records, Tyla has also been co-managed by this guy Colin Gale since late 2020. As a seasoned artist manager from Jamaica and founder of the Africa Creative Agency, when you work with Colin though, you really get yourself a package deal. Seeing as his wife Yvette is also a powerhouse in the music industry who has worked with hip-hop legends such as 50 Cent, Eminem, Nas, and Mary J. Blige to name a few. Colin says his wife's expertise in PR and marketing complements his focus on strategy and studio work, and together the couple's deep connection to Africa inspired them to start the Africa Creative Agency dedicated to amplifying the voices of African creatives, including Tyla, who they first discovered right before she blew up.
So clearly Tyla had some great marketing behind her. She released a few singles under this label and then dropped the song Water. Like I said, it has nearly 800 million streams on Spotify, went 2 times platinum, and even won a Grammy for Best African Music Performance. She had 5 songs on her Spotify, and the 6th one won a Grammy. The song went super viral on TikTok and she was going crazy. I mean, I can't even walk into a store without hearing this song. She also became the first and youngest ever South African soloist in 55 years to enter the US Billboard Hot 100 with that song. Her label's marketing was clearly very good and it clearly paid off. Also, I can't forget that she went super viral for friend-zoning Kai Cenat.
Tyler, would you like to go on a date with me?
Are you asking for real?
Yeah.
Don't do that.
I'm serious. Whenever you get some free time, would you like to go on a date with me?
But we friends though.
You right.
Yeah, we friends.
You right. Next one. Go ahead. Grab your next one.
And by the way, I would not be at all surprised if her label hit up Kai to get her on his stream, because I'm fairly certain that they use these streams as a marketing tool. I mean, I can't confirm it, like there's no documents out there and no verbal confirmation, but I really want to make a video on this topic, so if that sounds interesting, let me know in the comments below. I'm sure I could find a contract out there somewhere. Regardless, the rest is history. Tyla released her self-titled debut project, which charted at 24 on the Billboard 200, and she's been...
I don't think that was real, to be honest. Because remember, they contact him beforehand. I'm pretty sure they even probably talked this out and try to like make this, I don't know. So I don't know. I can't take that serious. Like, he knows he has a fan base, and there was a great chance that she could have said no in front of him for whatever reason. So for some weird reason, I think he agreed to the no. just to make it more epic. Because if you said yes, then it would be a big thing. If you said no, that'd be a bigger thing. It'll keep people like on him.
Been very successful ever since. I will say though, Tyla is the only artist on this list who has a ton of writers assisting her on her tracks, which definitely seems very industry plant-like. But as we'll see throughout this video, there are varying levels in which record labels dish out help to their so-called industry plants. Forbats is a hip-hop adjacent singer who right out of the gate seemed like an industry plant. With only 3 releases, he was able to amass 10 million monthly listeners and co-signs from artists like Timbaland, Ty Dolla $ign, SZA, Brent Faiyaz, Kanye West, and Drake.
Any artists out there that impress you right now
kidding
that
me?
are coming up? Forbats.
So obviously this is going to get you industry plant accusations, and to be fair, it's totally understandable. So let's look into it. When Forbats came out, he was extremely mysterious, and we knew nothing of his past, and we still hardly know anything, to be honest. All we knew about him pre-2023 was, as he said in a Genius interview, "I've been taking music seriously since I was like 14. I was just scared. I used to be on YouTube and I looked up how to blow up." On June 27th of 2023, Forbats released his first song called Act 1 Stickers 99. The song wasn't produced by any big name producers, and it didn't really get a ton of attention right away, at least compared to what he has now. Fast forward a few months and he released a music video for Act 1 as well. The music video helped a lot, and by December of 2023 he had 40,000 TikTok followers, 260,000 monthly listeners, and 2 million streams on the song Act 1. Then 2 months later he released his second song, Act 2 Dated 8, accompanied with a music video. A few days later he released his From the Block performance of Act 2, which was a huge moment in his career. If you aren't familiar with the From the Block series from 4 Shooters Only, it's basically a series with a hang-in microphone and some hard-ass rap songs. This made it very surprising for the viewers when they saw some guy in a mask with all his boys behind him singing in a high-pitched voice about some girl.
Who the f is these thugs?
A clip of this performance went super viral on TikTok and had tons of popular streamers and creators reacting to it.
Wait, what?
Wait, that's the singer of the song?
What the hell? Yo, never judge a book by its cover.
The marketing idea of juxtaposing Forbats' look with the song was an amazing idea that worked out super well, and it aided in the song going viral. However, because the marketing was so clever, people automatically assumed that Forbats had some type of help. Regardless, like I said, the song was going crazy. He had Robin Thicke doing a cover of the song debuted at 77 on the Billboard Hot 100, and later rose to 59. And it even got a remix from Drizzy Drake, which then hit number 7 on the charts. Forbats decided to sign a 1 EP deal to OVO Sound, through which he later released his debut mixtape You Made Me a Star on May 3rd of 2024. It wasn't nearly as viral as his previous song Dated 8, but it did debut at 30 on the charts. And what's even crazier is that the song On God She Like got a remix from Kanye West. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even hear about this till I was making this video. I don't know how no one talked about it, maybe I'm out of the loop, but they didn't really market this very well. Maybe it's because Kanye is kind of controversial now though, that's probably why now that I think about it. I will say though, after the release of his mixtape, the hype had died down quite a bit. I mean, a few million streams per song is nothing to scoff at for a brand new artist, but it's obvious the initial virality is over. However, despite the initial shock of him blowing up being over, his success in just a year was astounding. I mean, a Drake remix, a Kanye remix, signing to OVO, charting 3 songs in, and everything else was insane. So of course people were quick to label him an industry plant. But was this really true? Well, the internet got straight to investigating his past, and they found some stuff out. Like I said earlier, information on Forbats was very limited. His past seemingly had been scrubbed off the internet, which also made people think there was some record label behind this. That often can be a telltale sign of an industry plant, which is when a label or some third party is actively hiding as much information as possible. Anyways, the first piece of information the internet detectives dug up was his management. Specifically his main manager, Amber Baker. Amber Baker, or Ambragi as she goes by online, is a creative strategist and content producer, according to her LinkedIn. She currently works at RCA Records and said she has experience working with labels like Atlantic, Capitol, Sony, and more. She has also worked with artists like Gunna, Future, The Weeknd, Gucci Mane, Lil Baby, Doja Cat, and many more. We also know, thanks to my boy 1111 on YouTube, that Amber is amazing at creating an image for an artist.
Look, it's an experience. Exactly. Controlling the narrative. I'm passionate about that. I went to a HBCU, went to Howard.
11 was also able to find her Pinterest, which has a collection of posts titled The 5 Acts of Forbats, which has a ton of images she used for information to help craft his image. But this doesn't piece together exactly how he got these connections. It could have been nepotism, it could have been some industry plant type of deal, or it could have been organic. So in my previous video, I decided to launch my own investigation, and I'm pretty sure I pieced it together. The first thing I found was...
I'm sorry about that.
It was a SoundCloud account with some music that sounded a lot like 4Bats.
She saw me going up, and she thinks she up. You know it's not like that. You think I'll be right back. You say you miss my trust, girl, it's not for us. You know it's not like that. You think I'll be right back.
The account was called Spidey, and I also found a TikTok account with the same name posting the same music. It turns out that only 4Bats follows this account, which led many people to think it was him. Which makes sense because they do sound similar. But strangely enough, Spidey was in the comments saying he wasn't 4Bats. Then I found his old TikTok account, which helped me solve what I believe happened. On this account, he is seen promoting his first song with his Instagram in his bio. He has 238 followers and 8,000 likes, but no videos, which makes me think he got some buzz on his first song, but later privated all of the videos. If we go to his following, he follows Spidey, Demo Disc, a person who promoted his song, and Elena's Faves. Elena is a creator who posts underrated songs and has over 80,000 followers on TikTok. And in August of 2023, guess whose song she posted? Of course, it was Act 1 by 4Bats. This video got over 400,000 views and almost 40k likes. And I'm willing to bet one of the people that heard this was 4Bats' manager, Amber. If you think that's a stretch, you should probably consider how many people at record labels, especially A&Rs, are following accounts like these. 4Bats himself even said to Billboard, "I needed to shoot a video for stickers, so I was just going about trying to shoot a video and a lady hit me," which is Amber. She was like, "Oh, I can help you," and she helped me find a video pretty fast. And she was also like, "Yo, my manage." And this would make sense because all of his social media accounts were created after August. His first music video was released in October, 2 months after he likely got connected with Amber. I also found a TikToker named Kendall who said 4Bats management reached out to him in October for promotion.
Before he even blew up, I actually got hit up to promote his first song. I'm talking about this song had 0 plays to start out. The guy who hit me up was Mr. Tastemaker on Instagram. Pretty cool guy in the time frame I've gotten to know him. Here's him congratulating me on some of my, milestones. If you can see it, this says October 10th, and then down there it says it's for our artist named 4Bats. Then here's him sending me the audio.
Kendall said that the song at the time had very few plays, so if 4Bats just got connected with a team, it makes sense that a song released in June was finally getting promoted. So this was the theory I came up with a while ago, and it was that Amber found 4Bats on TikTok through Elena's Faves. They got hooked up and she became his manager, and the rest was history. And honestly, since then I have not heard a better theory. This is most likely what happened, and we haven't seen any new information that can help us piece it together any better. Also, I briefly want to touch on a theory that Boo Cham, Akon's brother, Kanye's manager, and vice president of Columbia Records, was managing 4Bats. Also, I'm pretty sure I said his last name right because of how Akon said it. However, there is no proof that Boo is 4Bats' manager other than
Excuse me?
him following 4Bats on Instagram, which isn't too crazy as he follows some other underground
The fuck you called me?
artists I like. But I did want to mention this because Boo actually comes into play later in this video. So keep that in mind. I got a lot of things you guys got to remember this video, so I hope you're doing alright. Feel free to take notes if that helps you. Since my previous video, 4Bats has done a handful of interviews and revealed a few characteristics about himself that were unknown at the time. Along with that, he has also addressed the industry plant accusations a couple of times.
I ain't gonna hold you, like, I'm a nigga on the hood. I don't know about no industry. I ain't gonna lie, like, I'll be shit. But like one of my I knew it was real because one of my niggas hit me and it was like, "Yo, hood, like, everybody saying you a AI or industry." I'm like, "Yo, what the fuck is that, hood?" Like I'm almost too real, and I think like slowly people gonna like realize that, like with everything. So I don't know. You know what an industry plant is?
I was hoping you could tell me. I've been trying to figure it out, but like I can't really wrap my mind.
He also said to GQ, "I think it's kind of cool. It's like I'm the boogeyman. Then people are going to meet me and be like, oh, this is just a regular hood dude." On top of that, his manager said, "Listen, if you look at everyone who's had success at a very accelerated rate, whether it's Ice Spice or Travis Scott, fans are going to call everybody like that an industry plant at some point until they don't anymore. I look at it as a compliment. It just lets me know that he's so talented. For people to think at some point that he was AI, it's crazy. But it also speaks to how they can't even imagine that someone could really be that talented." So it seems like 4Bats is pretty open about the accusations and does not really care. Also, side note, I'm pretty sure the people at Complex watched my video because when they interviewed him, they asked about the Spidey page and he clarified that that was his brother. And I swear I was the only person on the internet talking about that. So I'm pretty sure I hope they saw my video. That'd be cool. Depending on your definition of industry plant, 4Bats could definitely fit the mold. However, I don't want to make a definite statement on it yet, at least this early in the video, video. I don't think he had a ton of help until Amber came into the picture, and even then having a manager with connections doesn't necessarily mean that you're a plant. So for now, I'm going to let you guys come to your own conclusions, and then when we get to the end of the video, I'll come up with a better conclusion for you. I'm just kidding. A lot of you guys out there are pretty smart. I know it. Another artist who has received a lot of industry plant accusations is Tizo Touchdown. Tizo Touchdown has been seen on albums from huge artists like Drake's For All the Dogs, Travis Scott's Utopia, Tyler the Creator's Call Me If You Get Lost, and Lil Yachty's Let's Start Here. Tizo Touchdown seemingly came out of nowhere, and he was already everywhere. And he's a very attention-grabbing guy.
Oh, I've seen you before. Weren't you on a song with Eminem, Juice WRLD, that one dude, I forgot his name? Didn't they make a song, a Lemonade song, like a year ago? I remember seeing you before.
He's got the hair with the nails woven throughout. He had a meme that originated from one of his music videos. And he also posts these weird post-it note things on all of his socials. And at the time he started getting all this buzz, he only had like 14 songs out. Because of all this, like I said, Tizo Touchdown has been hit with a lot of industry plant accusations. One person on Reddit said, "Is Tizo Touchdown an industry plant? I've recently been introduced to Tizo and his music through Travis's new album. He's been able to grow at an almost unnatural rate these past couple of months. Seems a little fishy. So let's look into it." First, I do want to say I'm a big Tizo fan, and I have been for a while, way before he even appeared on Tyler's album. So this isn't a flex, it's just me saying that I have seen him do his underground thing for quite a while. And for that very reason, I don't think he's a plant. But you guys know me, I'm very good at being unbiased, so I will do that throughout the entirety of this section. Tizo Touchdown is fairly mysterious and not much is known about him, but what we do know allows us to understand him. He was born in Beaumont, Texas in '92 and his dad was a DJ. He mentioned his dad a lot, as his dad was crucial in influencing Tizo to become a musician. He said his dad would take him to DJ shows when he was a kid and they'd stay out super late, while Tizo watched and learned how to DJ at a young age. He began making and releasing music around 2010. First briefly under the name AT, and then he switched it to Tizo Suave. The music he made at the time wasn't terrible, but it was what you would expect from a kid in high school in 2011 making music.
Lose is not an option. If I like it, I'ma copy. Why you niggas cock blocking? Me and my team was battle popping.
He had also been using his skills he learned from his dad to produce songs for himself and for others. Most of Tizo's old music is tough to find, and there were a handful of songs on Spinrilla, but since Spinrilla has been shut down, you gotta find reposts on SoundCloud or YouTube. Tizo has also been shooting music videos and claims to have invented the $100 Beaumont music video special, since everyone else was charging way more.
But anywho, man, he was doing music and he needed a way to invest in his music, so he said, okay, you guys are charging $400, $500 for a video?
Food with Mew says, heyo.
Slash the price, man. He invented the $100 video, man.
He was producing, shooting music videos, and writing his own songs. He actually got pretty well known locally for shooting videos, and would even—
If you're gonna ask, I'm about to finish off this video.
Shoot videos for artists in other cities. But videography was more of a side hustle for him, since after graduating high school in 2011, he had been working multiple customer service jobs and retail jobs trying to get his career off the ground. He did his thing for a while, but then his career began to stagnate. And in 2016, he tragically lost his girlfriend to gun violence. He said in his interview with Zane Lowe on Apple Music that after experiencing the numbness from this loss, he stopped caring about what other people thought about him. And that's how Tizo Touchdown was born. He started dressing differently, and he said he didn't care much of what others thought because he was still numb from his loss. Tizo was grinding, shooting videos, experimenting with his music, trying out new styles, and trying to make his dreams a reality. He was putting out a lot of songs and began doing skits in his music as bonus content, something he's very well known for nowadays. Unlike your stereotypical industry plant, Tizo Touchdown has been very open about his past. As Tizo was grinding, he was able to release 2 albums in 2018. And he even did some live shows and opened up for 2 Chainz and Lil Baby. However, Tizo really began to get some buzz in 2019 when he released the song 100 Drums. It was a song about gun violence in his area, and it really resonated with a lot of people. Tizo even got his first interview because of this song. It helped his career out a ton, a bunch of artists reposted it, and then it caught the attention of the A&R Amal Noor. She reached out to him and quickly became his manager. This is when we would notice a huge shift in Tizo's marketing. Tizo had already been dressing differently, kind of trying to emulate that rock star vibe, but it's likely Amal helped him find himself stylistically as Tizo began to develop a very unique image. He started posting tons of extra content on Twitter, and we were introduced to the iconic location of his garage. He performed multiple music videos there, altering the stage for every song, creating a great unique vibe. In late 2019, he posted a remix of The Box by Roddy Ricch, which helped him get a little more attention as well. Tizo also began putting nails in his hair, an idea he got after finding nails laying around his dad's house. These things became a staple in Tizo's image. No Office Max pun intended, but it helped him differentiate himself from all the other artists out at the time. His music began getting a lot of attention in the underground, helping him to develop a cult following. So clearly there was a change after Amal got involved, which is probably why a lot of people think he's a plant. Like I mentioned, there were some stylistic changes, although it wasn't a complete makeover, as Tizo is always a bit of a weirdo, as we saw in his 100 Drums music video. But to be fair to the industry plant accusers, Amal did help him out a lot. On her resume, she said she negotiated and closed a $500,000 deal with RCA Records for Tizo Touchdown. She also helped him get a $600,000 publishing deal. On top of that, she said she helped him get featured on most of the albums I mentioned earlier. And she did a bunch of other things to help his career in the creative realm and the professional realm. I also want to point out that she worked with RCA to get Tizo's deal, and Amber, who managed 4Bats, was with RCA too. So clearly RCA has some killer managers and connections. Regardless, this may make it seem like Tizo Touchdown is an industry plant, but that again depends on how you define it, as we've seen in this video, he had been grinding for years, until he finally got noticed by someone who could actually help him boost his career. I'd hope by this point in the video you're starting to notice a pattern, but I'll let you guys get to the end of the video before I break it down for you. Ice Spice is most commonly viewed as an industry plant ever since she blew up in 2022, only a year after she started making music. She's been established for a while now, and I'm sure most of us are familiar with her, but her come up was very fascinating. Ice Spice started making music in 2021 while she was still in college. During her freshman year of college, she met the producer Riot USA, and they eventually started making music together. She actually went viral first on Twitter and TikTok for a video of her doing a TikTok dance. After that video went viral, she released her first song, Bully Freestyle, in March of 2021, and continued releasing music from there on out. She utilized TikTok to promote her music, and it definitely helped with the type of videos she was posting. She was slowly but surely building a decent following on SoundCloud, Instagram, and all her other socials. Most of her early music was produced by Riot USA. Make sure to keep his name in mind going forward. Anyways, in August of 2022, Ice Spice released the song Munch, which as we all know, absolutely blew up. It was released on WorldStar, was played on radio stations like Hot 97, and was going majorly viral. Before the song actually even released, Drake tapped in with Ice Spice and told her he was going to play the song on his radio station. The DM then was supposedly leaked, but that obviously raised some suspicion from people who think it was intentionally leaked as some sort of label promo strategy. Drake also mentioned her On the Radar freestyle, which was a freestyle she did with On the Radar Radio, and it is somewhat interesting how she was getting all these connects with media outlets before her major blow up. But I mean, it's also possible they were tapped in early and just liked her music. Anyways, about a month after Munch released, she signed a record deal with 10K Projects. Following her viral song Munch, she released Bikini Bottom, her debut EP with the song In Her Mood. Then later she released the song Boy's a Liar Part 2 with Pink Pantheress. Ice Spice was on a crazy roll and was pulling in tons of streams on all of her songs. She most recently released her album Y2K and has worked with people like Travis Scott, Gunna, Central C, Nicki Minaj, and many more throughout her career. But honestly, all of this sounds pretty organic, so how is she even a plant? Well, after I did some digging, I may have found an answer. First of all, the guy I mentioned earlier, Riot USA, the dude who produced all of her original music, has some industry connections. He said his mom used to work in the music industry, and I'm not sure what she did and if she still does, but he also said that his dad is DJ Enough from Hot 97, one of the stations that promoted the song Munch. DJ Enough is known for being Biggie's road DJ and also helped promote artists like 50 Cent, Kanye, and Future in their early careers. So with all the connections Ice Spice had early on, it is possible that she had some help from some people in the industry because of Riot. On top of that, she definitely had some confirmed help beginning in April of 2022 after working with Stefan Dupree, a manager in A&R. He said in an Instagram post, "I knew Ice Spice was going to make an impact when I came across her on TikTok 6 months ago. First day I came across her, I sent her music to my brother Tory Lanez and he saw what I saw. Shout out to my brother James Roseman for doing a great job with managing her." He also posted a picture of Ice's DMs with Tory Lanez talking about how Stefan put Tory onto Ice Spice. Stefan is responsible for finding other artists too, such as Bryson Tiller and Jake. It's hard to say how well connected all of these guys are, but I think it's safe to assume that in April of 2022, Ice Spice got hooked up with some decent connections and a decent marketing budget for her song Munch, and that is probably how they launched her career. And I'm not going ultra in depth on this section because Ice Spice has been out for a minute, so most of this is well known, but as someone who's been the face of industry plants lately, I think it was worth mentioning her come up. Ian is definitely the smallest artist on this list, but he's gone viral lately, and as we've seen, the industry plant accusations have been flying at him. After his song Figure It Out started making waves, in large part due to TikTok, he started going up. He was getting posted by every blog, got a Cole Bennett music video, had a 4 shooters only performance that went viral, he was seen in the studio with Quavo, and he got a follow from Drake. After this, he dropped his debut project Valedictorian, which had some bangers like Magic Johnson and Never Stop. But with his super sudden rise, can you guess what people said about him? He was an industry plant, so let's break it down. Ian started off as a producer in the underground, and eventually started making music in 2022. He's actually been dropping songs for quite a while before recently blowing up, so calling him a plant doesn't seem likely. But his rapid rise has a lot of people questioning it. If you had followed him for a while, it would be like one day he was slowly growing his fan base, and the next day he exploded. And there's actually a reason for that. If you check his Spotify, his first song in 2024, Wimbledon, was released by Lil Yachty. He had a similar marketing strategy to Forbats, but reversed. He promotes himself as some normal-ass white dude with his family in his videos, meanwhile he's making some aggressive-ass music. I mean, his album is called Valedictorian, and the cover is a parody of this iconic meme. This project also peaked at 54 on the Billboard 200. Now, compared to a lot of others on this list, Ian's career hasn't gone nearly as crazy, and he came out fairly recently, so it's hard to see what it'll do, but I'm really hoping you guys are noticing a pattern here. If you haven't, I'd turn the video off and pick up a book. Anyways though, the same thing is happening with every single one of these artists that I've covered in this video. I think it was 6. Pretty sure. They're releasing music, getting some buzz on their own, getting noticed by an A&R or somebody in the industry, then they get hooked up with some management, get connected, and start going up because they actually have some marketing dollars behind them. This is just how the music industry works. The reason I'm making this video is to show that the majority of the artists that you hear or see all the time got in the industry in similar ways. Even the biggest artists out right now have probably had similar experiences. I think the term industry plant seems to have lost its meaning. It no longer means some random person who isn't that talented that was scooped up by a record label, signed, given a makeover, and then shoved down everyone's throats and blew up right away. Like when we used to say industry plant, like in this video I made, there was literally a manager saying that his artist Baby Goth was like a potato with no personality, so he gave her one. That is an industry plant, not someone who gets noticed by an A&R, signed, and then marketed. That's just a musician. Like honestly, it seems like half the people screaming industry plant all the time don't even know what an A&R is. It stands for artist and repertoire, by the way, and their job is to scout for talent, basically. The way that people are throwing around the term industry plant all the time nowadays really can apply to most artists. I've been into underground music for a while now, and I've seen artists go from here to here, you know, blowing up after they get signed, and it's fairly common. Most of the artists in this video didn't do anything too irregular in their come-ups, other than maybe like Tyla and Forbats because they went insane, but usually this is how it always is. It's especially more common nowadays thanks to apps like TikTok. This tweet basically sums up what I'm trying to say. So all of this yapping is basically for me to just say, I think the term industry plant is thrown around too willy-nilly and it seems to have lost its meaning. And I want everyone watching to take away from this video a better understanding of how the music industry operates and to realize how common all of this is. Industry plants only really become a problem when the record label is taking advantage of them, abusing them, signing them in a bad contract, or any of those other things. And that can happen to anyone, not just an industry plant. Nowadays, it's easy for an artist to blow up and go viral, but the hard part is keeping it.
Alright, I think that's the end of that. Alright guys, I'm gonna let you guys go. Have a great night. Thank you guys for coming in. Most of this is pretty much done. I'm gonna finish the rest of this. It's literally a 2-frame panel. Pretty much. There's not much for me to do. I just gotta draw like one more like character and that's it. But I'm not gonna make you guys suffer through that. So go over there. Have a great night, guys, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Yes, I'm Lily said all by EEE.
Alright, later guys. Have a great night.